And welcome everyone to the 2024 PMSL America's Fall Season, day number 6. This is the start of week 2. Today is Wednesday. No bonus points today. Everybody is on the same playing field, but today is equally as important as every other day. Obviously, to earn your points to secure that top 5 position so you can go to PMGC and play not only for yourself, but for your nation, but also for all the money and the glory of a PUBG mobile player. The players entered the venue. They're getting set up and ready to go for Erangel map number 1. But a lot to talk about, as Monday we saw Group B play it out for their bonus points, and what a day it was. The even playing field throughout that top 5 is as close as it's ever been. Team Liquid have got a lot of teams on their heels, and everybody is looking to catch up and take first place for themselves. I'm your host, Taylor Reflections. I'm joined by Seven and Enigma. It's going to be a great day. Seven, great to see you, man. Loving the shirt, by the way. How you feeling?
Thanks, man. I had to do a throwback. You know, back in the day when we started doing NA shows, I would always wear flower shirts. I got some requests for it, so I was like, okay, I'll bring him back this whole season. For the rest of the season, when I'm on, I'm going to try to bring back the flower shirts. We'll see what happens though.
And that was for NA, so I'm hoping we get a little NA buff because of the flower shirt is back. We'll see if that's going to happen today with X Factor. They're dominating Enigma. Great to see you, man. How you feeling? You ready for today's action?
Oh, of course. And I mean, we're bringing out the candles again. We're bringing the flower shirts back. I need to find something myself to bring in because NA, you know, we're needing everything we can get at this point. I know it's after the first week, but, you know, last week was looking a little dire to say the least.
It was, but we're still doing all right? X Factor is hanging in there. Top 5 is where we want to be. Will NA get there? Well, they've got a long road ahead of them, but they're doing all right, at least from the road that they've traveled so far. Let's talk about why everybody is here, though. There's a lot of money on the line. We're talking $220,000 total prize pool. We also have those bonuses, MVP, Gunslinger, Field Medic, Top Fragger. There's a lot of ways to earn money, aside from just, of course, being in your top 5 or your top performers, right? So either way, that's what the players are playing for. And as far as the Top Fragger goes, well, we had a lot in the running throughout week number 1, and I think we know who our top fragger happens to be. If we pull up our MVP, that man should be from Team Liquid, who has been absolutely stellar and on fire throughout the week number 1 performance, and it actually is Ayala at the top. 53 eliminations. Revo was hot on his heels, but he couldn't catch up in the assist category.
That's absolutely insane. 53, I mean, on top of that, Rebel tying it too. It goes to show the current performance that we're seeing out of these Brazilian teams. And something that I actually enjoy here out of Team Liquid is that they don't only have Ayala out there, they have Mythic, and that's why that team is currently at the top with the most eliminations, sitting at 168 after week 1.
Yeah, incredible stuff from him, man. You talk about 2 Team Liquid members up there. That's why they're in first place. Granted, teams are catching up, but their week 1 performance was absolutely stellar, Enigma.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about that week 1. We're coming into week 2. You got to see who's feeling hot, who's not. And for the most part, if you have someone like Ayala, we could see his individual stat line right now. We're talking almost 400 damage a game. That's 3 to 4 knocks, essentially. Every person's worth 100 in that category. Him putting up numbers like this. And then, like Seven said, having Mythic as well up there next to you, it just shows that this team is applying so much pressure, accumulating so many points so early on in this tournament that it's really a sight to see.
It definitely is. Combined total with him and Mythic, they sit at 100 eliminations combined. Very impressive given the fact that the entirety of Team Liquid, I believe, sits around 168 total around there. So you think about those 2 members, they're slaying out. You want to beat Team Liquid, you take down one of those, whether it be Ayala or you take down Mythic. Hey, maybe you have a better chance at dethroning Team Liquid, and I do believe Team Liquid was our top team of the of week number 1. No surprise there, Seven. I mean, these guys, whether it be positioning, slaying out, placement points, they're a great all-around team. They're going for back-to-back first in PMSL Americas.
Oh, we would love to see a back-to-back first here in PMSL America, especially on the first year that we're doing PMSL Americas as well. You can see 5.6 elims, 1,200 damage per game. Usually, if a team even gets over 1,000, we used to be happy. Now, for this team to be able to average that every single game, that is just absolutely ridiculous. I would like to see what this team is going to end up doing when we get to the bonus points. I know today is not going to be a bonus point.
That's right.
But I'm just so happy at what this team was able to do last week, being able to rack up 68 bonus points. If they can do that again here today, boy, I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to have them again in the first place after week 2.
Yeah, well, they should stay there, but they've got a lot of teams trying to catch up to them, Enigma. When we talk about Group B on Monday, the point spread was at least they had a lead 46 points over second place and 89 points over that of 5th place. Going into today, though, it's a lot closer. Second place Enigma is just 22 points away from Team Liquid, and then you have 5th at 65 points. But the big point spread that I want to talk about is 1 through 4th. From Team Liquid's position down to Alpha7, only 39 points separate them.
Yeah, and it really just shows who's able to accumulate all those elimination points early on. We're seeing the lowest there in that top 4 categories, 143 on, of course, Alpha7, who just won EWC and finished 2nd place last split. And for the most part, obviously, Team Liquid, we got to call them out too. The first 2 days from that squad was really nothing to be happy about. They were able to come back, though, on those last 3 days of week 1 and be able to finish out in first, thankfully. And obviously, you know, we go down the list a little bit further, and this kind of brings up that bonus points discussion, Taylor, of Team Queso. They started off so strong, and unfortunately, with that bonus point category, They have the lowest out of all top 8, sitting with 22 total.
Yeah, which is disappointing, 7, because Team Queso, like Enigma said, they started off at least week number 1, day 1 through 3, just absolutely on fire. We were talking about the team that looking like reminiscent of the old Team Queso rosters, and then all of a sudden they just pump the brakes, no gas, and it seems like they're going nowhere.
We'll see. I mean, the first 2 games you mentioned in day 1 of week 1, they absolutely popped off in regards to eliminations. But I kind of want to shift a little bit here to X Factor. I still feel like X Factor, man, as much as I'm such an NA fanboy, I feel like they're just such a big outlier here, and it's due to those bonus points. That team was able to get 51 bonus points.
Yes.
But if you go over to those placement points and you see everybody else, their bonus points, their placement points just stands out so much. They only have 35. This team, definitely Enigma. I feel like they need to narrow down those placement points.
Yeah, it just seems like every sort of NA team on this sort of lobby right now is just struggling to make it in the late game. And we see, those moments of brilliance, whether it's Havoc or some other people on those rosters even making wakes. And it's just, I mean, even Inco Gaming, we're talking 44 placement points. These teams are really struggling in the NA side of things of kind of finding their mark in these lobbies.
Oh, 7, I wish you wouldn't have pointed out X Factor's placement points. I just realized they have the lowest placement points out of all 16 teams. They're in dead last, but the good news is they sit in 7th place, right? So they're slaying out, but like you said, 7, if they could just get a little bit further right in the zones, they'll be just fine. Speaking of which, let's see if they can do it. Game number 1, we're heading into Erangel. Let's see how it's all going to unfold. 7, Enigma, take it away.
X Factor, it's time to get those placement points here in week number 2. That's mostly what I'm going to be focusing on. And we mentioned it earlier too, Enigma. We're not going to be doing bonus points. Bonus points are actually going to start tomorrow, so we'll have to wait for that. Yeah. But I'm intrigued to see if we're going to be seeing any changes from some of the other teams, right? Something that we actually saw in that overall was intense game. And also Latin Kings. Man, Latin Kings had an absolutely horrible bonus points with just 10 bonus points to their name.
Yeah, I mean, 10 is not something you want. I thought Team Queso was doing bad with 22, but when you pointed out, some of these squads just really aren't able to find their mark in these lobbies, and especially coming after you. Obviously, we had played this Monday just now to have that replacement day, but these squads were coming into week 2. You're able to finally see how you ended up on the leaderboard, 7, and a lot of these teams, especially if you're in that bottom 8 category, you really got to shake things up in your strategy, because coming out of week 1 with having such a big point gap from that, I guess you could say top 8 to even first, is a little bit too large for a lot of teams' likings. You're going to have to start making wake in some of these plays. But something that really is a shocker, 7, is with the flame path. This might be the zone for a lot of teams because of the shift. Not a lot of these squads are actually going to be in it.
Talk about a circle, talk about a plane path, talk a way to start here week number 2, because boy, that is something serious that we're going to be looking at. So many teams are going to be trying to shift, and one thing that I do kind of have to point out right away that I'm enjoying here, Enigma, is that Alpha7, I feel like they have finally decided to just concede that drop in Lipovka towards X Factor. They were like, you know what, it's just not worth it. In the long term, they know it's not worth it. They know they're not going to get anything about this. They probably have more to lose than X Factor does at this point. So it's good to see that hot drop, at least here in Erangel, in the first match, is not going to be happening.
Yeah, Alpha7's not going to tunnel vision on X Factor. They're going to say, hey, we got to worry about the likes of Team Liquid, Influence Rage, Twisted Minds, who are just above them on the leaderboard even, and being like, hey, we were 2nd place last, but we have already had a 50-point gap essentially between them and 1st place. That's the team that they were wanting to go against, 7, and Alpha7's needing to make sure that they're not going to focus solely on X Factor. But these squads, though, obviously we were talking about Team Queso earlier on. I'm glad we have them up on the screen here, because this team, I mean, man, the end of first week 1 was really kind of a sad story for Team Queso. This squad had such a strong start, and ultimately when it came to that bonus points even, they just could never find their mark in those matches.
Enigma, are my eyes looking correct here? Do I see is that right? Does it say match bonus there on the bottom left? Because just for a little bit of context, we're feeling generous here at PUBG Mobile Esports. We know you guys had like 2 days off, without any action. We're like, we'll give you an extra match here. And this match is just to make up for some of the issues that were happening in the venue last week. That's why we're going to be providing this next match here. So today in total, we should be having 7 matches, which, boy, I'm ready. And if it continues to be like the matches that we saw last week, oh boy, are we in for a treat, because there was a lot of great action happening last week.
Yeah, week one was just a star stellar performance out of a lot of teams. And one team that's already making the most of it is going to be Influence Rage, picking off a solo player of VIP Esports. This team, I mean, man, if you're giving some of these squads, especially Team Liquid or Influence Rage, if you're giving them an extra game 7, especially today, I'm really kind of feeling sorry for some other squads. Man, I mean, you got to go against some of these big guns in here and being like, man, we got to do this a 7th time today.
You know what? If you're one of the bottom teams, if you're like IG, if you're Latin Kings, if you're VIP, I'm all for it right now. I'm looking to test out possibly what we've been working on those 2 days off. Because boy, if there was any other teams that needed to definitely work on some stuff, I feel like it's definitely those last 3. And at some point here throughout this whole show, you'll hear me kind of become a little bit more nitpicky to some teams that I feel like they are gonna end up being a PMGC, or that at least in my mind I have them going to PMGC. But for those 3 teams at the bottom, I mean, might as well just try something new, because whatever you did week 1 and it didn't even work out during the bonus points either, I think it might be time to switch it up.
Yeah, I mean, whether that's on the coach or if you don't have a coach or manager, IGL even, you got to be able to kind of swallow that pill and say, hey, you know, we fumbled week 1. We did horrible. And with 3 weeks remaining, you got to kind of come in to these matches and being like, you know, we got to really start going for those elimination points, because it's not like we're playing the olden days. We're dropping 1,000 damage, only getting 3 or 4 eliminations with a win was all the points. Now we're talking, you got to be getting 8, 10, 12, 15 eliminations in a match if you're wanting to really shake up that leaderboard with the placements. And some of these squads, I think, really are just still too afraid to take some of these earlier engagements, even later engagements in the lobby. They play too much for that positioning. And for the most part, some of these teams, it's just, especially when I look at that leaderboard, like you said, intense game, man. They were that 4th team that qualified through our NA qualifier. I believe it was Extreme Ice as their tag before getting picked up by this organization. And I mean, they had a lot of promising signs, a lot of great gunners from our region, but just seems like they're not able to kind of get a feel of the land in this Americas lobby. And that's kind of the struggle. If you're a new team, you got to get used and adapt and overcome these challenges. And with it being 4 weeks, these other teams, they're not going to wait around for you.
And I think like that's what makes champions, right? And whenever we talk about champions, we want to be able to see teams adjust on the fly. And especially last week when we got a chance to cast together, I saw it right away from some teams. I saw it right away from Alpha7, and that is why Alpha7 is the PMWC champion, because it didn't take them a whole week. It didn't take them days. It literally took them just a couple matches to realize, okay, you know what? This is not going to be the play, whether it was on the hot drop, whether it was a certain rotation, or whether it was something that I actually saw that I enjoyed during Monday's games. And that is that they were letting Mafioso be that anchor player. They were starting to play that 3-1 role that we see in the past, especially that worked out so well for that team. Mafioso being able to even get those angles. And whenever it didn't even work out in their favor, whenever he did got caught off guard, it would be enough just to distract the enemies to allow his team to push up. I also got to give some credit to McGrillen. My boy came up clutch in some of those matches, being able to revive his teammate, and on top of that, just clutching extra points for that team and allowing them to be in the top 4. Now, we didn't really get a chance to go through all this at the beginning of the show because we were just so eager to get into the games here. But I know you wanted to mention something about PMGC points. I know you had something in your mind about them, especially for NA, since it's so close.
Yeah, and since we're the English broadcast, I want to really kind of just lay it into the viewers right now, because we're in a bit of a moot point. Is currently with the standings for PMGC points before this tournament, Inco Gaming was sitting at 735 total points for PMGC, with X Factor being the next team. They're sitting at 555 total. That's a 180 point difference, Seven Worlds. And what I'm getting at is, if you were to be one of those teams to make it to PMGC, not only can you finish top 5, but if you're the top performing total PMGC point squad, you will get a slot into PMGC. And for NA, we're really looking at those 2 teams competing against each other, because X Factor currently have over 50 point lead on this Inco Gaming squad after just week 1. So if they're able to replicate that and have that 50 point gap, I guess you could say, spread after each week, they would be now the NA team representing us after this tournament. And for the most part, if you're Inco Gaming, obviously you bring in those Titan Gaming players, you bring some over from the Brazil side. If you were to really fumble your PMGC ticket out of just 4 weeks of play, I mean, it's never going to sit well for the players.
Oh, for sure. And you heard me being a little bit tougher there to the bottom 3 teams. And I feel like for Inco, they had a bit of a mulligan week 1 because of what you just mentioned. It is a mixed up of a roster, right? It is a roster that really hasn't been able to play together for that long. A weekend, it might not be enough time, but it is enough time at least to kind of have an idea of what your teammates are going to be doing in certain situations, especially with teammates that you haven't played before. You can practice as much as you like on scrims, and I know people take scrims very serious at times, but it's not going to be the same as when you are actually in the tournament, when the lights are flashing in your eyes because they are currently at a LAN event and they're playing with people that they haven't played before, and now they're having to play right next to them. How are the comms going to be? How is everything going to be between those teams? As we're seeing Team Queso destroy Little Boy. Oh, poor Little Boy. It's gonna be over for him. But going back to what I was saying with Inco, I want to see a much better performance out of them here in week number 2. I feel like that mulligan week, that little first meet, first handshake between all of these teammates combining each other into what Inco Gaming is right now should be over, and I'm expecting to see them actually be a little bit better. Or if not, I guess we'll end up seeing what Inco Gaming is going to be this season.
Yeah, and for that squad, I mean, obviously have the likes of Juancho. We were a very big fan of it being Coach Juancho coming in, actually playing, I believe, during that 2nd or 3rd week of the last split, having inactive as well. And, you know, it's kind of this 2-2 thing. 2 players have played with each other. Gotta get the loot. Playing with each other before those 7, and they kind of bring in the pairs. And, you know, you really expect this squad after their performances, all 4 of these players, I guess you could say, having pretty decent performances in the last split without the points maybe reflecting it as much in the overall leaderboard. But this team, man, I mean, it's the PMGC points I can't stress enough, because if you're not performing well this tournament, you still got to be close enough to the next NA competition to qualify yourself, because maybe, it's a bad tournament. But in my opinion, as an NA fan, previous competitor, and now obviously caster, I'm wanting a team that goes to PMGC, especially for NA, that's feeling strong near the end of the year. I'm not wanting it near the start. I want the team at least to be feeling hot, and obviously X Factor with Havlik, the new player on that squad, really feeling himself out. He's actually currently ranked 15-7 on the overall leaderboards in the lobby. So X Factor, they're having at least one star seller player. The rest of the squad is having moments of brilliance too. And comparing that to Inco, I'd much rather be having that squad over them in PMGC.
Yeah, and I totally agree with you in regards to that. We want to see a team that's going to be going to PMGC, and it's actually going to put up a good performance for Renee. It's not going to be just a shot in the dark. So like, okay, this team performed kind of well here in this week, and then on this other week, and then after that, we don't really see any. Because I feel like we have seen that over and over again, especially when it comes down to NA. I don't want to see that, okay? I want a completely different switch from all of that, because I'm telling you, man, I'm tired of getting bullied by Jason, by Max, man. Every single time they're telling me, NA who, and I'm over there just nodding my head.
Come on, man, just you wait. And it's the next year, just you wait. Oh, man.
It's been 87 years. We're still waiting for an NA team to actually do something good. We'll see, though. There's some promising teams here and there. And I think something that Hot Jukes was able to mention in the past, too, as we're just kind of waiting for some of these teams to get into the action. Ooh, intense game, not remakes. They're getting kind of knocked off. We didn't get a chance to see it, but we did see it in the elimination feed. But we just want to see a good representative out of NA. We want to be able to see somebody that's actually going to put up a good performance. As we have Poppy Sour, I've been looking at some of his live streams on TikTok. Poppy Sour somehow being able to survive there. All the shots that he was taking from VIP.
Yeah, but it doesn't seem like it's going to do him good any much, because Remix, Guapo, Ayuya, they're all eliminated. 7, it's just him. Intense game. They're going to be the first squad eliminated in this bonus match on the day. And I mean, VIP Esports, they did lose that player early on, but it didn't seem like this is going to affect them too much. He's actually coming back, maybe trying to go for the fight. I think Guapo is giving the comms that one of them is knocked. So, Poppy Sour, this is your moment. You got to go big here. Big nade! What? The blind throw, I think, 7. Now we're down to a 1v1.
It is a 1v1. He's going to try to heal up. He's going to have TPP to his advantage. There goes his teammate. He's going to have to take this fight. Can Poppy Sour clutch up this fight between himself and the last player from VIP? And he needs to be careful. Hopefully one of these nades is going to be able to hit, because his teammate is going to be end up getting revived there from VIP. Here's comes the shotgun. Shot. No! Luckily for Poppy Sour, you know what? You were able to save face. You were able to clutch up at least one elimination point right there. But oh boy, what could have been right there? What an amazing highlight would that have been if Poppy Sour would have actually been able to clutch that up?
Yeah, I mean, blind nade through the smoke. He was able to get the re-knock and a second knock on the player getting the revive. Unfortunately, though, choosing to go for that thirst, Cunha had free shots on him, but now we're talking about free shots. Influence Rage, they lost 2 players early on to the Team Queso fight. They're now driving up on AGG, and I mean, look at this. The squad, even as a duo, still trying to find their mark in this lobby. AGG now, I mean, it looks like their other 2 players are in the compound, but if you're losing players like this, especially in a circle such as around this Milta area, you're really going to be feeling the pressure. Another one for the Influence Rage squad. This squad, man, I mean, even with their poorer performances in the games, they're still able to pick up a few eliminations each match.
They are. They definitely are. And I'm looking at some of the fights that are currently going on towards these. Oh, my goodness. Team Liquid. You couldn't have asked for anything better. Literally centers down is straight where you're at, and you're currently straight down the center of the map too. I was looking at X Factor and Alpha7. It seemed like they were actually wanting to engage a little bit more in a fight. But now that we've seen the circle shift, I think Alpha7 is going to do the smart thing here and just focus a little bit more towards the later, as they were able to pick up McGrillen, if I'm not mistaken. That's who was knocked earlier. Here we go, Inco. A team that definitely needs the points, just rushing in into Twisted Minds. Twisted Mind is currently a good team too. Remember, they were able to put up such great points last week, especially during Sunday. And Inco looking like they're going to be able to win this fight. They are going to end up losing some players, though, I feel like.
I mean, it's going to be at least one of them getting thirsted. Vitalia, I don't think you can go for the reset, but having 3 players up, they're right next to Team Liquid, who is center. This isn't too bad of a position, but there's vehicles still driving by. Wait a second. Watch it getting knocked upstairs. Everyone's actually angling them through the windows here. Unfortunately, though,
What are you going to send it?
They've
been aggressive. They've been really aggressive.
No, they're not. They're turning away 7. That would have been disastrous for Inco Gaming, but I mean, if you're Inco now, if you're able to get those resets off, a trio in that little wizard tower isn't too bad of a spot. But all these teams, man, I mean, look at this. They're trying to find their way on this hillside. It's just everyone else has the same idea. Furia now trying to be the gatekeepers on this north side. Latin Kings, this is the team you were talking about earlier, 7. Really struggling in that week 1 performance. And for this extra match play today, hopefully they're able to kind of work their way in.
Yeah, I think that's one of those teams that are looking to secure some extra points there. By the way, it was interesting earlier to see VIP there in intense game. 2 teams that are currently towards the bottom 3, fighting each other out, kind of messing up the gameplay for each other later on into. And I wonder, I'll have to go back and look, but I wonder how much these teams have fought, because we know that as more time goes on, as more teams start looking at VAR review and doing all that stuff, some of these teams are going to start looking to possibly trap or just set themselves up for a rotation that a team might do, because they'll recognize a circle. And it doesn't have to be the exact same circle. It can be somewhat near it in this position, let's say, and it happens in 2 days again, and they'll be like, okay, this team, from what we saw in our VAR review, they were able to do this. You know what? Let's see if we can possibly try to set up a trap. And if it's one of those bottom teams, I mean, they might be thinking free points too.
Yeah, I mean, you got to be looking for it, especially maybe on bonus point days. If you could set yourself up, we'll play edge position. We saw it on week 1. With Inco Gaming kind of forcing their fights every single time on a Team Queso on Miramar. These teams, you know, especially even after the first day or 2, they're starting to kind of find themselves, hey, you know, we should look to exploit this team. This team maybe just plays the same spot over and over. We're not afraid to take that 4v4. And unfortunately, while this stuff was happening, Twisted Minds getting eliminated. They're actually the 3rd place team currently, leaving the door open for the likes of Alpha7 to potentially pass them up. But today, especially today, even after all the matches, you're going to be looking at leaderboard and saying, hey, man, we got to deal with another week of bonus points after this. And if you're not feeling yourself, even if it's just one player, we can see just how detrimental it is. And one team that's needing these points right now is NRG. They're actually forcing this fight on the Latin King spec. Spearheading it a bit, not finding the player just yet, but he drives into the open, misses the run over on spec, strafing it out on the buggy. Spec.
Wow.
I mean, he got knocked, but it's just like you're having to make your moves still. Everyone's shooting you 7. Or who hits the shots first, but they're going for Casper. He's not able to rat it out down to just spec, and Anderson, we used that before, but the 1v2 down to a 1v1 now, and the smoke play 7 spec is feeling himself on match 1.
I'm loving what I'm seeing about Spec here. And this is not just now. I got to give some props to Spec too, because he was able to clutch up great points for his team on Monday. He was able to clutch up in the last match, extra 2 points, extra 2 placement points too. I think he was able to clutch up somewhere along the lines of being a top 3 in the first match as well. So Spec being able to put up great numbers for his team, but now he's going to have to hold up another fight, as he's going to be having some more teams coming up against him. If I'm not mistaken, this is going to be the Vicious Casper now. He's going to be the last one standing. You can see Spec currently knocked there with 3 eliminations. Casper's going to get spotted. Is he going to be able to somehow survive this? A team that definitely needs the points right now. NRG sitting at 5 eliminations, but they're not going to be able to get any placement points as they get knocked out here. Taking a little bit too long earlier with the fight that happened. And you know what? The Vicious says, we'll take care of that. We'll come in third party this fight and secure some extra points for ourselves.
Yeah, I mean, just a nice play from the Vicious, recognizing, hey, you know, there was 3 players knocked there on the edge, only down to just Spec at that point. And even though Spec got the reset off, it's kind of all for not having those eliminations, because you get 0 placement points. You have a teammate that has that clutch factor, but never really able to get his feet kind of stabilized on the ground. NRG, man, I mean, we're seeing the plays. Unfortunately, it's just we're not giving ourselves enough breathing room, I think, after we make these decisions. And these squads now, I mean, a lot of them are starting to take the casualties. I'm not even really too sure if it's this Zone 7. A lot of it's been these early game engagements these teams are taking. And one team that still is kind of making these strides themselves is going to be X Factor. They're currently on the eastern side of Zone here. 4 players up still, and no one really kind of next to them. They're kind of vibing over here.
I don't mind this play by X Factor, to be completely honest. We saw earlier what was going to happen between them and Alpha7, as now we're going to be switching over to Alpha7 and Furia. You can see there, Rebel being able to knock one of the players, Kayovsky from Furia, the player that actually had the least eliminations for his team. Everybody else from Furia on the first week was over 30 eliminations, and Kayovsky was the only one with 22. Agusta almost being able to clutch up some shots there on Rebel. Not long enough, not accurate enough to actually being able to knock him. And now they're going to be working with the disadvantage here of 4v3. If one of these nades can knock, can definitely turn the whole table around, as they're so close, but it doesn't end up knocking out one of the Alpha7 players.
Yeah, it looks like Revo was able to get the heal off as well. Kayowski getting thirsted out in this squad. I mean, Furia, I was really feeling Agusta's position, but now he's the one getting focused. The Vicious actually might be able to spot him in the backside. Furia had an opening potentially to take out Alpha7, but the defense on this mountainside is just too strong. And I'm kind of liking this play. If Furia can maybe get back down to the compound 7, they could potentially wait for this third party to come in. Alpha7, though, they're angling out. Look at this. One of the players actually drove to this eastern side of Artusan, trying to just spot him out on the logs or even the building. We could see the map play itself. A lot of these teams, they're actually not even going to be in this next circle. So this fight's going to have to happen now. And if you're Furia, you know, you have your back closer to the zone, but you're a 3-man. You got to look for this fight. And if you're going to give the opening almost on the ridgeline, it's not going to be a good feeling going against the squad of Alpha7.
And good to see from Furia is just currently pretty much deadlocked. He's not going to be able to move anywhere. He's going to have the Alpha7 players right on top of him. On top of that, he had the Vicious players kind of overlooking to see if maybe they could get an angle on him. But right now, Alpha7 needs to figure out what they're going to be able to do here. And I mean, we've seen Alpha7 being able to do this before. There you go. There come the smokes. There comes the shotguns. And now Alpha7 is going to try to turn it up a little bit more here and see if they can maybe bridge into this circle. Furia, being an aggressor team, they're only going to be sitting now with 2 players. And the crazy part is that they currently have 0 eliminations here. If this team was to get eliminated, not how you would want to start week 2, considering what they were able to do during bonus points. They were very, very lackluster. Here we go. Opposite. Oh my God, the shots right there from Arturos and being able to clutch up. Is he going to be able to clutch up here on the last fight, on the 1v1 that he's going to be having against the Alpha7 player? Shotguns, everything coming their way, and he is. Oh wait, there's still Rebel. I didn't even notice, but you know what? Rebel gets taken care of as well. Furia, there you go. That's more like it. 2 players, it doesn't matter. They're able to take on 3 players. And the Vicious, not the Vicious, more like the third-party team this first game, because they're looking to third-party that fight as well between Furia and Alpha7 now that it's all said and done.
Yeah, I mean, they were the squad that did it against NRG. Now they're coming in. Hey, this is another 2 free eliminations for us in the Vicious. They haven't had any players knocked, and it's not going to be anything happening either. David finding the nade for the squad, and even though they're down to a trio 7, they still have vehicles. They still have time to work with to get into this next circle. A lot of these squads that we just saw earlier, I believe it was Team Queso struggling to get it on the south side. These teams right now, the edge spawn is where everyone wants to play. Unfortunately, you're going to be taking casualties because of it.
I think a team that we were talking about earlier might have ended up playing out this perfectly, and that's going to be X Factors. Right now, they don't really have to worry about anybody. They have 4 players. They're just letting everybody fight it out, and now they're starting to secure those placement points too, which has been the biggest critic. As you can see there, Colgo getting knocked from 9C, and a team that was able to clutch up a lot of points. Team Liquid hasn't really had to do much throughout this whole game. Are they going to be able to stop Inactive here from an Inco? Inco Inactive just truly taking care of everybody. Oh, not enough though. But he was able to at least cause some panic there for Team Liquid, forcing Team Liquid to finally get into an action. And the Vicious, look who it is again, Enigma. Not only 1 third party, not only 2 third parties, make it 3 for the Vicious. Are they're trying to get into the fight here with Team Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, the third-party Kings right now, Team Liquid, though, looks like they're going to be able to get a reset off just in time, at least on 1 player. But the utility usage, it's starting to tick them down, 7. The softening them up. We see Chief almost getting knocked, I think, to a vertical nade, though. Like
the Vicious actually ended up knocking themselves.
I think these mollies might actually be better than nades here, 7, because if you have smokes down, you're not going to be able to see it. And we're seeing right now, even on other parts of the map. Oh man. The damage is just speaking volumes right now. But they're in zone here, 7. This is just going to be a straight up fight on the building. No having to worry about the blue zone. And the Vicious, he almost runs into the nade. The molly might actually tick him down, but they get the trade-off.
Honestly, those Molotovs from Team Liquid have been absolutely amazing because they've been able to stop that push there from the Vicious. They were able to recover at least 2 of the players that were knocked. If not, this would have been a completely different story for Team Liquid. They would have probably been already eliminated. And for them to be able to just keep on throwing those mollies, they don't have another way up. So great chokehold there. And here we go. Team Liquid, Chief, being able to find 1 DBS, it doesn't matter. He had the angle on you first, and he's going to be able to get that knock and confirm it into an elimination as well. And now the Vicious, the team that looked like it was going to be third party in Team Liquid, it doesn't look like that anymore. The tables have turned, and you know what? If I'm X Factor, I'm starting to set myself up here because these 2 teams are just so focused on themselves. X Factor being the last team alive out of the top 3, they should be able to get great angles to come and just secure this win once this fight's done.
Yeah, it's just a matter of Team Liquid can somehow have just a clean wipe on it. They could maybe turn their sights to X Factor, but the Vicious, they're just getting eliminated 1 by 1 on the stairwell. Chief really bringing in the rain, I guess you could say, with this S12K. And now we're talking about X Factor. They've set up their web around it. The building's going to have to come through. Unfortunately, though, the Vicious getting eliminated, but not without getting at least 1, actually getting a thirst as well. So Team Liquid down to a solo, and oh man, look at the utility from X Factor, just going for everyone. It's a 1v4 situation here, 7, and X Factor with the winner chicken dinner to finish off the day, I guess you could say, for last week, coming in on top.
My biggest criticism for this team was, can they actually start improving on those placement points? They said, 7, we heard what you've been saying on Sunday, and we want to be able to shut you up because we were able to do just so great. Guess what? They come out here, get that chicken dinner, secure those 10 placement points, and on top of that, those eliminations. Ooh, let's go, NA.
Hey, I'm happy. Look, lit the candle. You wore the shirt. And NA's on top, okay? Look, it's not a coincidence, I'm telling you, man. Look at that, baby. We light the candle early on for North America. X Factor making it happen. Good on them. Coming into today, you know, we talked about them, right? How well would they be able to do? Could they make it back into top 5? Will they finish top 5? Well, we still got a long time until we have the answer to that question. But from 7th place, they still had a little bit of a gap, right? 7 to clear because X Factor was sitting at 203 at the start of the day. Team Queso was above them at 240. This is definitely a help. What do we owe X Factor's success to? What did they do well during this bonus game, the last game of week number 1?
I mean, it has to do with them deciding not to fully commit to the fight there. Not only just a hot drop. Luckily for them, Alpha7, as I was mentioning, they decided just to back off from the hot drop, which the playing path would have actually allowed it. But then during this fight, early in, I think it was maybe circle 5. I'm not quite sure what circle it was. But we saw X Factor starting to take some shots there to Alpha7. They got a knock, but they decided to not push it, and they decided to just play patiently and play the actual end of the game, and it worked out wonders. Enigma, they just had to sit back, relax, and on the last fight, the other team wasn't even worried about them. They were able to just set themselves up to come and just clean it up.
Yeah, and for that squad, I think the biggest criticism in my eyes has got to be they take some of these fights maybe that are just not worth it, and ultimately at the end there, they recognize on that eastern side, we calmed about it in terms of that hillside was completely theirs for the taking. They farmed out the teams that had to come out of that southern, I guess, POA, I believe it was Milta. That team, I mean, they're really starting to find themselves a good, whether it's an IGL presence or just working as a team, and it's allowing them to set themselves up for these late game engagements. And I mean, we even saw in the player cam, Baton standing up. He looks kind of like the hype man in that squad, and I think you always need someone like that in the team.
Without a doubt. The Vicious, though, is a big surprise to me. Week 1, we talked about them a little bit, 7. Week 2, though, I feel like we're going to be talking a lot more about this roster. They get 3rd place with 5 eliminations, which isn't the most massive game. But if you piggyback off of their Monday's games, where they end up winning on Sanhok with 9 eliminations. They win on Miramar with 7 eliminations, and now they get 3rd place on Erangel. They've hit all 3 maps. They've managed to at least have a great placing in each of the 3 maps, which makes them, to me, an all-around great team. This is a roster I feel we're going to be seeing in the top 5 sooner rather than later.
Oh, I'm with you. I'm with you. I mean, they're starting to finally be aggressive, and I'm so glad that you mentioned that fight that happened Monday too in Sanhok, because they were not supposed to win that match. They were actually at a big disadvantage. I think it was a 2v3, and somehow they were able to clutch it up. So the aggressiveness, we talked about this on Sunday too, boys. We said, how can you stop aggressive teams from just completely running over you? Just do what the Vicious did here and just be the first team to actually be aggressive. Take the fight to those teams and trust that all that homework that you have done, all the practice, yes, we're talking about practice that you have done, is going to come into play and is actually going to be able to excel and show your skills here, as we were able to see for that team.
A lot of heavy hitters on this second page, not having the best of bonus games, right? But granted, there's 7 maps today, not just 6. Alpha7, they're in 9th with 2 total points. Influence Rage, another team that did incredibly well, managed to close the gap between them and Team Liquid after the Monday's games. They will also finish on the second page. We take a look at overall rankings. Enigma, Team Liquid still leads, no surprise there. But that gap right from 2nd down to 4th is still getting closer than ever.
Yeah, and I mean, for the most part, obviously, Influence Rage only getting a few eliminations. That last match is not going to help them trying to separate themselves from the pack. And Alpha7, yeah, they've passed up Twisted Minds really on the leaderboard, but they're equal in points. Both of those teams have been having pretty good performances for the most part throughout the tournament. Obviously, we're coming now into the fresh week of week 2. My eyes are going to be set on Furia. Of course, they finished strong last week with their placements. I believe finishing the last 2 matches on Monday, having both wins. And then obviously Team Queso, that's kind of the other side of the coin of they started off strong on week 1, but they've started to slow down a lot.
Slowed down quite a bit. Team Queso, though, they do have a good game 1 today, which is great for them, right? 5th place, 8 eliminations. That's going to help out a little bit. But yeah, 7, my eyes have to be on 7 and 8. X Factor and the Vicious, those 2 rosters, in my opinion, are the most exciting on page 1.
It is. You know what? You can't see me right now, but I'm dancing, baby. I just look at those placement points, all right? Not 35, it's 45 now.
That's right.
That's what I want to see, X Factor, but please don't only let it be just this game, all right? Please follow it up with consistent placement points, because we know you guys are able to frag out, boys. You guys have 127 elimination points for a reason. And then I'm going to be looking at some of the other teams here. I mean, 9C, this team was able to take full advantage out of their bonus points. And this is why they had such a big push here on this leaderboard. But for a lot of these teams, I feel like, please don't repeat what you did week 1, because if not, the gap is just going to be bigger and bigger. I'm looking at the bottom 3.
Oh, without a doubt. An intense game, first and foremost, have definitely had their struggles. TKSX Navy, big surprise there. You know, they definitely had some time to shine, Enigma, but it seems like they kind of fizzled out, especially now being in 15th. And then the biggest surprise in the bottom 3, VIP Esports. Remember last week, Enigma, we were hyping up VIP.
Yeah.
We were thinking they were going to be an incredible team. We were actually very surprised at how well they were performing. Now they sit in 13th place. It seems as if something has gone wrong from day 3 to now day 6.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, it's just maybe other teams realizing how to exploit you in some of these matches. That squad, it just seems like every engagement they take now after that 3rd day, like you said, they're the ones losing the first player. And a lot of teams struggle when they're at the player disadvantage. They're not the likes of Team Liquid, Alpha7, where you could see someone step up and hit a 1v3, 1v2, even maybe 1v4 if we're able to see it so far in this tournament. So VIP Esports, I think their struggle right now is being able to kind of find themselves together as a squad later into these matches. But that could be said for all those bottom 8 teams.
You know, surprising thing, and last thing I'll say about VIP, their placement points honestly isn't too bad compared to some of the bottom teams, right? So where they do struggle is where a lot of other teams aren't struggling, and that's eliminations. They're just not winning their fights. So that's definitely one of the downfalls for VIP Esports. We'll see. Obviously, they can clean it up. But bonus game of the day has concluded. We treated that as the final game of week number 1, and now moving forward, we've got 6 regular games to follow. Coming up next is going to be map number 1, which is Erangel. It's going to be a lot of fun. We'll see if X Factor can follow it up with another winner chicken dinner. That'll be big news for them. And the placement points we wanted to see rise up, well, they could have their answer for us today. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, map 1 Erangel coming your way.
Puxa, pega da direita. Bora. Pega da direita. Caiu, velho. Desculpa, já chega. Chega disso, chega, eu tentando This is how we train, and you know the story. Anyone can be the one. We know it, you know it. Play Ultimate Royale. We are waiting for you.
And welcome back, everyone, to the 2024 PMSL America's Fall Season, day number 6. Our bonus game of the day has concluded. Now, week 1 has officially been written in the books. Now, the question is, how will the next 6 games go? Well, we're about to hop into map number 1, which will be Erangel, the normal start of our 1 through 6 games of the day. I'm your host, Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by the wonderful 7 as well as Enigma. That game number 1 was lightning fast, 7. Lightning fast. The teams were not holding back. Now, I don't know if they did that because it's like, it's a bonus game, we have nothing to lose, let's go for it, or if week 2, that's just setting the pace, right? Maybe we're in for a big treat. These teams, they're not playing around.
I don't mind it. Maybe they're more certain of what they want to do with the push. Maybe there's no hesitation like we saw to some teams on Sunday and on Monday too, and on pretty much week 1. There was just some teams hesitating a little bit too much.
Sure.
Here, we saw a push. They committed to it. I mean, the Vicious. The Vicious 3 third parties? Who is this team? I was not expecting that one bit. I thought it was going to be a completely different team, but every single time I kept seeing the Vicious, I'm like, okay, all right, I see you. Keep it going, please.
Yeah, they've been the biggest surprise to me, man, because the Vicious wasn't a talking point really throughout week 1, as opposed to the final day. Again, getting those 2 winner chicken dinners, now all of a sudden they get 3rd place. They are looking scary, but that's what this whole season, or at least this fall season's been about, Enigma. It's been about teams rising up to the occasion. You know, again, last season was all Team Liquid, Alpha7. That's all we could talk about. This season, it's been a great mix of all 16 teams just all of a sudden popping up out of nowhere.
Yeah, and I think, too, it's just going to be that sort of refresh start after each week, because these squads right now, they're going to come in and be like, hey, you know, week 1, we made these mistakes. Let's really try to pinpoint it at the start of week 2, like these squads like the Vicious may be feeling, hey, we could be looking for more third parties. And in that last game, they went 2 for 3. Obviously, they were pretty close with Team Liquid, but like 7 and I were kind of looking at that squad. I mean, if Team Liquid's got 8 mollies, what are you really going to do in terms of pushing after a nade knock? So
that's true.
The Vicious trying to pick up the points, but really, you know, 2 for 3, I think that's pretty good if you were working on that.
Yeah, not bad at all, dude. Come on, you're absolutely slaying it out. And the good news is we go back into an Erangel where the Vicious just performed very well. Of course, that of X Factor, which Enigma, back at you. X Factor. Big talking point, right? We talked about Havlik coming into the mix. How would he perform? He's got some big shoes to fill of stars. Currently, right now, he's, I believe, number 6 or 15, I think it is. But either way, 36 eliminations. He's the top slayer for this roster. He's been tearing it up. Now, one member I would like to step it up is FSS. He currently sits at the bottom of his roster in terms of eliminations. But overall, this X Factor roster, I think they can give a lot to Havlik, man. He stepped it up tremendously.
And I mean, if you have someone like Havlik on your team, especially if he's the one popping off, all those doubts and worries you have from that squad is going to kind of be brushed to the side. And X Factor, hopefully they're kind of able to keep this stride going to week 2, because we could see them going up towards that top 3.
I hope, I absolutely hope so, especially for Hot Chooks and Mustache Dave. They absolutely did not believe in North America. When I asked them, I said, X Factor, top 5, PMGC, they laughed. They said, absolutely not. But I still believe in my guys. We got the shirt, we got the candle, and X Factor, hey, they believe in themselves. Here it is, game number 1 of the day. We're hopping back into Erangel. Let's see how this one is about to unfold. 7 Enigma, take it away.
And X Factor, I'll start believing in you if you continue to clutch up displacement points like you were able to there in that bonus match. By the way, just to kind of give a little bit more insight of what Reflections was kind of hinting at in regards to FS not really being able to put up the same numbers as his teammate. He's currently sitting with, what, 23 eliminations? Meanwhile, Havlik is sitting at 30, Baton with 30. I mean, Havlik with 36, Baton with 30, and on top of that, Capri with 28. So you can see a bit of a disparity there. And as I was mentioning earlier, I mean, you had the Furia players, almost everybody over 30 eliminations as well. So it's good to see the X Factor is hitting the mark in regards to eliminations. But I feel like such a broken record. I'm just going to stop, Enigma. I'm just going to stop.
Yeah, I mean, it'll always be a broken record in some way, right, 7? A lot of these teams, they're able to kind of find that consistency early on. Obviously, we're starting to see Furia develop theirs. But for X Factor, man, I mean, if you're FSS, you know, at some point you're going to have to sit down with them and be like, hey, you know, we're needing a little bit more, like, individually from you. But if you feel like that's not really something you're worried too much about, then you can turn your eyes and be like, hey, you know, he's giving us the support maybe. Maybe he's helping a lot with the IGL comms, or just giving loot to his teammates, maybe if they're performing better. Because at the end of the day, if you're not feeling it, 7, and your teammate is the one that's actually putting up the numbers for your squad, why not try to put them in the best position, right? Why not be the one that's driving the vehicles for them, throwing smoke so they can keep shooting? And if, you know, your X factor, obviously we want to see a little bit more maybe in that placements, but like we saw in last game 7, the most you can go up is 10 per game on placement points, and luckily they were able to get all of those.
Unless unless you start doing stuff like this during bonus points, which I mean, we know that they're definitely capable of doing amazing things during bonus points. We just want to see a little bit more consistency here out of the NA teams. A team that we were kind of able to look a little bit in the last match was NRG, man. And I hinted at it a little bit there with Spec, what Spec's been able to do Monday and him being able to kind of clutch up some extra points for his team here. They just need to find an area where it's not just Spec. It's not just going to be him having to clutch up those points, because it's not just him. I mean, if I remember correctly, 24K has been able to actually put up great eliminations for his team. He's currently the leader for them with 29 eliminations. Spec currently sitting at 27. If we were calling out earlier FS, you know what, Fate, I'm so sorry, Fate, but I want to see a little bit more out of you, because Fate's currently just sitting with 19 eliminations. It's the only player in that roster with less than 20.
Yeah, I mean, if you're under the mark severely like that, almost looking at a 0.5, if he was at 15 eliminations in terms of a KD per match. And that's one of those teams where they don't even have a win, I believe, out of 31 matches already played coming out of week 1. This team, just like that last game, we see them take some of these fights. They win it in a lot of great ways, a lot of great fashions, I guess you could say, whether it's Spec or 24K or even Casper, you know, kind of showing up and clutching out a few 1v1s. But ultimately, right afterwards, they're not doing it in a spot that's really that favorable. The Vicious, like last game, they come in for the third party. This team, you know, some of those fights, if it's just one game you're having like that, 7, I think you're able to mentally brush it off. But it seems like with NRG, it's almost every other game where they choose to take a fight. Yeah, they win it, but they just can't come through and finish out in those placement spots.
Yeah, and I mean, for a team that's been able to get... Oh, Furia, don't get knocked here. Okay. Furia, not how you want to be able to start here the actual first match, I guess, of the day. If we don't end up counting there the bonus match on Erangel. But this is another team, man, that was a bit lackluster during their bonus point, because this team was able to, on the first 3 matches of their bonus point day, they averaged 14th place, only 2 eliminations. On the last 3, though, they were kind of able to save face a little bit in a way by averaging about a 4th place finish with 4 elims. But that's just not how I'm used to seeing them. I think maybe I got a little bit spoiled from this team, Enigma, because we did end up... I ended up casting them during possibly what could have been their best day on Sunday, when they were averaging a 5th place finish, and on top of that, they were being able to back it up with 7 eliminations. So we know they have that fragging power. We know they can do whatever it takes to maintain themselves within a top 5 and hopefully end up making it to PMGC. It just comes down to consistency, because you can't be doing so great on certain days, and then on the day that you're actually supposed to perform the best, which is your bonus point, you end up just not putting up the numbers that you're supposed to, especially if you want to be in the top 5, obviously.
Yeah, and I mean, top 5, we're talking, we can see it on the bottom left. They're right next to the PUBG Mobile Super League little banner in the bottom left. Day 6 out of 20, essentially. These teams need, even if they have that consistency like we want to see, we're talking it's only after this first week. We have yet to see all these other matches played, because we're talking 120 total. We've only played 31 total games. So these squads, you know, even if they are consistent right now, we've seen it. Anything can change, even during a week for some of these squads. Obviously, Team Queso comes to mind in that regard. And for the likes of it, you know, I really like the idea of Furia last split. When they came into week 2, they were kind of behind the 8 ball a bit. They were able to bring it back in week 2 after I'd kind of called them out. And this time around, you know, they're starting off pretty strong in the tournament standings. We can see on the right, they're top 5 currently. Obviously, there's a little bit of a point gap when it comes to them coming closer to that 3rd place spot. But for this team, man, I mean, it seems like for this squad especially, a lot of viewers, and especially myself, are fans of seeing the squad. Even if it's not them starting off strong, they're able to kind of come in and really improve more and more as the days goes on.
Yeah, and I think that's ultimately what makes that championship team right. We want to continue to see that improvement. We don't want to see any team kind of becoming a bit too stagnant or not really wanting to improve on their performances day by day. Actually, it's not even week by week; it's day by day, because you do have to make changes fairly on. And with that said, I mean, we're having a little bit of time here with Inco. We got a chance to talk about them earlier. We saw them being able to put up at least some points there, but what would be your expectation, man? Sorry, I'm having to put you on the spot here. For Inco, they're currently sitting in 11th place with 171 points. if you were an Inco game player, right? And I know you were a pro before, but I want you to just close your eyes, put yourself in that situation. You're in that team, okay?
Okay.
Where would you want to be at the end of week 2 in the leaderboard?
Week 2, it's got to be top 8. At least closing that gap in X Factor, because how X Factor is looking right now, unfortunately, right as I say that, they lose Havlik. But right as you're looking at X Factor, it seems like on the pace that they're going, they're maybe going to stay in that top 8 after week 2. And if you're the likes of Inco, like I had talked about earlier in game, or I guess you could say the bonus point game for today, at squad, I mean, you have that roughly 200-point gap. X Factor has already closed that by 50 points. If you're leaving it up for the other teams, especially after that last performance, being able to kind of pick it up, we could see it there. Oh, I mean, caught on rotation. It seemed like just ISO'd out. But if you're Inco Gaming, obviously you got to worry about your team's performance and stuff like that. But now you got to worry about one specific squad, and it's even from your own region, which feels a lot worse as, you know, an NA fan or, you know, viewer. But that's what it takes when you're in the competition. You got to realize, hey, you know, maybe if we're not performing as well as X Factor, we got to bring it in and say, hey, we got to start stepping our game up, or else we're not making it to PMGC.
True. And if you, for some reason, you do end up making it to PMGC, you don't want to be just in there because you barely edged it out, right? You kind of mentioned this earlier too. We want to make sure we have somebody that's actually going to put up a good performance, and we're not going to end up with paper bags over our heads, because we don't want to do that. I personally don't want to do that. With Inco, you mentioned being in the top 8. I mean, right now as we're standing, Inco's in 11th. You got the Vicious there in 8th place. Yeah, they're separated by about 38 points. I feel like it's doable for Inco. I definitely feel like it's doable. Obviously, the numbers are going to keep on switching. They're going to have to continue to perform well and outperform what the Vicious is doing. And with the way that the Vicious started off today, just being a little bit more aggressive, it might make it hard. And that's the thing, right? You don't want to take a little bit too long to start improving, because everybody else is going to continue to improve. Everybody wants to be in the top 5, whether they might not have the same amount as fan base as you, so they might not be as loud, whatever the case might be. But you know what is the case? Influence Rage getting into a fight here with VIP, a team that's been struggling, a team that definitely needs to start getting those points here earlier on in week number 2, and it's not looking like that, as now they currently have just one player standing, and Influence Rage is looking to close out this eliminations.
Yeah, just down to Myth. He's got the UMP out, but Influence Rage having to double up here, both of them with the DBS, so you just go for the trade. And look at this. Actually, he's throwing the nade initially, but a headshot, a little bit of a cheeky angle, actually finds it himself. Influence Rage, so look at this, the full send on the wall. He gets 2, maybe even honestly 3, but there's only so much in that clip. 7. Influence Rage picking up 4 free eliminations on VIP Esports, and for them, it looks like no one's going to be looking for the third party this match around on Erangel. And Influence Rage, man, I mean, they had one player that seemed just stopped immediately on rotation to take shots, and for them, I think that play kind of saved it for him, having 4 players left alive here.
Thought I was watching the Dukes of Hazzard there for a second with Influence Rage just coming in flying on that Dacia. All I saw was orange across my face. We have the Vicious and Alpha7 here currently having a bit of a stalemate. Ooh, okay. I'm taking a second here to look a little bit more at what's happening on with the map. We see NRG currently in Stalbert. They're kind of hoping that goalie was right with his prediction. By the way, goalie's one of our producers. Shout out to him. And he wants a Stalbert finish. We'll see if it happens. All right. You know what? I'm always down for a little bit of madness, especially earlier on the week. Oh, as Mafioso almost gets caught off guard. One thing that Mafioso has been able to try to improve throughout all the years that he has played, actually, is not to overextend. And I feel like it's something that he still needs to continue to perform on, because he finds a great play, especially as the anchor player for Alpha7. He finds a great spot, but for some reason, he tends to stay there a little bit too long. He tends to stay there. He tries to push his luck, and sometimes it ends up backfiring.
Yeah, but when it works out, you know, that squad's able to really rack up those eliminations. And if it's a squad like the Vicious, you know, we saw him win 2 out of 3 pushes in the last match on Erangel we just watched. But you're going against the likes of Alpha7. We saw it with them against Team Liquid. They fumbled hard in that fight, to be honest. And now if you're going against this kind of powerhouse of a team, you're able to get it going. But goalie's loving it right now, 7, because the zone shift goes up to Stalbert. Even almost that northern roadside on the edge of the map is going to be in. So all these teams that were kind of centered up on the south side of the mountain just above Yasnaya, they're going to have to start making the drive in.
They will have to make the drive in, and there's just going to be so many teams having to drive in. Oh no, Mafioso ends up getting knocked here, but Minor the Vicious, what a shot there that he was able to put up. Hopefully Alpha7 is going to be able to try to figure something out here, because this zone, you don't want to be down a man, especially for Alpha7. You don't want to create even more of a gap in regards to points. We saw Team Liquid earlier. Team Liquid, for the first time today at least, they're not going to be dead center of the match. So I'm actually intrigued to see how they're going to be able to make their way into the circle, and Davis is just taking shots at everybody. I'm loving the aggressiveness here that I'm seeing out of this team, but at some point you're gonna have to focus a little bit more too on what you're gonna want to do here with the circle, as now they're taking shots at Team Liquid. Anybody that drives by Enigma, they're just taking shots at them, and I'm all here for it.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like we're not able to see it from our spot, but on my map feed, no one else is on the south side. So if they can push everyone away 7, they're able to completely fan out on this ridge line just next to Alpha7. And I want to kind of stress just how important that knock and thirst on a Mafioso is, because if you have your Alpha7 and you give up that ridge line right above you, if the zone shifts up there, you're basically held at gunpoint in the warehouse. You're not able to leave that. So having that off angle would have done wonders for that squad, but losing a player, especially in that spot, is not something you're wanting. And Alpha7 now, obviously, you know, they're able to maybe play for a bit of zone play, a bit of timing going on, but if you're the Vicious, this is a position you have where you could really capitalize on kind of gatekeeping this team and finding yourself some elimination points.
Yeah, and I'm happy to see here that NRG was able to at least get one elimination there from Team Queso and stop them in a way, because NRG was sitting here for so long, and now whatever space that they had to work with, it seems like it has completely shrinked up because of how many teams were able to push up towards them. Inco, you had Team Queso, on top of that you had X Factor, Twisted Minds being a little bit towards the north too. We'll have to wait and see how that fight is going to end up developing. This Influence Rage being down a player, but at least 4 eliminations to their name. It's looking at 9C, and 9C, a team that was a bit quiet earlier, a team that was quiet for most of week 1 until bonus points. Right now, trying to figure out what they're going to be doing here. For the moment, these teams are inside the circle, so they're not going to have to fight. But we are going to be having a fight here between Loops Esports and AGG, and then make that one of the quickest fights possible, as Nino ends up getting a knock there. And wait, how did that even happen? I didn't even see the knock.
I think Rafino had the off angle, just able to beam him on the buggy, and now 7, he's trying to drive away in it. Getting out of it for now, but Loops, I mean, Nino picking up 3 actually elims for the squad, almost getting the wipe onto AGG. The zone shift, those 7, they're going to have to start moving in just south. It's going to the east side of the Stalber Mountain. Glad we're able to kind of get a whole view of it. And a lot of these teams, I mean, I'm looking at Furia. I'm looking at even Loops and Inco Gaming. This western side is going to be a battle for positioning. A lot of those teams on the center there, I guess you could say Influence Rage, 9Z, they're not going to be moving. So these squads on this western side, they're looking for action.
And I was talking earlier about how Team Liquid, what they were going to be able to do. Guess what? Team Liquid just finds a way, as they were able to get in. And somehow Alpha7 versus the Vicious, they were fighting there for so long that teams have just absolutely leapfrogged them. They have made it inside the circle, and it's going to make that rotation a lot tougher too. Twisted Minds, a team that was looking to get into a fight earlier with Loops, they decided to end up backing off. They end up getting at least 1 elimination here. And they're going to just end that position. I feel like we're going to run a bit into a stalemate here between some of these teams until they are forced to fight. And look at this, Starber. Oh, man, it looks so good. I like this version of it. On top of that, you know what I'm happy seeing here? I'm happy to see X Factor, man. Yeah. Even if they are down 1 player, guess what? FS is still alive, and they're looking to clutch up even more placement points. Not yet, though. We'll have to wait until they get to that mark.
Yeah, but, I mean, if you're centered up, I think you're feeling pretty good as a 3-man. They do have the likes of Team Queso, who are also 3-man to the east due to NRG picking them 1 off earlier on. And these squads, man, I mean, when it comes to Stalber, if you're holding the building, we've seen just how strong, I guess you could say, utility is if a team is crashing you. And one thing that teams really like to do, 7, is when they hear a vehicle, they don't even go for the shots. They'll immediately pull an under-toss frag grenade, kind of bounce it off the window. And if you pull up right on it, if you time it right, you can get a double, even a triple knock on a pull-up. So these teams, you know, it's really going to come down to how they play these initial kind of 1v1s, kind of brain games when teams choose to push them. But with it only being stage 4, there still is a lot of room. for these teams to play. That's why we have 15 squads still up 7. But these teams, man, I mean, as soon as this next zone shift comes, depending where it goes, if it goes up on stall over here, if it goes away down one of the sides of the mountain, everyone's going to be fighting for that little piece of the pie, and you're going to need to be ready to start shooting.
I want to be a little bit toxic. I kind of don't want the circle to just center up right here where all these 3 teams are at. And I kind of wanted to go a little bit more towards the east because IG, man, if this circle somehow ends up going towards IG, they have so much to work with. And I would just be intrigued to see how that team is able to control that, right? Being in dead last, I wonder if they're going to actually be able to manage it, because sometimes we have teams that are able to be blessed by the zone, but they don't take full advantage. Yeah. You know what? A team that's currently towards the bottom, give them that hope, give them that circle, see what they can do with it, and see if they're actually going to be improved. As a team that usually don't really have to wait for the circle to give them something to work with, is Alpha7. Alpha7 finally decides to start making that rotation out, and they need to be careful because they're going to be running here into Latin Kings. And if I'm Alpha7, I actually kind of want to have this fight. Let's see who's going to be able to strike here first, as Medion ends up getting knocked there by McGrellin, and Alpha7 being able to find those off angles.
Yeah, but McGrellin down to 1 HP. If one of these frag grenades can connect, actually not finding the mark onto any of them. So a free elimination for Alpha7. Latin Kings taking too long to aggress. And look at this Revo. He's full sending it over. Navy's got the MG, but not going to do nothing. There comes the seat swap as well from Revo, finding 2 players. Latin Kings, the 4v3 pull-up, not even able to find a knock. Alpha7 just steamrolling them on this fight. And yeah, I mean, your Navy, you got to look for the knock and thirst on the 1, but that's not even going to be the case. It seems McGrellin hitting the Neo cosplay, finding himself in zone, and yeah, just don't even give him the point at that point. Absolute steamroll from Alpha7.
Levels. There's levels to this game, ladies and gentlemen, because Alpha7 just absolutely showed that Knoxwell player that decides to hop back in the car, go to the high ground, and then starts running people over. And guess what? The Twisted Minds fight, the Loops fight, we ended up actually seeing a little bit there on the elimination feed, as we saw one of the players getting knocked there. And you know what? I feel like I got a little bit off my wish, Enigma, in regards to where I wanted the circle to go, as it did focus a little bit more towards the east, where Intense game was. And now we're going to have the Vicious versus Team Liquid. Let's see how vicious they're feeling. Let's see how aggressive they're feeling, as now they're actually going to have to go up against the top contender. And it's not going to be, it's not going to be Molotov saving Team Liquid here. It's absolutely nothing saving it. Everything's going to be exposed. Let's see if Team Liquid is going to be able to clutch this out. And they're not. Alpha7 gets into the action here. They decide to third party a little bit too. Influence Rage. Everybody decided to just pile up and see if they could eliminate Team Liquid.
Yeah, the 3-man army steamrolling everyone now. They're looking at the Vicious. They're spread out on the ridgeline, but Alpha7, after that wipe on Latin Kings, they've got the utility still. 4 on Revo for frag grenade count, trying to fish them out down the hillside. And when you're hugging these smokes, you understand they're going to be farther down the hill than where it's at. Trying to find it. Ray is actually, we got to go for a bit of an off angle here. Got to switch it up because Alpha7 is looking to find 1 player on your team, and it's like they're still going to hold zone 7. This might actually just play out to a bit of a stalemate.
I think it might end up going that way. And one thing that Alpha7 doesn't have to work with at the moment is going to be Mafioso. But you know what? They don't care about that, as they're just being extra aggressive here. Rebel somehow staying alive in that vehicle. He's definitely going to have to jump out and start healing up. And Alpha7, once again, finding a way to just take the high ground over these teams and position themselves in a much better place. Even if Alpha7 was to get eliminated here, I'm actually enjoying what I'm seeing here whenever they decided to back away from the fight earlier, from the stalemate that we saw earlier in the match. They're starting to be a little bit more progressive. They're starting to focus a little bit more on what's going to be happening with the circle. And you know what? I was mentioning the nades earlier, and that just might be a great grenade. Okay, that one's a little... Oh my gosh! Gizao, one of the players that was at the top of the eliminations at one point, getting a little bit too much there. Energy, Fate, hey, Fate, let's go for it, baby. Try to third party that, see if you can maybe steal one of elimination.
Yeah, but they got to start aggressing now if you're going to look for the thirst. NRG, they're looking at loops right now, I think, but Twisted Minds being able to get the reset 4 players up, and oh man, look at that, actually being able to kind of wash themselves away. But NRG, they're looking right at the Loops players. I think they pick up all players with that single frag grenade. So Loops feeling the brunt of trying to rat it out on this hillside. Doesn't seem like that fight's going to happen too much anytime soon. But one thing I'd like to note as well, 7, on that south side, you see it, Alpha7, the only team left after that fight with the Vicious. So 3v3 spot after the third party, after fighting Latin Kings, they're able to come in and still keep full squad up.
And that team will love to have Mafioso to work with right now because they just have so much room on the Southwest to work with. We'll have to wait and see what they'll be able to do with that team. Furia now trying to find a way into NRG. If they can maybe get into this building, it's going to make it a little bit tough. And I think, honestly, close quarters, Furia might be able to edge him out. Who knows, though? We'll have to wait and find out which one is going to be edging who out, as we have shotguns, we have PP Bisons, we have everything working our ways. We don't have any Molotovs, but we are having to throw nades to try to stop this Furia push. Fate with 4 eliminations for his squad. There you go. That's more of the Fate that I want to see, Enigma. That's what I'm used to seeing there out of Fate, and I absolutely love it because that's one of the veterans out of NA.
Yeah, we got to start calling people out more, maybe 7, if this is going to be the performance after him. Whether we're talking about NRG, whether we're talking about Inco, we got to start getting them mad at us. And NRG, they're tired of being at the bottom. They got to be winning these fights. And for the most part, I was actually thinking they were going to take that fight with Furia, but Furia opting to leave this dome sort of building here up on Stalber. And for the most part, a lot of these teams, they're able to play right next to each other in these buildings. Twisted Minds, so that's where my eyes are going to be set, 7, because they're still having to work their way in that north side of the zone. They're still having to find their fights.
Oh, nice shot there by 24K, the player with the most eliminations at the moment. Not for this game, but just overall for NRG, being able to spot some of the players there from Twisted Minds as they were trying to make their rotation closer to X Factor. X Factor still, they haven't really had to move a lot. They've been just chilling here with just 3 players. One more team gets eliminated, they're going to start securing at least some of those placement points, and hopefully they'll be able to secure some of the elimination points as well as Molotovs. We saw what the Molotovs were able to do earlier, and I think Twisted Minds might have taken notes of that because they're looking to use them to their advantage and make this push, this random push, this weird push into X Factor, and they might be able to suppress them. But X Factor is now having to run away, and guess what? X Factor is going to be able to make a quick 180. At least FS, you know what? FS is saying, Reflections, I heard you talking about me. I can show you what I can do as well, but it's going to come down to a 1v1 Obscure versus FS. Who's going to be able to clutch it up for this team as FS is trying to push the action? He needs to clutch up, and he doesn't clutch up. X Factor gets eliminated, and what an insane push there by Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I mean, the double jump up, the vault onto the roof, getting right up in his face. But FSS, he was actually able to run out of that room in time and then ultimately hits the 180 like you were calling it. Got 2 players knocked, but ultimately it came down to that 1v1 at the end. Really would have been lovely to see it, especially for a player like FSS to pick up those points. But unfortunately, that's not going to be the case. But Alpha7, they're still having to fight their way and actually pressuring Influence Rage on this eastern side. And it actually looks like they were maybe able to take down a player or 2 of this Influence Rage squad. What are you giving to me?
I would love to see, sorry to cut you off, I would love to see Intense Game try to do something here.
With
this. I would love to see them try to third party. They've been really passive. They've been having a lot of room to work with. And I feel like at this point is when they need to start being a little bit more aggressive because they might be able to clutch up at least some points towards them. Right now, they're, especially for IG, they're currently sitting at just 1 elimination. And if they can just time this right, they could end up getting a lot more eliminations. And then they would have the South absolutely free for them. And they would just have to worry with what's ahead of them.
Yeah, I mean,
that's exactly what they're doing. Let's go.
They've got 4 players up. They're trying to find the solo on Influence Rage and then maybe turn their sights to Alpha7. But, oh, man, Alpha7 is looking too smart. They're moving back a bit, trying to play more of the zone. And Tense Game, you know, really just a little bit too passive in my mind. They should have been looking for this third party immediately and not able to really find themselves. Only 2 eliminations, actually, so far in this game. They were the solo squad on this eastern side, not making the most of it. And I think this is kind of where it comes down to, you know, you're at the bottom of the leaderboard. I think it's just a lack of confidence coming from the squad coming into this week 2 start. And that's not something we're ever wanting to see, especially for NA.
And you know what? IG now deciding to make this push a little bit closer to Team Queso because they were going to have to do it. They're going to be forced to fight now. They were able to at least steal some eliminations earlier from that fight going on between Influence Rage and Alpha7, but they need to be careful because they didn't really get to scout much as they just drove in here. And I thought maybe Remix was going to overextend there. Twisted Minds was going to catch him. The players obviously don't know that. I can see it though, and I'm just worried for them because I want this team to be able to get some extra points. Team Queso knows what's happening here though. Team Queso knows that there's a team right below them, and I think they're going to start low tossing those nades. And if Team Queso is able to clutch one up, which is really close, and he does on Poppy Sour Milo with a great grenade there. And now you see Yaya there from IG moving up, and IG not finding themselves in a good spot as now they have Influence Rage to worry about. Oh, they didn't clean it up.
No.
They didn't fully clean it up, but Remix says it doesn't matter. Well, you know what? We'll make the push up this hill as they were able to take over there over at least one player of Team Queso.
Yeah, but Colgold, he's got the off angle still, but he's got to find the shots for his teammate. But Milo's taking the initiative, winning the one. Team Queso, yeah, they lost 2 players, but this positioning, it's still looking pretty strong. Twisted Minds actually getting eliminated on that northern edge, so a free position for them. But the fight with NRG7, it's unfolding now. Furia pushing into the building. Spec, 1v2 situation, might actually catch one off guard, but the 180 S12, one tapping him. No trade coming from Casper, having to find it with the Bison, and he's got to go for it now. Finds one, sees the second. NRG, this has to be your chance to take the fight, 7. Can they keep finding him? And it's not coming around just yet. 24K getting one. I think he's down to just a solo now, but oh my goodness, I don't even know what's happening anymore. 1v1, I think now.
It is going to come down to a 1v1, and I think Casper, there you go, Casper. Oh, it's not. It wasn't a 1v1. It was actually a 2v1 as they're going to be able to get 24K. And what a match here by NRG. They were chilling for the longest time. They were actually being able to be aggressors earlier on, too. Sitting at 10 eliminations, they'll be able to fully recover, but they need to do it quickly because Alpha7 is in the horizon, and we have seen what Alpha7's been able to do. And guess what? Now, that last player from Influence Rage, they don't have to worry about it. Something that we do have to call out here, and that I at least want to be able to call out, is I wish IG would have focused a little bit sooner on the third party between Influence Rage and Alpha7. If they would have just been able to at least clear the Influence Rage player, the last player for Influence Rage, they wouldn't have so much less stress on their shoulders, so much less worry on their shoulders, and they would have been able to take an easier fight against Team Queso. But you know what? That's stuff that they'll be able to go back, review, and hopefully improve on, as they are a team that definitely needs to improve on little things like that.
Yeah, someone that's improved, I got to give the shout out again, of course, is Fate here. 6 total eliminations, 10 total for this squad, and it really came down to him coming around at the end there against a team like Furia. When they took that fight, coming around and being able to either bait his teammate or at least find the 1v1 himself, really stepping it up for the squad when he needed to the most. And those stats, I mean, the stats don't lie, 7. You got to get eliminations yourself, got to find your spot in these lobbies. And for him, it seems like Fate's able to make those changes, but now they got to make the move in. This is the trouble, though, 7. When you take these early fights in these zones, even in the later parts, you don't know where everyone else is at. Now it looks like they're getting pressure. Team Queso knows what's up, but Fate getting down to 1 HP. He's going to get caught through the smoke. Down to just Casper for this team. And now the 1v2 not going to come through. Team Queso making work on this eastern side.
Not the outcome that NRG wanted to have there, but one that they'll definitely be happy with. Not only with the eliminations that they were able to get, the placement points, but on top of that, having a player that we wanted to kind of see, especially me, I wanted to see more out of him. Fate being able to come out on top and have the most elims for his team there in the last match. We'll be able to talk about that a little bit later, but it's now time to focus between Alphas. And man, this is a rivalry that we have had for a very long time, and it's good to see it here still stand. Team Queso versus Alpha7. Alpha7 does have an extra player to work with. Cole Goat is going to have Revel nearby. McGrellin is going to end up getting knocked there by a grenade. Revel's going to get taken care of. And what it looked to be like a 3v2 is now a 2v1 in the favor of Team Queso. Cole Goat having Carrillo very close by. He's going to get spotted. He's going to get knocked. Does Carrillo still have it? Can he clean himself up in time? Can he heal up? And can we see the likes of what we've seen in the past from Carrillo? We know that he has the clutch factor, but can he fully commit to it? He's going to be able to spot the last player there from Team Queso. Gonna have to push out and try to get a different angle. He's gonna run down a little bit more. Just absolute madness going on here. If I was a betting man, I would say my money's on Carrillo, but you never know because Milos currently has the high ground as well. Carrillo trying to find the angle, but too much. Team Queso is just too much there with Milos being able to clutch up that fight. And a team that we were wondering, where had they been, Enigma? They show up here in day 1, week 2.
Yeah, Cold Goat, I mean, it's really just a shout out at the end there. He got an initial nade knock on one of the Alpha 7 players, then winning the 1v1 with the DBS, resulting in that 2v1 situation, which we were wondering about in Taylor. I mean, man, that 1v1 at the end, I mean, it's still anyone's game at that point, but
That's
I think we all were feeling Team Queso.
Team Queso, but I was also feeling Alpha7 when there were 7 teams remaining because they cleared out the southern portion of the zone. They were all by themselves, guaranteeing them a top 3 finish. They definitely get that. So when Alpha7's in that 1v1 at the end, honestly, I benefit Alpha7, but nah, Milo held it down. Team Queso gets a win for the first time in quite some time. Good on them for doing so. You know, Team Queso's a team, again, we pumped up at the very beginning. They were performing incredibly well. Is this the beginning of their start once again to the top of the leaderboard, maybe even overtaking Team Liquid later on this week? It's always a possibility. But 7, the biggest talking point was NRG. NRG absolutely destroyed and tore it up. The second NA team of the day to make some big waves. They finish off with a total of 10 eliminations and a 3rd place.
Do you have an extra candle by any chance?
I got 3 wicks. I got 3 wicks.
You know what? 3. Okay. You know what? Let's make sure we have at least 2 wicks turn on right now. Right? one for NRG, and 1 for X Factor. We'll see what other team decides to show up there for an A. But yeah, I mean, fate, and I'm crazy. Maybe I cast or cursed him in a good way here, because he was the biggest question mark when I was doing a little bit of research there for that team because of the performance that he was putting up. And I expect more out of him because of what I've seen in the past out of him. We know that he can put up the numbers. We know that he can clutch up. We know that he can be a fragger. And on top of that, he's been an IGL in the past too. So he can read the game really, really well. And it's good to see for NRG to have a player of that caliber being able to show up in these moments like this. Now it comes down to being able to follow that momentum. And I have to point out this again because Twisted Minds, I can't believe you were able to pull this out. The way that they were, once again, the Molotovs, Enigma, they come into play in a big, big way. They've caused X Factor to not even be able to push out or cover that angle, and it allowed Twisted Minds to just push up and ultimately win the fight.
Yeah, I mean, it really was just that jump play. I can't stress enough. That's really thinking outside of the box, of being able to vault up onto the roof. And, you know, I really want to give praise to FSS because he, you know, got 2 players coming through that stairwell behind him after the 180, but the 1v1 at the end, that's really what mattered most for that squad. And unfortunately, that wasn't the case, but there was so much going on this north side. Obviously, this fight between NRG and Furia came down essentially to this 1v2 at the end. And I mean, Casper, Fate really being able to kind of just pincer hold this player down in this doorway. Really love to see it. But at the end here, of course, Taylor, NRG not able to make it to the next warehouse.
Yeah, they didn't make it, but the good news is, though, for certain other rosters like Team Queso and Alpha7, they've quickly met each other at the very end for the winner chicken dinner. Now, things did get quite tight. Milo, in this 1v1, he had to put up or shut up and ultimately ended up putting up. Well done from them. 18 total points go to the way of Team Queso to separate themselves even more from the quickly approaching teams of X Factor and the Vicious, who we were talking about coming from 7th and 8th place at the start of the day, potentially passing up Team Queso, maybe even catching up to the likes of Furia, who have been absolutely stellar the past couple of days. But we cannot dispute Alpha7 has been doing incredibly well today. They continue to rise up. They want to definitely catch up to Team Liquid. That gap isn't as much as it was when I was being very critical about them last week. So shout out to Alpha7 for another great game with 15 elims. But again, NRG Galaxy, 15 total points. You got to give them credit where credit is due. That's one of their biggest games yet. 7 during week 1. NRG Galaxy was one of the biggest talking points, at one point reaching 3rd place. Now they're far away from that, but I'm hoping this week, a start of a fresh week, is what NRG needed to get their confidence back.
I think even if it was a long time ago for this team, we know that they can be up there, and it kind of goes with what I was saying in regards to some of these players. They're veterans. We have seen them at the top before. And on the overall here, I got to mention it too. Furia just not having one of the best days so far. We have played 2 matches in Erangel, and now they've lost a spot there to Team Queso. And it's good to see Team Queso being able to at least be within the top 5. But going back to NRG, it comes down to just all the players clutching it up. Not just Spec, not just 24K. You want to see players of the like of especially Fate with what he was able to do there. Casper as well towards the end, winning that clutch fight against Furia and kind of securing some extra points for his team. That's what you need to be able to do if you even want to get into the top 8. And then once you get into the top 8, you can start thinking about the top 5.
I'm excited about Team Queso moving up, however. 269 out to 290 to catch up to Twisted Minds. Currently, the race for 5th place is where our eyes are pilled to, but you go a little bit further up, obviously, it's incredibly close from 4th and 3rd, and even closer still going from 2nd to 1st. You got a lot of little micro battles taking place. Bonus points are going to be absolutely deadly going into tomorrow. You look at Influence, Rage, X Factor, VIP, The Vicious, like at least 3 of those rosters, Influence, Rage, X Factor, and The Vicious are playing incredibly well, fairly consistent. Therefore, I think we're going to see a lot of shakeups in the top 5. We look at the second page, and NRG Galaxy, based off a big game, will jump up to 11th. But a team we didn't mention, Enigma, was Loops, and I was very, very happy with Loops' performance. I do got some criticisms on them, but I'll give them their flowers. They finished off with 7 total eliminations, but in 10th place, they were playing the edge of zone, Enigma, for quite some time, and it was working out until it wasn't.
Well, I mean, I believe it was one of the players had 3 out of 4 when they were taking that fight with All Glory Gaming. 3 out of 4 eliminations on that squad alone. So one player really stepping up, and then ultimately in the end, kind of, you know, just getting flushed out on that north side. Not everyone's going to be able to really find their way on that Stalbert Mountain. That's why we kind of like seeing these zones in some of these rounds, because every team's going to have to feel the brunt of some of these zones and stuff like that. But when it comes to, you know, that bottom leaderboard, even Latin Kings Navy, you know, we saw just a lot of underperformance out of that squad, which I thought was performing decently well coming out of those first 2 days of week 1, but ultimately, you know, not really finding any points at all, it seems, on the later half of week 1 and even today.
Loops, a roster 7 that I just want to touch on once again. They play the edge of zone quite often, and because of that, now we start to see some trends in their overall stats. Their eliminations are fairly decent. When they get in fights, they usually win them, but where they run into issues is playing edge of zone. Well, they quickly fizzle out. It's not easy to play edge, right? Because not only are you fighting Papa Blue, but you're also fighting against every single team in front of you, and then you also have to fight to get inside the next zone. And Loops, because of that, find themselves in third parties, find themselves losing a member here, losing a member there. Before they know it, now there's only 2 or 1 members remaining trying to fight for just placement points. And because of that, their placement points are one of the lowest that we have out of the 16 teams. And I think a change is needed, 7.
I think it is. I think for that team, if they are going to be playing the edge of the circle, right, they have to go back to this game. And I know I'm an Alpha7 fanboy, but I got to point it out. That was just such a master play there out of them. They were able to take on so many fights, even though they didn't have all their 4 players standing. They had lost Mafioso earlier, which usually tends to be their off-angle guy. So maybe they can go back and see. And it comes down to just being the aggressor. Whenever you do have the option, you have to be the aggressor in this lobby. It's working out for everybody when we end up seeing it, and they just need to be able to execute. Don't do what IG did there in the last one, because they played that edge of the circle, and boy, ended up backfiring for that team.
And it can backfire. I think one of the only teams that can consistently play edge and come out ahead is Alpha7. They do it so very well. They're just a special team that can slay out when needed most and also get the positioning even though they're playing edge. For other rosters trying to emulate that, well, it's a little bit easier said than done. That's game 1 done. Of course, we had that bonus game a little bit earlier, but we'll be moving into map 2, which is going to be on Miramar. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, map 2 coming your way.
It's time for your sacrifice. A 1,000 years ago, vampires, werewolves, and humans coexisted. Under the Dracula's tyranny, an alliance rose against him. On the brink of defeat, the Dracula went berserk, attacking all. Humans and werewolves sealed him in a castle, securing a fragile peace. Now, this peace is about to shatter.
And welcome back, everyone, to the 2024 PMSL America's Fall Season Day 6. I'm your host, Taylor Reflections Noble, and I hope you guys have been enjoying today, because I know I have. Hey, North America's been playing absolutely out of their minds, whether it be NRG, Galaxy, or X Factor. Both of our Erangels we have watched today have been stellar from a North American standpoint. Everybody else, well, needs to catch up if they can, but I say that with a grain of salt. Alpha7 has been just absolutely going bonkers. Let's see if they continue to do so. We bring in our casters. Of course, I'm talking about Seven and Enigma, who've been calling the action all day. It's been absolutely phenomenal. Seven, we started the day with a blistering fast Erangel. That slowed down when we went back into Erangel for the official map 1 of the day. For Team Queso, though, they finally get back on top where they started the tournament, right? They were one of the leading teams, and now it seems as if they're starting to get back into their true form, doing a lot right.
And the way that they were able to do it, right? They were able to fend off IG. On top of that, they were able to clutch a 1v1 there for the win against Alpha7 and being able to get 8 eliminations. Usually what we end up seeing out of these teams is they start off very hot and then they kind of go cold. Is whenever they do go back to form, it's not of the likes of what we've seen in the past. So usually what a team does, if they do end up getting some chicken dinners, they don't end up getting a lot of eliminations. So for them to be able to at least get 8 here in this last match, it's promising, Team Queso. It's promising. I'm not going to give you too much praise, though, because you guys have let me down in the past.
They have. And I think we were let down a little bit last week, too, which was quite unfortunate, especially on their bonus points day. I'm hoping it's going to be more fruitful on their bonus points whenever they do get that. For me, though, Alpha7, NRG, that great battle, that was really fun to watch. You know, NRG is a team that I've been waiting and praying for them to do well, and they started doing well. In fact, that last game was incredible. But as we move into Miramar, we left off Miramar on Monday, Enigma, with the Vicious getting a pretty decent victory with a total of 7 eliminations. They have slowed down in that last game, but game number 1, they were looking like one of our top rosters. In fact, 3rd place with a 5 elimination finish. They now go to a map they're feeling good on. How are we feeling about the Vicious chance on map number 2?
I mean, I'm kind of loving it for the most part. That game 1 was exciting just to see a team, go for those third parties. And it's really a surprise, especially for us when we're kind of seeing the games where we can't even tell or see that a team's coming in for a third party. It's that much of a surprise, even to us, where we could see all the teams on the maps and stuff like that. So the Vicious, hopefully they're able to kind of replicate that going to the Miramar, because that's one of those maps where you have a lot of vertical terrain, you have a lot of ridges to work with. If you're able to really position yourself right, you could be started getting a lot of elimination points today.
So let's talk about another roster 7. Furia is a team that, we mentioned it, they have been underperforming today, but they were a roster that you wanted to cover during the pre-show today. Why is that? What has Furia been up to that kind of caught your attention?
Just in regards to what I was talking about earlier during the match too, is that this team, the way that they were, now it's 2 days. All right. I'm going to count your Monday as well, Furia. Sure. At the beginning of the day, the first 3 matches were absolutely awful. In case you missed it, don't worry. I'll refresh you on the stat. 14th place average. On top of that, 2 eliminations. They were able to save face there on the second half by being able to average about a 4th place. And then with 4 eliminations. So you can see a bit of a step up here, but I'm hoping, Furia, you don't fall into this pattern of just absolutely sucking the first 3 games and then on the last 3 games saying, okay, you know what, I think it's time to turn it up a little bit. Because there were a team that looked into contention. There were a team that looked like they could actually maintain themselves there within the top 5 with the way that they were performing.
Furia, if they are truly struggling on their first 3 games and then their last 3 games are good, and that is worrisome, right? You're missing out on 50% of the games throughout all of the fall season. Enigma as a competitor, I would be kind of worried. I'd be scared, actually, if I was Team Furia. So first 3 games, step it up. You as a competitor, how do you start off your days, right? Or how would you start off your days as a competitor that maybe Furia needs to start taking a page from your playbook?
I mean, maybe it's the breakfast. I don't know. Maybe they got to, rub the genie lamp or something, get something going for that squad. But usually how we see it with some of these teams where it's usually like a specific map that they perform well on, right? Whether it's Miramars, whether it's Erangels. But for them, it's just, we're just going to do 4, 5, and 6 on the day for matches. We're not going to care about 1, 2, 3, which is a horrible mindset, obviously, in our eyes. I'm just joking with them for the most part when it comes to them trying, because every squad here, you're trying to perform the best in all 6 matches. And Furia, I can see it, them potentially finishing in top 5 at the end of the tournament, but you got to be consistent throughout the whole day, not just the end of them.
Well, the good news, though, for Furia is you go back to Sunday. We watched Miramar, which was map number 5. Furia picks up a winner chicken dinner, but they didn't just do that. They get 14 eliminations. It was an absolutely massive game from them. So maybe they'll start getting started out. Well, it's already been 3 games technically, but we're hoping that they can at least get it going here in our second official game of the day. I'm hoping so. Furia is definitely a big talking point. They consistently are. I like their consistency on the back half of the 3, but can they do it on the first 3 like 7 was pointing out? This is where you get started. On Miramar, pull another winner chicken dinner, get another 14 elimination game, maybe even do better than that. So far, 16 eliminations is the peak. We have not surpassed that just yet, but maybe we'll get it here on Miramar map number 2. 7 Enigma, the floor is yours.
It's doable. I want to see 16 or more eliminations, and if it can be Furia, I mean, we know they're definitely capable of it.
Yeah.
They're currently up to 131 eliminations. They got the placement points, which I'm usually very nitpicky about, so it's good to see that they're at least able to put up those numbers. They just need to get the ball rolling, and the thing comes down to they just need to be consistent, Enigma. It can't just be one pop-up performance on a Sunday. It needs to be possibly every single day, especially when bonus points come around.
Yeah, the bonus points, the main factor. They did decent for the most part, but if you're comparing them to the likes of Team Liquid, who performed the best, you're wanting to have that performance itself. But in any of those sort of instances, I guess you could say, these teams are really needing to start coming through, I guess you could say, even mid-match to have their consistency. But for the most part, obviously it's Miramar. We're going to have to really wait and see.
We'll definitely have to wait and see, because last time we saw them Miramar, if I'm not mistaken, actually, you know what? I'm not even gonna mention it because I don't want to jinx it. So I'll take a step back. One team I do want to see how they're going to be playing this match right here is going to go in A. I'm going to focus a little bit more, at least on the NA teams.
Yeah.
X Factor, back-to-back games where they were able to definitely secure some placement points. I enjoyed it. FS almost actually ended up clutching big time for them. It didn't end up going that way, but it's good to see that this team is at least putting themselves in those kind of situations a little bit later into the game and not so early on. Hopefully, we'll be able to see that out of them here, because right now, the placement point streak is 2-for-2 for them. Can they make it 3-for-3, Enigma?
Yeah, and I mean, for the most part, one thing I'm actually really happy I just got note of is that we actually have, I have to put a note into that, Team Queso. As one of those teams, they performed well in 10's game. Kind of a bit of a close drive-by with it. Not sure what was going on in some of these sort of, I guess, drops, you could say, on Miramar. Obviously, last week we saw it, we were laughing pretty hard. Taylor and I, Loops was just driving right underneath the full squad going into Los Leones. It doesn't seem like that's going to be the case, but these early engagements, I always question, especially if you're the one in the vehicle with no gun, is it really even worth to drop so close to some of these squads? One vehicle is usually enough for most of them, but yeah, maybe we need Cold Goat in the passenger seat.
I can't say anything because usually I'm a good driver, but man, those trees, they just have like a magnetic pull on you. They look so nice out in the open. The only thing that's away from you, and just somehow you start focusing on it. You start focusing on more, and then close your eyes, you blink, and then guess what? There's a tree right in front of you. It happens to the best of us.
Yeah. And I mean, with the coupe, you can't see too well. Maybe he's too short to look over the dash or something. I'm not sure. Maybe put the backpack under his seat, but one thing
I'm too short.
Hey, are you? No, you're 6'5". Come on, don't be telling me that 7. Come on, I'm giving you the height. Big man 7 here.
All right, we all know that's a lie. I'll take it.
Oh man, one thing though, 7 that was going on. Loops, it seems like actually getting caught out potentially by a Latin Kings member, and Rafina doesn't actually have any meds to his name, so still gonna be one shot, but actually looking for the rat play. Malcolm wasn't able to come through in that last fight on Erangel against Alpha7, getting 3v4'd, but trying to maybe find the spot. Oh, I don't know if he saw him. He hears him, though.
He's so low, too.
Or what?
Oh,
my goodness.
It's a tease. It's a tease. It's just like, I'm going to go there at some point. There you go. Now's the time, and he's going to be able to take those shots and get that knock, and it's good for this team being able to secure some points, because they're that team that's currently sitting in 9th place with 187 points, as you can see there on your right hand side. And Latin Kings, the team that definitely needs the points, not the star here to Miramar that they were looking for. Already down a person, they're sitting in last place with 117 points, and on top of that, you're going to be going up against Loops, and more players are just getting knocked here for Latin Kings. Even more, it's just going to be one more standing. Can he do anything headed? No, it's not going to happen, as the Latin Kings, the last place team, gets eliminated first with 0 eliminations.
Completely dismembered, and it all starts with that rat solo, that initial thirst off the rip. Both squads trying to pull up to support their players in that warehouse, but unfortunately for Latin Kings, just not really finding even anywhere close to damage after that Tommy gun spray from the hill, just struggling in these 4v4s, and that's not even going to be the end of it. 7 Inco Gaming now, team that has still been needing to find their stride, actually having to go against Team Queso here in Monty. Big hole.
My goodness.
These reads, man, with the frag grenades.
Team Queso's feeling it. They're like, all right,
run away.
we were able to clutch it up against Alpha7 earlier. Can we maybe do it here? We know that there's a team. We don't know what team it is, but I think we can possibly do it. As Inco is like, you know what? We actually don't want to take this fight, guys. Don't worry about us. Please back away. I kind of want to go back. I don't know if this team will continue to fight. We'll have to keep a close eye on it, but I kind of want to go back to the Latin Kings, right? They're currently sitting in last place. Might as well get a chance to talk about them a little bit more now, because I feel like as we get later on, influence rates currently just getting shot at somehow. They're surviving. But with Latin Kings, I feel like if they continue on this form that they're currently on, we're really not going to be able to talk about them in the future. At what point, if you're in that team, you just get more demoralized, because 117 points, you're way off. Way off. 200 points from first place. 5th place is going to be tough. And if I'm them, honestly, it's looking so far away because of the teams that are above you. You're going to have to expect Latin Kings to start performing really well. And on top of that, you're going to have to expect teams like Team Queso, Twisted Minds, Alpha7, Influence Rage, Team Liquid, and the list goes on and on to just not perform well. And I just don't see that happening.
Yeah, it's just that seeded doubt was planted after the first week of, yeah, man, can we really even finish in top 5? And, you know, obviously we're only a quarter of the way through the tournament. Week 1 out of 4 is done, but coming into it, Latin Kings, I think it's really just a fundamentals kind of thing, a basic mindset of, you know, we can win these gunfights against these teams, but if you're at the bottom of the leaderboard, if you're losing fights like that where not even one knock is going down, it really just kind of weighs its toll on you and your, I guess, you know, well-being in this tournament of, hey, you know, can we really, you know, do we even deserve to really be here? And unfortunately, that's kind of a tall order, especially Seven, for a lot of new players, a lot of new teams when it comes to LAN play, and especially with this month-long tournament format.
Oh, for sure. And then you're talking about all of that, and the one main factor that we got to keep in mind too is just the mental state that those players get into, right? Because that's going to be a big factor. I mean, you know what players, especially single players, are able to do when they have the confidence going their way. Whenever they don't have the confidence going their way, they're going to start doubting everything that they're doing. Possibly a fight that they were willing to take before. They're like, oh man, but this hasn't gone our way in the previous week. Yeah. This hasn't gone our way in the previous days. They'll have to think about it a little bit more. And those little seconds where they have to think about it, that was maybe the opening that they needed to actually win that fight. And then they end up losing that fight, and it just trickles down into even more and more. So for example, for a team like the Latin Kings, at what point, Enigma, does that team end up pressing just the panic button and say we need to make a big change? Because if not, man, it's not only is 5th place gonna get further away from us, on top of that, the other teams are gonna just start looking at you like free points.
Yeah, I mean, if I was on that squad, I'd be mashing that button immediately, especially after that day 2 or 3. But for the most part, it's kind of a sobering, not really wanting to admit that feat just yet. You're thinking, yeah, you know, it's kind of just small mistakes each game, but in actuality, when you look at all the matches and all the points that you've gotten in that first week, you got to realize, man, we did not play well at all throughout the week. No matter what excuse or lullaby you want to put yourself to sleep for each night, it's just not the case. And you need to realize, hey, we got to switch it up. Now, unfortunately, you know, we saw it obviously with that Inco interview as well, where they're talking, yeah, you know, we're going to go for that fight against X Factor off rip. And then we look at the leaderboard and they've got a 50-point gap on you after the first week. When are we going to realize, hey, there's this bigger picture and we need to be a part of that, or else we're going to be, like you said, just looking like free points to all the other teams.
Yeah, and the crazy part too is that Latin Kings, I mean, they do have a win already under their belt. That team has showed that they are able to win. On top of that, they have a match with 12 eliminations. It wasn't the win, because the win, they ended up with just 4 eliminations, but they do have a 4th place finish with 12. And they do have a couple 2nd place finishes. So, I mean, they know what they're being able to do. But something that we have hinted at before, as we'll get back to that in a second, as Twisted Minds is going to be very close to Loops. Loops is down a player, actually not down a player, but it looked like they're about to be down a player. But you know what? They turn it around as Utami is able to knock both of those players there from Twisted Minds. He's going to try to heal up. He needs to be careful. Where's his teammate to back him up? Now there we go. Now there's that Loops player to back him up. Obscure looking to clutch it up here for his team, as he has 2 players currently knocked, and he's going to end up getting knocked too. Not looking good here for Twisted Minds, as people are just starting to crash over and over again. Loops trying to do themselves the same thing. Anybody can take here. The last player, Federal, can clutch it up, and he can't. Loops ends up winning that engagement, and they secure themselves extra Illim points. Wow, what a play there by Loops.
Yeah, and I mean, it all came down to Vitin just coming in, getting 2 players and basically a 3rd almost with the DBS alone, really just being able to hold down the fort while, like you said, you know, the rest of his squad too far behind to support him. But that's not going to be the only fight. Inco Gaming taking the fight with Influence Rage, trying to play the rat spot, but not finding a knock. Now evening it up. Diego right underneath one of the Inco players, actually looking for the shots, but look at the 7. I mean, the 7, in terms of the shotguns, it's going to be coming into play, but Juancho not even going to get a chance to play the game. Now rests on Nenabete. Shotgun, he's got it in hand, but the nades, they're starting to come through. The utility is going to flush them out, and Influence Rage, man, they're just playing so many of these fights, Seven, the correct way. It's just tough to watch.
It is tough to watch, as now you have Loops starting to third party that too, and I felt like Inco has just been on the defense this whole match. We saw them earlier taking a fight with Team Queso. I believe they ended up losing one player early on to that. And then on top of that, you have a fight with Influence Rage. You lose players to them. And then Loop says, we want to continue the party going. Let me see if I can maybe third party you. We go back now to Alpha7. And wow, okay, Mafioso is already eliminated. That's the second match now where Mafioso has been eliminated earlier on. And they're going up against NRG, a team that we were talking about how of an impressive match they had in the last one. NRG trying to follow it up with even more action and taking on a big dog, taking on Alpha7.
Yeah, this is a little bit of an ambitious play. You do have the one early elimination, but it all comes down to, can you start constricting down on this building? Can you get close with the nades and start flushing them out? Because Alpha7, that's one of those teams we just saw in that last game. They got second place with essentially a trio the whole entire match. So when it comes to this Miramar, they're more than comfortable in taking this early engagement, even down a player. And it's really going to come down to it. Obviously, we're out in that blue zone area still if it starts constricting down on that zone timer. But both these teams, man, I mean, they're both feeling it from that last game. It's just a matter of who's really going to come out on top in this fight.
They are feeling it, but as I mentioned, it's just not the star that you want to see there from Alpha7. Losing Mafioso once again. Not sure what's going on there with Mafioso, but now it's the second time. 2 matches in a row being eliminated out and kind of leaving your team handicapped there as the anchor for the team. The one that's usually able to get those off angles for them. Fate is currently eliminated too, but at least NRG has 1 point to show for it. Alpha7 is going to decide to do the wise thing here and just push off and focus a little bit more on what's going to be happening towards the circle, because boy, the circle is looking mighty interesting. Oh, I'm just kind of daydreaming here at what could happen if NRG just somehow can clutch up some wins, push themselves up to the top 8. We'll love to see it.
Yeah, and I mean, they're kind of in that weird, awkward spot. They're not reaching the 200-point mark just yet. They're currently sitting at 184. We can see on that right side, still in that bottom 8. But like we had seen, you know, one win, even if it's not on any of the bonus point days for your squad, it still can be a huge boost, even a confidence, you know, booster for your team. And NRG is definitely needing to start getting their grooves going in the right way, because we've seen a lot of moments of brilliance, especially that last game, but we need to see it more often. It can't just be 1 out of 12 games you're doing a sort of point spread like that. Every other match has got to be 5, 6 eliminations, maybe at least even 1 or 2 placement points. But one team that's kind of been able to really find it, we're going to see them right now, is going to be X Factor. But, you know, they're down to a 3-man already, 7. They're already on the back foot, but he's going to be completely... Hello, where's the headset? Alpha7 just sending it onto your squad. Capri's, the Vector, not going to find it, down to just a solo on X Factor. And unfortunately, it's on the likes of FSS trying to find the shots, but Revo, he's going to take quick work of it. And, you know, if you're X Factor, you wonder what the heck is going on. But now Alpha7, they took that fight. Furia now pulling up for the free points. And yeah, I mean, look at this. The vehicle comes in. He gets the run over. Getting 2 out of 3 there, 7. Furia coming out with the third party. Nice stuff.
Love to see that aggressiveness there out of Furia. More of what I was used to seeing, at least from Sunday. The aggressiveness, the third party, you love to see it, but what you don't love seeing is X Factor and Alpha7 getting eliminated very early on. And guess what? Furia now needs to be careful, because Loops is looking to continue on the party with the third party in here, as now they're starting to take shots on them. And Furia, you know what? Even though it might have been good there, even though I was praising them, in hindsight, I don't know if that might have been a good third party. Might have been a good way to secure those points, but you can see this player is just fully sending it into the circle.
Yeah, I think it's just you never expect a second team to come behind Alpha7, because Alpha7 sent it onto that X Factor squad. NRG chose, hey, we're going to cut into zone. And if you see a team like Furia leave their spot, you just take theirs initially. And then it became this death loop, right, of going to the edge of the zone there on the south, and then you get wiped. So NRG, I think, really just finding a nice timing to get into the zone, and now hopefully maybe picking up another elimination if they could find the shots. Oh, it's actually going to be Team Queso getting the knock on to Furia. So Furia, even with, I think it was a good play in most people's eyes, just unfortunately getting caught out by NRG.
They do end up getting caught out, and that player is just not going to get picked up. If I was the last player from Furia, I'd be like, I'm sorry, bro. I'm not going to be able to make it.
You're done. Goodbye.
You're going to have to just sit next to me and watch what I'm going to be doing, as NRG is now starting to take a look here at Team Queso, seeing if they could possibly end up taking a fight here with Team, because I think the wise thing for them would just be wait for the next circle, see what it's going to be pushing, and then they'll see if maybe they can position themselves to gatekeep it and keep an eye on Loops. Oh, okay.
Ooh,
Oh,
the
no,
great
I don't
escape.
think he can make it. I don't think he might be able to make it towards the little edge, the little cliff edge that's right there next to him, and he might be able to get a revive. But we'll have to wait and see. The Vicious, though, wow, barely surviving Reyes.
Yeah, I mean, AGG, they had a player trying to steamroll the hillside, just getting caught out in the 1v1 by the DVS. But the Vicious, I think they actually have a player knocked from the likes of Team Liquid down at the compound. So a bit of a spread, kind of not going their way too much. But the Vicious, man, I mean, I'm liking this position here if they're able to kind of hold back some squads. But Team Liquid's actually looking for the aggression here. They realize the third-party potential. Can they find the shot still onto the Vicious?
And Team Liquid now having to turn the tables around and starting to figure out if they need to run away from this fight, as Ayala is going to be in that vehicle and is currently smoking. Hopefully that he can make it back to his teammates, and I think he is going to be able to do that. I think Team Liquid realized that would be just such a great spot where the Vicious is currently at. Maybe they wanted to have that height advantage and hope that the circle ends up going their way. We have seen that happen in the past, but they are now having to slow it down. Slow down your roll there, Team Liquid. Stay in this compound and wait a little bit longer to see what the circle is going to be doing.
Yeah.
As Ayala, everybody just, oh wow, there you go. Cardozan getting that knock too. How aggressive is this team feeling? I think it would take at least 2 knocks for Team Liquid to even think about possibly pushing the Vicious in this position.
Yeah, the craziest thing is even with that ambitious pull up, they only had the 1 coup to get in there. Even with it smoking, they were able to make it back to the compound, and now still applying pressure to the Vicious. 9Z though, that's going to be the team that actually took AGG's spot on the north side of the mountain. So the Vicious not able to really pressure these teams rotating around them, actually losing almost 2 players. Teams Reyes down to 1 HP. He was the player up on the mountain, and I mean, yeah, this north side, it's kind of becoming a bit too much of a cluster for these teams to handle. And Team Liquid, I think they kind of recognize that. Seven was saying, hey, you know, there's too many squads for our liking to really look for this. Let's just play our positioning. And with that zone shift, I think they're feeling pretty good about it.
They are going to be feeling pretty good about a team that's currently not feeling good with what happened. There is NRG. NRG is pretty much forced to just move the way. They end up losing 1 player to Loops, and that was my biggest worry for NRG. They were focusing a little bit too much on Team Queso, seeing if they could somehow set up a trap for them, and they end up getting trapped here by Loops Specs, having to hide behind this tree, hopefully being able to fully heal. He does have a vehicle working with him, but I feel like that buggy might end up getting blown up as IG is also on the horizon. This is just a horrible spot to be in. On top of that, he's outside of the circle. Gonna have to worry about Team Queso. On top of that, whatever players are left alive from IG, not where you want to be, but I have seen Spec being able to clutch it up. I was praising him as how well he was able to get those extra points for him, and that trigger discipline that he just showed right there is so good to see. He could have easily taken those shots, but he realized, I don't think they know that I'm there. He's going to wait for the right moment.
Yeah, the sad thing is he just had to watch his teammate Casper get full sent by the trio of intense game on that roadside. So even with that buggy there, I think the back tire was shot out. He's not going to make it in, but the Vicious now, they couldn't take the fight with 9Z early enough. Now all 3 of them actually getting wiped. So 9Z, even though they lose the player winning the fight on this northern side of the mountain, but now they got to work their way in 7. They've got 2 minutes on this clock for the zone closing in. Are they really going to be able to push into the Goliaths of Team Liquid?
It's easier said than done, right?
Yeah.
It sounds good on paper.
Just push the first place team.
It sounds so good on paper, especially like for teams like 9Z. We barely heard about them today. It's good for them to be able to take on the Vicious. It's good for them to kind of be able to take that position. But now, not only do you end up taking that position, people know where you're at, and the circle doesn't end up going your way. You're not going to be anywhere near the circle, so you're going to have to find a way to possibly get in there, and that's what Spec's going to have to do here. And there you go. Spec ends up dying to the place onto pop-up blue as Team Queso and Lubes and just everybody around was too much. But you know what? We're talking about how easy it might have sounded on paper. I think 9C is going to have to do it. 9C is going to have to find a way to just overcome this fight with Team Liquid as they're just so close to each other. Luckily for them, they are currently within the circle.
Yeah, it seems like a bit of a blessing. Team Liquid was not holding these cement buildings on the close side of the mountain. Maybe they just didn't want to bother if they were to get slammed from 9Z. But we also have the likes of VIP Esports. They're going to be on this western side, kind of this lower end of the mountain, playing this trough area. Could possibly be a disaster for Team Liquid and 9Z in this compound if they are able to kind of work up and look for those ridgeline, I guess, LOS spots. But we know the zone. A lot of these teams are starting to kind of take these nook and cranny spots. I think if you're Team Liquid, you got to keep being able to turtle it up and potentially have to make that sort of full send do or die play in this next shift.
We'll have to wait and see as VIP now taking the high ground. They're going to be able to just spot everything. And on top of that, they have a big 3-1 split. As you can see, Cunha there on the horizon, just barely on the edge of that circle. There's still one player left alive from Furia. Luckily for Team Queso, they're still going to be within that circle. Loops is going to have to figure out what they want to do. But at the top, the fights that we were wondering if they were going to happen and when they were going to happen, 9C will have to find a way to get past Team Liquid, as Team Liquid is also, I think, a little bit of that compound is going to be within, but they'll want to make sure that they clear 9C before they even start focusing on all the other teams that are going to be surrounding them.
Yeah, we know the third-party potential, especially today, has been on point by a lot of the squads. Obviously, the Vicious comes to mind, and Alpha7 and Loops. But when you're coming to these other teams, you know, a lot of these squads took casualties early on. Obviously, Furia being the name one. Oh, man, I mean, 1 HP. He does get the heal off. I don't think Strap's really going to waste too much more utility on him. But VIP Esports, I think they realized it's just a solo here at the compound. This could be a free elimination if they choose to pull up. It doesn't seem like that. Oh, wait a second. I'm seeing the turnaround, but that's not going to happen. 9Z, they're trying to make the push now on a Team Liquid 7, but unfortunately given the first knock.
First knock, Furia ends up getting eliminated there with 4 Ilms, and now Ayala's trying to make the push. Remember, Ayala was the MVP of week 1. He wants to make it 2 weeks in a row, seeing if he could possibly find Erangel here from 9C and secure some more eliminations for his team. Luckily, though, for 9C, VIP is currently getting into this fight as well. They were able to knock Mythic and maybe makes it a little bit easier for them. Bad timing. There goes the nade. He's going to be able to spot Ayala. Can he actually get the knock? Oh, it's actually Sheaf with the insane angle being able to cover Ayala. And now Cardozo is going to try to see if they could possibly pick up Mythic. Mythic is going to get eliminated. It's looking tough here for Team Liquid, as not only do they have VIP focusing on them, on top of that, they had Influence Rage as well.
Yeah, I think VIP Esports should really turn their sights on the Team Liquid squad. You just saw one of them get eliminated. I think actually maybe even a second one. Yeah, Influence Rage picking off Ayala. So this squad really in shambles right now. And unfortunately, they're still kind of a bit too spread. VIP, it seems like Strap was able to find an opening. And this is what I was wanting to see, 7. Go for the aggression. You need to start soaking up these elimination points before the rest of these squads start finding. But now, a lot of them, they spot Influence Rage. It actually looks like the TL solo was able to get by and rat himself out in the circle. Really need to be careful of these misplays here if you can pick it up. But, oh, man. Look at this. I mean, these ridges, 7, I was talking about at the start. There's so much elevation play. It's so hard to make these sort of split-second decisions if it's going to cost you a life.
Yeah, and you don't know what's going to be over that ridge, right? We have seen it in the past where a player is able to kind of hide and just wait for the right moment and then take those shots and surprise a team. As we're seeing now, VIP use that vehicle to their advantage as cover and try to take some shots there on Team Queso. And somehow Cardozo is just currently surviving, being in between some of these teams. Influence Rage, Loops, and on top of that, VIP. But you were talking about it. Look at this Rage. This Rage is helping him out, and it's at least covering him from some of the other teams like Loops and Influence Rage. I think he might be able to survive Enigma. He just stay quiet enough where he's going to be able to clutch up some extra possible placement points for his team.
Yeah, I mean, they've already got 5 elims. Maybe you get one more and get up into that maybe top 3 range. But it looks like Influence Rage, they were a bit spread on the Loop squad. VIP Esports recognizing this, putting up the numbers right now, trying to assemble the Avengers onto the duo. But the shots are coming through. The shotguns are doing damage. And you got to be careful with the ridges. You can't be leaving your teammate out to dry. But the UMP shots come in. Teammate loses. It does get the trade. VIP Esports, this is your moment. You got to find Little Boy, but the nade almost catching him in the face, trying to wait for the support from his teammates. And now, oh man, I mean, VIP Esports, you got to go on the aggression here. You got to look for the shots. You got to get the squad wipe, but it seems like they're going to go for the reset, try to even up the numbers again, and hopefully 3-man push Little Boy.
And the big split too that they had earlier. Oh, there you go. Influence Rage being able to finish that last player from Loops, and Team Queso finally decided to get up to the compound. It seemed like the 3-1 split that they had earlier for VIP is just not working out for them, as Influence Rage might be able to pick up his player. He is going to be able to pick up his player. Big disadvantage there. And it comes, and this is, I feel like it's the storyline for VIP. Sometimes they just tend to be a little bit too passive, or sometimes they just move a little bit too slow. As now you have Cunha finally making that push, but you got to make it harder for you because both of the players are alive. Can they clutch up this fight. Cunha's gonna end up getting knocked, and there you go. Luckily for this team, for VIP, they're able to make that trade, and they're able to win that fight. For my liking, a little bit too slow. I would like to see a little bit more assertiveness in the future, but luckily for them, now they're in a top 3 situation, and they're gonna have to go against up Team Queso, which has all their 4 players alive. Team Queso has been chilling for the longest time, and they waste no time in spreading out and getting all that intel.
Yeah, I mean, Cunha just had to rotate around. We are going to see Cardoza now getting found out. This is going to be a straight-up 4v4 fight. VIP, though, they gave up so much room, but Coco getting caught off guard on the pull-up, expecting the cover fire from his team, resulting in a 3v4. I was going to say, VIP, they gave up a lot of room, bringing Cunha over to kind of initiate that fight with Influence Rage, but luckily for them, getting the early advantage, and now got to work the zone here. We're talking stage 7. We do have one more shift coming into play before it goes into nothingness. And I think, yeah, both of these squads realize just how dire this roadside hill is going to be. VIP, you got to go on the aggression. You got to look for the angles, and you got to do it now.
That's the main one right there. They got to look for those angles. They have the numbers to their advantage now. It's not a 4v4, it's a 3v4, and that's exactly what they're currently doing, as Pappy Potro almost ends up getting knocked there as 2 players are trying to get that angle, and I feel like they might be able to find it here fairly soon. Myth being able to get that knock there on one of the players from Team Queso. More knocks coming through. This is the aggression that we want to see out of this team. VIP looking to get another win under their belt, as Big Milo is trying to clutch up for Team Queso. He's going to clutch up at least one elimination point there for him. As VIP, wow, what the action. I'm enjoying the aggressiveness here, but they need to make sure they work together here. They don't want to be sending one by one player. We have seen that happen before, and it has come really bad. But VIP looking at the sky, looking at the win, being able to clutch up that win. A team that we're wondering where they have been, a team that we were saying, hey, they have a chicken dinner under the belt as well, being able to clutch up the second one. And you can see the players right there, not too hyped about it, because they know what's at stake right now, Enigma. They know that they gotta climb that leaderboard, and it's a tough ask.
Yeah, I mean, at least one win, it feels good, but that's why you got to look at the leaderboard. That's why when it comes to this 120 game format, you can't just have one solid game. You got to be able to do it across the whole tournament, and hopefully this will kind of be that refresher, that restarting point for VIP.
I hope so, because VIP started the day in 14th place. They have a long come up ahead of them. 152 points. They want to break into top 5. They've got to match that of Furia, which is all the way up there at 254. Of course, I'm talking about the points at the start of the day. So they were 100 points away at the start of the day from breaking into top 5, and even further if they want to go up into top 3. A long road, but hey, we still have quite a few days ahead of us. After all, it's only day 6. This is a 20-day season. One of the biggest factors, though, Enigma, for me, man, has to be Loops. I was so impressed by the way they play from the start and even to their finish, right, where they finished off in 5th place. They get 11 eliminations. They start off with a massive win against Latin Kings x Navy SEALs.
Yeah, I mean, any sort of elimination points is going to keep that engine going, keep that fire burning. But unfortunately, you know, I'm pretty sure at the end of it, I'm not sure if we'll see it in this replay package, but I think they got 1v2'd by one of the Influence Rage players on the hill. That's how they kind of got wiped on this southern side of zone when it came to that stage 6. So that squad, you know, they're having a lot of moments of brilliance, but still kind of struggling against maybe some of these more powerhouse squads from Brazil or Latam. And if you're needing to find your stride against these squads, still, it's a tall order to see.
Well, you say that, but they did take down Twisted Minds, and they also took out Inco, and they did get a third party against Furia. Granted, didn't fully eliminate them, but they did manage to get 2 eliminations. I think this is one of the best games we've seen from Loop so far. Again, just getting up to that top 3. Their placement points is something they continue to struggle with, something they need to improve. But obviously VIP, right, the biggest talking point here, 7. They finish with the winner chicken dinner. They get 13 total eliminations. From start to finish, man, they were doing a lot of things right. I thought they were going to have a really tough game because they started the game opposite of Team Liquid, who is right next door to them.
Yeah, and the thing for this team, and we were kind of looking at it there with Enigma as we were casting the match, I thought maybe they were going to be a little bit too slow. I'm glad that they turned it up there towards the end. Cunha should have rotated a little bit sooner. It's stuff that they'll be able to go back and kind of review and improve on, so it's good for them to be at least in these positions because they'll know what they need to improve to be able to clutch up more wins in the future. But for this team, I mean, it comes down to continue on performances like this. Obviously, it's crazy for me to ask for them to win the rest of the matches today, but they need to continue to get those eliminations. They need to continue to set themselves up in great positions like they did in this match and throughout this match to at least third-party fights and secure themselves 13 eliminations.
23 total points coming from them, and it wasn't easy. They took down Team Liquid. They took down, obviously, Team Queso towards the end. They had to go against the big dogs, and VIP excelled in each and every fight. They finish with all 4 members still alive. That is one of their best games yet. Hopefully we'll have an interview with one of them a little bit later with Sarpatch. I would love to hear what was going through their minds and really what they owe this victory to, because it is a big one of their biggest ones yet. They were a big talking point throughout week 1. They settled down. They started to fizzle out. Maybe just like we were saying earlier about, like, you know, the likes of NRG after their big Erangel win with 10 or third place with 10 eliminations. Maybe this is the start of some rosters that kind of fizzled out. Influence Rage, though, with 10, Loops with 14 themselves. It was nice to see Enigma Influence Rage finish in 4th place. I think they did a stellar job compared to their earlier games.
Yeah, I mean, some squads just, you know, really able to kind of turn the tides a bit and bring it back in some of these later matches. But I got to call out Intense Game because they were sharing that Western side with VIP Esports, but ultimately not trying to fight for that spot, kind of just cow tipped over and let them take that sort of positioning. And then obviously at the end here, you know, we saw Alpha7 kind of get caught off guard by NRG dropping with them, coming around. But the leaderboard, surprisingly, Taylor, I'm not seeing any movement in the top 8.
And that's to be expected, Enigma, given the fact that now we have those point gaps. Things are starting to settle down. It's not like that first week where everybody was relatively even. And, you know, of course, one big game can make a massive difference. And also 7, like, this isn't bonus points day, right? Tomorrow, I expect a lot of movement on the first and second page. More specifically, the first page. You look at 3 of the teams here. They're in Group A. They play tomorrow. But for today, it's all about just closing that gap and getting ready for your bonus points day.
And something that I'm seeing here is Alpha7 finally breaking that 300-point mark and at least maintaining that 3rd place. So far, this team, we saw what they were able to showcase in the first match in Erangel. And here in the second match in Miramar, it just looked like it was going to be going downhill right off the bat. So they were able to at least secure some phase by securing those eliminations. But the main concern for me is Mafioso staying alive. They need Mafioso to stay alive. That is such a big factor to the playing style. It's such a big factor to allowing them to have more freedom to also take on fights and use them to get the off angles. He needs to start staying alive. If not, we can start seeing some changes here. Luckily for Alpha7, though, Twisted Minds hasn't really had the best days. Furia hasn't as well. Team Queso, I mean, we saw them push up past Furia whenever they were able to clutch up that chicken dinner, but I'm not sure I'm convinced with what I'm seeing right now out of some of these teams here in the front.
Yeah, I'd honestly be very surprised if we see any changes on this top page. Now, this bottom page, it's a little bit different. There have been some teams moving about really consistently throughout the 3 games we've witnessed today. That includes the bonus game out there, chat, that we saw a little bit earlier. VIP, though, will move up. They started the day in 14th place. They are now in 12th. A long way to go, but if they have more games like they just had, Enigma, they very well might pass up 9Z in 10th place.
Yeah, I mean, 9Z, NRG's got to get thrown in that mix because we saw that Miramar, they lost a player early on. NRG did to the likes of Alpha7. And then you come in, yeah, they had a good third-party idea against Furia, and then ultimately they couldn't even make the next rotation in. So we got to really start putting these pieces of the puzzle together a little bit better for wanting some of these bottom 8 teams. Thankfully, though, with VIP, you know, having a solid game in that last Miramar, hopefully they're able to kind of find their stride, or else this bottom 8, it might still stay the same.
I think it might, but again, I think we're going to have some teams moving about. But, you know, at least on that second page, first page, I don't think there's going to be any moving piece. I'd be very surprised if there were. But then again, we've already seen some 20-point games, so anything can happen. But one thing that did happen a little bit earlier was X Factor. They absolutely went ballistic during the bonus game. They pick up a winner chicken dinner. They get 10 eliminations, and luckily Sarpatch was on site after that big bonus game win with X Factor's baton to hear what went down during that game.
All right, guys, massive victory the first day of the week. The first match of the day as well. Congratulations, Baton. Tell me about the match.
Thank you. The match was good for us, very good zone. We did a very good rotation to the multi power, and then zone come back to the north, and then one more time come back to the multi, and we just, like, you know, like this. And then we just did a good third party and just clean our side and just win the game.
Yeah, so blessed and patient at the end. Let the other teams fight it out, and you come in and get the kills.
Yes.
Congratulations, man. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Nice way to start the week. Let's go, Nate.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2024 PMSL Americas Fall Season, day number 6. I'm your host, Taylor Reflections Noble, and the day continues to get better because teams that we haven't seen perform well, at least in the past couple of days, are now starting to show their face, man, and I'm loving it. VIP, a massive win, 13 eliminations, makes things exciting heading into Game 3, which we are already heading into Game 3. It's going to be Erangel, of course. We've already seen this map 2 times today. The previous game winners were X Factor as well as Team Queso. Will one of those teams return to the top, or will we have a different victor? There's a lot of teams playing today out of all 16 who are incredible on Erangel, so it could be any of them. Chat get loud with the support of whoever you want to see at the top. 7 Enigma, take it away.
Stay tuned and find out, because you mentioned it. We already had NA. We already had LATAM get some chicken dinners here in Erangel. Could it possibly do Brazil maybe taking the next win? Who knows? Let us know in the chat. I'll be happy to maybe shout out somebody that gets the prediction right. From right now, though, you have to predict who's going to win this match. And we'll see if maybe somebody does end up getting it right. Because if you would have asked me VIP was going to end up winning that last match in Miramar, I wouldn't have won.
Oh, yeah.
I would have definitely
Oh
lost.
yeah, no, we all would have lost. I mean, I would have maybe bet, coming in that later zone, Team Queso or even Influence Rage for a chance. And I wouldn't have gone with the Team Liquid pick. They're in first place. That's too easy of a pick, But you talk about maybe having Brazil win a game. Now, I kind of want NA win another game because currently we're sitting at only 2 total combined out of all 4 NA teams out of the 30, however many games we've played already. We only have 2 wins. And it's like we're needing more. NA lacks the play some points. I wonder why. Because we can't even get a freaking win on some of these teams. So hopefully with, another 80, 90 games getting played, we'll be able to start seeing a few more tallies in that win column for NA.
All right, well, you know what? We're about to either become the biggest. Oh my goodness! Before I say that, look at this zone right here, because X Factor, if you're able to rotate a little bit faster towards the north, you're gonna be looking really good here. And for all the other teams, oh man, loot up as quick as possible and make it north, because that is wow. It's been a while since I've seen a circle like that. I was gonna say, you want NA to win, right?
Yeah.
Let's pick favorites. Let's either caster curse or become a good luck charm to some of these teams. Which team out of NA do you want it to win?
I'm going with the bottom of the bottom of the bottom of the freaking barrel here, 7. We're going with Intense Game. I can envision it right now. We're South George. We rotate across the bridge around Alpha7 and then hopefully find our spot in early enough kind of center in this zone. But the scary thing is that with these zone 7 is when you have that river that goes all the way through the map like this. If that's in the center, it ultimately becomes that 50-50 of if it goes to the north or the south side. And I'm hoping it goes north because I could see Intense Game going up to that side, really hedging their bets on getting it. But this team, man, I mean, they have not found any moments of real brilliance, I guess you could say. And I'm wanting it to start now. I want them to start shaking up that bottom 8.
I see that. All right, you know what? I'm not gonna pick the same one as you, just to make it a little bit different. But I see what you're cooking there, right? I would enjoy seeing Intense Game possibly get a win and just get off the bottom 2, please. Yeah. But I think a team that I personally want to win, it's not gonna be X Factor, even though if X Factor plays this very well, they can end up securing some placement points. I want NRG. Ooh. NRG, what they were able to showcase me earlier in Erangel by Stalber. I was really impressed by it. I was impressed by the eliminations that they were able to put up. I felt like that team needed the win.
Yeah.
I felt like if they would have gotten that win, it would have been the cherry on top for such a great game that they had. And if they can just get that win, boost that confidence up, everybody's going to be on an absolute high. We know you can get the eliminations. The confidence is going to be there. So, yeah, my pick is going to be NRG.
Yeah, and thankfully, Fate was able to really turn up the gears in that game. He had, 6 eliminations after you were calling him out. Of course, I think having 19 total for himself after 30 games. So this squad NRG, these zones are a little bit of a do or die spot because they love to play out in zone what seems to be the first 3 zone shifts of the game. So them coming in a little bit tagged up by blue zone, maybe it's them possibly having a rough time rotating depending on how the zone shifts in this Erangel match. But this team, I like your idea with it, but I was kind of surprised you didn't say Inco. They're basically dead center of the map here, 7.
That would be a given. I felt like that would be actually. No, it's not that. It's just I don't trust him.
Hey, whatever works.
That's the honest truth.
Whatever
I don't trust
works.
them right now.
Yeah,
I felt like NRG would be the one that could maybe make it happen. I don't want to fully curse them here, so you know what, NRG, please make it happen. But I wouldn't be mad. Honestly, any NA team, for them to just put up a good performance here, I would personally be happy, and I think you would personally be happy too.
Yeah, I mean, especially, I really wanted to say Inco, but they just have not been having their strides. And Intense Game at Miramar, they had a spot, like I said, when we were talking about that overall results of that game. They just never really went for an engagement on VIP Esports. They let them just take that whole roadside on the west. They basically got gatekept by, I think, 1 player, which was Cunha. But Intense Game, man, I mean, I'm really hoping you're listening or something to this broadcast. Your coach is coming in and saying, hey, listen, the casters are right. Enigma, previous pro, 7 Worlds, the GOAT analysts are coming in and saying, hey, you got to really start taking these fights in this aggression, because the hesitation, like we've already seen throughout week 1, is costing these teams.
And the thing is that we have seen it over and over again. Like when you, at least so far, it has worked out from what I've been able to see. If you take the aggression, these teams are actually, so far, every team that takes the aggression ends up coming out on top because they end up surprising the other team. I think a lot of the Brazilian teams as well, they don't expect certain teams to be as aggressive towards them. They don't expect to maybe for a team to make that push and challenge their location where they're at. And if you can catch a team by full surprise, get those eliminations, also secure a great spot, man, that's just gonna put you in such a great spot. But it's easier said than done for some of these teams. You mentioned IG. I mean, IG, I was giving crap to VIP for maybe playing it a little bit too slow there on the final of this match that we just had in Miramar.
Yeah.
But boy, IG, you were talking about it. Cunha was that one player that was just holding him down. Given, I don't know how much IG utility-wise they had to work with, and they did have Team Queso going up against them. But when you're in situations like that, if you want to be one of those winning teams, we've seen it in the past too. We saw it earlier on too with Alpha7 just having to fight their way into the circle in the first Erangel, the second Erangel that we played today. You gotta go for it. You have to go for it, and you start building that confidence that, okay, we are able to do this. We don't have to play this passive. We don't have to wait for certain teams to just allow us in.
Yeah, it's always that night and day difference, especially when it's region to region. Obviously, the NA region has been a lot more on that placement and zone positioning, but teams like Team Liquid, we'll actually get into it right now, per se, they're fine with taking the aggression if they don't get the zone shift. And this is actually going to be against Team Queso, who been feeling themselves a little bit. Team Liquid did get wiped a little bit earlier than I thought they would have liked in that last Miramar. But this is a team, though, even with their first 2-day performances, they were able to finish out the first week in first place. So this is one of those squads where even with a bad game, even maybe with losing a player early on, thankfully they could still be fighting themselves out in this later part of the game.
If you're Team Liquid, do you even worry about maybe teams getting closer to and closing the gap in regards to points? Because I feel like and I feel like it's something that I at least saw in week 1. They were able to use those bonus points to their advantage. I mean, for them to be able to clutch up 68 bonus points on their day, that's absolutely insane. And no team even got close to 60 points. I think Alpha7 was the one team that got to 53. Then on top of that, you had X Factor at 51, right? If for Team Liquid, I mean, this is cool for Americas, for PMSL Americas right now. And I kind of hinted at this earlier. I am going to be judging teams a little bit different as we get on because of what happened with Team Liquid. They were able to do so well in PMSL America spring, and then they got to PMWC, and boy, it just looked like a completely different team. The confidence wasn't there. I don't know what it was, but it just wasn't the same team. So I'm hoping that they just don't fully rely on the bonus points and we start seeing even more consistency, which is crazy to say for me because of what's currently happening with the leaderboard. But I'm just starting to put certain teams in certain situations when we get to PMGC league stage.
Yeah, I mean, for Team Liquid especially, they're a team that they seem to like to play this more centralized positioning, maybe a more standard way of playing, picking up those elimination points later on. But if you're playing like that, if you don't get into those later spots, you start struggling getting into those zones. And that's why we saw, obviously, Alpha7 win EWC, because they were able to take these fights. They weren't afraid to take engagements. And look at this, even Mafioso. We're talking about him right now, hitting a complete 360, trying to find some shots going down. But back to like what you said, you know, these squads, this is the Americas lobby. Maybe you feel more comfortable taking some of these engagements because you know the other squads. But at some point, you're going to go against some powerhouse team from another region that you've only gone against maybe 6 or 8 times in scrims. You're only going against them maybe once or twice a year. And it's really going to show who's got that standardized top tier, that S tier level of play when it comes to a professional squad. And Team Liquid, like you said, you know, we don't want to really put them on blast like that too much, but EWC was definitely not what they were expecting.
Yeah, and I feel like with what they're being able to do here after week 1, with what we expect them to do, especially after what we saw in PMSL Americas in spring, I would like to see certain switches to this team. But one thing that I am happy about this team is whenever they do get the center of the circle, boy, that is a team that as soon as they get the center of the circle, at least on this lobby, you're like, okay, there's a high chance they're going to get this win. I've seen teams in the past where they get the center of the circle, they're like, okay, even if you gave me UC, I wouldn't even pick that team.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely not hitting the rolls, the bets in game on that stuff. But I kind of really like how you said that, where when you said that Team Liquid in these Americas lobbies, when they're center in that stage, even 2 or 3, those spots, you know, we can instantly see, okay, this could be a pop-off game from them. And for the most part, we could say that maybe about the likes of Alpha7. They do like to play edge. I'll give them that. But some of these teams, like if we were to throw Inco into that mix, I could see them even in the first engagement losing a player early on. But Team Liquid, they don't make those mistakes in this lobby. They don't lose players early on. And if they do, it's them coming out with 4 eliminations, which if you're center, if you're having 3 players alive, 7, you're going to be taking that trade any day of the week. And some of these squads, I think, are maybe just giving Team Liquid and those squads at the top a little bit too much breathing room in these matches.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I think that's for Team Liquid, that's a team that if you end up losing 1 player, but on top of that, you get positioning and you know that you have at least 3 players that can definitely frag out. Yeah. I will definitely take that opposite, but I want to see what this circle is going to be doing as we do have Fury currently driving. Oh, wow. Okay. That's that's not one that anybody was expecting.
I mean, AGG, they're loving it. Furia was the team that actually landed at crates. They took that hillside just up top, and they're trying to actually backtrack. So I'm not sure if they're going to be able to scout the compound out just yet. But look at all these teams, man. They were betting on that shooting range just south of Severny, you know, that area, and it just pulls right back. And we even actually see Ruins in play, but Furia, they're slamming in. They're actually going to take this little vehicle spawn garage. So I actually completely forgot this was in play. But look at this, Twisted Minds now. They're trying to send it in, but they're a squad too late. Furia, you got to win this 4v4. But Radaboy finding the 1-7. This is disastrous for Furia right now. And the pre-fires, they're coming in. He does get 1, but we're down to just a duo. And at some point, the nade 7, they're going to start coming in, and they're going to be hurting.
We thought it was going to be a little bit too late there for Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds being able to clutch up, and guess what? It wasn't too late, as it wasn't all the players from Furia. And right now, the last player, Gustasi, trying to see if he can maybe possibly find some angles, and it's not. Wow, what a switch of events right there, Enigma, from possibly a great location to Twisted Minds being the aggressor and saying, no. We want the location. And guess what? They ended up sacrificing 1 player, but at least now they have a great location where if the circle does continue to narrow down on them, they're going to be able to just not only get those placement points, they might be able to even secure some possible eliminations as teams are going to be rotating around.
Yeah, the difference between Furia and that sort of like so Twisted Minds is Twisted Minds was 4-man on that pull-up. Furia tried to hold this split play, and now we're seeing it. Other squads, they're actually kind of crumbling over these split plays. X Factor Capri's trying to find the shots, but Milo's just getting around. And look at this. I mean, instantly angled out. You stop in the open, you go for the shots, and you get run over because of it. 7. X Factor getting pressured by NRG, and unfortunately just rotating straight into Team Queso.
Oh, man, that is just not what you want to see there out of X Factor. They're going to have 1 player left alive. It's going to be FS. We saw FS earlier trying to clutch up. FS, your best bet is to just run away from this fight and hopefully find a shack and start securing those placement points, because right now those eliminations are not going to be looking like they're going to be possible, at least between this fight here with Team Queso. And on top of that, in the horizon, am I seeing that right? Is that Alpha7? Yeah, you know what, just he's got heals. Stay in the circle a little bit longer, wait for teams to rotate out, and then maybe make that push up.
I mean, everyone, they're making those rotations, but I think Mafioso actually hurt him while he was in blue zone. The buggy's got a pretty loud sound range, but Team Queso, they lost 1 on that fight with X Factor, and now it's going to be an intense game. This is the team 7 I was putting on blast. You know, this has got to be your game, and this is the fight where they could make it happen. 4v3 spot, but the run over, actually finding one immediately. Intense game. Getting at least 1 on the board so far, but we do see that zone shift. They're going to have to make the great migration in, and unfortunately, they're actually looking like they're getting sandwiched on this hillside. Intense game might be overextending.
They might be, but they're trying to be the aggressors. It worked out for them at the start. Now they're starting to rotate back because they saw that NRG is getting very close to them. 2 teams, the team that I picked versus the team that you picked. One is going to end up getting cursed. Who's going to end up on top? Stay tuned and find out, because, boy, the fight could be starting fairly soon. Oh, mistiming the grenade there by Yaya. But they need to be careful. Look at Fate. Look where currently Fate is at. If they can maybe sneak up behind him, he might be able to find those angles. And Yaya's not able to find just the right angle with those grenades. Casper having to back up a little bit there from that Molotov, and he's gonna just decide to hop into this vehicle and back up even more. Smart play here by NRG, just conceding a little bit.
Yeah, but I mean, I gotta look at where Fate's at. I think he's getting run down right now. He tried to stop in, but intense game immediately condensing down on this north side. But now the zone's coming in, Seven. Both these squads, they got to determine, hey, are we going to keep this fight going, or are we going to rotate in? Because it's not just them. We've got Alpha7 coming into the zone. They got to work through AGG. There's too much stuff for these squads to worry about now with the zone.
There's going to be a lot, and we're going to be switching to another fight now between 9C and also Latin Kings. Latin Kings is a team that definitely needs the points. As you're going to be seeing, 9C is going to be striking first, and here we go. The aggression is just imminent from this team as they get one knock, and they fully go for that push. Latin Kings currently down one player. He's going to be knocked. And now Choco trying to see if he could possibly end up finding a nade. That should be hitting a beautiful grenade there from Choco as he's going to make it now a 3 versus 2. Oh, wow. He ends up getting caught though. Latin Kings trying to find some life here as he's just getting chased down. But 9C is too much, and they're not going to end up losing any players. They need to be careful though. Luckily for them, they don't have anybody near them, so they don't have to worry about any type of third parties.
Yeah, the beautiful start was just Erangel getting that knock. And at that point, as long as you have confidence in your squad, you don't mind giving a trade if you can get that sort of 3v2 going. And that's exactly what they did with those nades. They flushed out that roof player from holding it down. And unfortunately, you know, you look at Latin Kings, I like the idea and the plays, but it's just too easily readable at this standard level of play. And now, obviously, they were able to kind of reset down there on that sort of water city on the south side, but this north side, man, I mean, it's still going on 7.
You never know where these teams are going to be rotating. You never know who's going to be the aggressor. And guess what? The fight between NRG and IG is still happening. NA versus NA. They don't. None of those teams wants us to be right. Okay, Enigma. That's what I narrow it down to.
Yeah.
They don't. They're like, okay, they're picking us. We want to prove them wrong. And we want to prove them wrong the worst way possible. It's Influence Rage there getting knocked by Loops. Loops is going to be able to secure that elimination towards them. And this is an important fight too, because if they're able to kind of just clear out Loops. Oh, you know what? Loops actually ends up clearing out Influence Rage. And now they're going to have a lot of room to work with. And boy, do they need it, because depending on where the circle ends up going, they could be seen possibly having to swim across. Look at it. You can see it right there. Yeah. Oh, what kind of circle do we want here, Enigma?
Right on the bridge, bring it right to FSS, make these people come into it, but it's actually going to center up towards that bunker to the west of Mythic. These squads, Loops, 9Z, they got to make that Navy SEAL play in. And one thing I'd like to really make note of before we get to this fight is Loops still has 4 players up. So if they can get control of that water side, they could continue moving forward. But NRG, man, this is a broken record right now. They take the fight with intense game. They get 2 eliminations, but it's just Alpha7 coming in looking for the third party. And I'd be really worried, 7, if it's Revo of all people kind of going for that ego drive play, because there's a reason why he's at the top of the MVP rankings.
Oh, for sure. And with NRG, something that I'm starting to notice a pattern here is that it's always these 2 players left alive. It's always Casper and Spec, as Casper was able to get spotted there by Rebel, but he's going to be able to back off a little bit. NRG having to work with Alpha7 and then the blue zone. Not the best spot, not the sandwich you want to be on. As Spec hits the ground and is going to have to play a little bit of snake here and hope that Alpha7 just forgets about him. Maybe they focus on the Vicious and they focus on other stuff, but it's Alpha7. They're not going to be doing that. They want to make sure that area is going to be clear, but this is good. I'm glad that NRG is looking for a different path here and looking for a different push.
Yeah, and one of the scary things too is that AGG has been so quiet on that western side. They could just be free raining shots as soon as NRG kind of sprays in. But this is what I was talking about. 9Z, they came from the water side. They're actually going to be fighting the Loop squad that came up through the water side, and going to find one Erangel. This player's been making it happen with every first initial knock, but he's actually going to see a solo of Team Queso riding it out on the buggy. This team, man, I mean, if they were able to wipe every single solo, every team in this water side 7, this could be a big game for him.
Talk about water side. Look at the other team that ended up crashing on the water too with NRG. They decided, you know what? We don't want to fight Alpha7. We're just going to go into the water. We're going to play it out. And then Loops. I was talking about how Loops was going to pretty much forced to swim across. They are having to be forced to swim across, and is not looking for that team. Always such a tough push out of here, too. Gizao. Oh, Twisted Minds. Remember, they took this spot from Furia, and now they're having to fight for it against AGG, and AGG, out of all teams, is going to be able to win that fight. Luckily for Twisted Minds, they end up getting at least 7 eliminations, but AGG, what a massive surprise there.
Yeah, they had to push from the compound. They got to go for something, and that's the building you got to aim your sights for. Now, I wish they had more than just a duo there, but you'll take anything if it's not you being wiped. every sort of disaster going on for these squads. And I mean, look at this bridge. We've got Loops coming in from the back end of the bridge. We've got 9Z spread out on the coast. And these snakes, I mean, if any one of them were to go for those shots, 7, this could be a real sort of play disaster for these teams. And looks like Choco, he's going to be the first one tested. Loops still trying to find their way in. And they're right on the edge of zone, but you got to work for this bridge. You cannot leave it up to chance in terms of the zone pulling towards you.
On top of that, I mean, I was telling FS earlier to find a shack if possible. He ended up finding a bridge. Whatever works for you, get those extra points for your team, because pretty soon he's going to be able to start collecting even more placement points for him, and they definitely need those. Alpha7 now is starting to drive around, seeing if they can maybe spot anybody. They are going to be able to spot somebody. Look at this play here, making sure that they keep awareness of all of their surroundings, making people back up, but they need to be careful not to overextend. It's something that some of these players do end up doing in the past. Rebel is currently knocked, but Alpha7 being able to spot there the vicious, and is going to end up knocking and eliminating one player, popping those tires from the buggy. They need to worry about one more player.
Wow.
What? Oh my goodness. Give me your glasses, boy, because I'm blind. I didn't even know you could see that player there. Wow,
Hey.
Carrillo.
Intuition. That's what it is, baby. And I mean, Alpha7, you talked about it. Revo got knocked, but Mafioso, with how fast he was able to get that knock onto the Vicious member, yeah, I'm just going to hit a 180 instant revive. Team Liquid doesn't even have time to react themselves on it. But look at this. Like, they're actually sending it back down the coastline. Loops. It looks like they opted to rotate around. And man, I mean, this kind of really feels tragic because, you know, Team Liquid, yeah, they're going to hold this spread and they're going to hold you in the water. Man, just really tragic stuff to see from Loops.
You can see FS just trying to survive a little bit longer there. 9C as well. They're currently going to be under this bridge. I think 9C is going to be able to spot that player there. Oh, you know what? He's going to go back to it. And they're going to have to switch those roles as FS is going to try to stay alive a little bit longer. He has now secured a top 7 for his team. And he's going to be able to heal. We'll have to wait and see if that's something that he can do. Team Liquid, they've been quiet, but boy, do they currently have a lot to work with. This team is going to have their full 4 to work with. They have Alpha7 still alive too. Loops is going to start getting shot at. 9Z, I mean, with another knock. 9Z, a team that we really haven't gotten a chance to talk about much, but so far in this match, we saw what they were able to do in Watertown, and they are racking up the eliminations, currently sitting at 7. Team Liquid, though, they want to be able to stop them as they're just putting on the shots there on FS and everybody below that bridge.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, if you're 9Z, got to start putting some pressure back. Maybe you'd be way too scared if Team Liquid of all teams was to try to flush out that southern side. And I think his saving grace, yeah, is going to be the Loops player, but Choco picking up the immediate 2-tap on the head, now up to 8. Elim Senatexa, unfortunately, not having any to his name just yet. And yeah, look at this 7. Team Liquid just full pressuring now on the coastline. He's actually spotting him through the water. Wow. 1 HP on a Choco, and yeah, it's only a matter of time. Team Liquid, 8 Elim, 7, 4 players up. This is another big game from them.
I'm all for it, Team Liquid. You guys were so quiet. And then I just blink, and all of a sudden, you guys are in a top 3 situation. You have 8 eliminations, and then you have so much space to work with. Let's see what Alpha7 is going to be able to stop this team, because this round, honestly, is looking so good for Team Liquid at the moment. Alpha7 is going to have all their 4 players alive as well. AGG having some players alive too. Only 2 players from AGG. This circle, boy, at least Alpha7 right now has a little ridge to work with, which we have seen it be very, very beneficial. It benefits some teams in the past, but if for some reason Team Liquid can just try to find an angle here, they're just all going to be lined up. But it's hard to find that angle.
Yeah, the scary thing is this is a repeat zone, essentially, of what we had in week 1. Essentially the same exact one, especially with that zone shift, but it's going to be Alpha7 and Team Liquid instead of the likes of Furia and Team Queso from week 1. So we're really going to see 2 teams that have been a very dominant force in the lobby have to take these fights. And the real question for me is going to be, you know, how are they going to really deal with that duo of AGG? Who's going to make that sort of aggressive push on it? Or are we going to leave it up again, like in week 1, to the zone shift?
I was trying to figure out there what Chief was doing, just fully sent into the water. I think they just want to fully clear their backs, which is smart. Okay, I get it now. I get it. He's making sure that there's no sharks behind them. He's making sure that they're not going to be surprised and they can just fully focus on the fight that's going to ensue here with the team that's in front of them and the players that are left.
Alpha7.
They might be able to find the right timing here because now AGG is so close to Alpha7. They might start fighting. And what a nade there by 7. Love the name. He's going to be able to knock McGrellin, and he might be able to follow it up and actually fully eliminate them. And he's going to be able to eliminate Carrillo. Not the start of the finish here that you wanted to see out of Alpha7. But guess what? Team Liquid's going to be able to spot that, and they're going to start making this push here towards AGG. Being able to knock 7, and on top of that, just one player left. For the 2 players of Alpha7, now is the time to start repositioning and surprise Team Liquid. But Team Liquid just might be a little bit too much here, as they have all their 4 players alive, and Alpha7 is able to currently at least secure a top 2.
Yeah, this is where Team Liquid, they start going one by one. They're trying to isolate you out, and they realize, yeah, these last 2 players, they're on the complete edge of zone. I'm not even sure if Mafioso's in play, but Chief, he's going to overextend a bit. Does get 1, and he actually gets 2 players, so a little bit of an even fight. Alpha7, this is your chance to move up. They do get 1 thirst, but other one might be able to get reset 7, and this is the do or die rush. You gotta find the shots, and
what an 8.
Week 1, oh my goodness, just a quick peek headshot. Team Liquid forced to move back on the hillside, and this is still anyone's game, 7.
I'm with you. I'm with you on this because Alpha7 right now being the aggressors, I've been talking about it, and this is what I want to see. Unluckily for Alpha7, though, Mafioso is currently not full healed. He needs to be careful. That player that he knocked earlier, I think he was a little bit too focused on that. And Mafioso with the grenade from Ayala, it's going to end up getting knocked. And it comes down now to just Rebel. We have seen Rebel clutch it before, but boy, is this going to be a tough ask, as Rebel's going to have Mythic close by, and Mythic's able to spot him and sends him back to the lobby. Ladies and gentlemen, any questions that I had earlier for Team Liquid, they have just been answered. This is what I want to see out of this team. This type of playing style is what will make you a champion, not only in PMSL Americas, but possibly in PMGC. We'll have to wait when we get there. I'm getting ahead of myself, but I love when teams are able to play so passive. Enigma, and on top of that, just flip that switch, baby. Get those eliminations where they're given to you.
Yeah, and I really like just Alpha7 made that a fighting chance for themselves, right? They each were able to pick up a knock, making it a 2v2, but unfortunately, you know, the positioning from Team Liquid, the instant revive on the 3rd player, being able to really pinpoint where those players were kind of ratting at on the edge. And Taylor, I know you're a big fan of Team Liquid. Seeing them play in some of these zones, it's just so nice to see.
Because I think they're the masters of positioning. Like, that's something I've always, held in high regard for this Team Liquid roster from the spring season, obviously now into the fall season. You know, Alpha7 is a great team, though. They love to get scrappy. They can play the edge better than any other team out there. But Team Liquid, when they gain control of a zone, very rarely do they give it up. And think about that personal fight, 7, in the final zone, right? It's Alpha7 versus Team Liquid, the 2 teams that consistently get talked about the most on the desk, albeit a little bit more quiet this season than it was last season. But first and second place, Alpha7 winning Esports World Cup, and Team Liquid winning PMSL America's spring season. They're now 1 and 2 in the final zone. You better believe it was a personal fight between the both of them.
It was, and I think if I'm Team Liquid, I'm just sending some thank you cards to AGG. I'm going over, I'm shaking their hand, I'm like, yeah, boy, thanks for making that even easier for us. Thanks for knocking those 2 big players down from Alpha7, because if not, it would have been tougher. And I'm actually surprised, as Enigma, you were saying there, I'm so surprised that Alpha7 was even being able to be given the push there towards the end, where they could possibly even clutch it up. You said it too during that cast. You said, hey, anybody can take it at this point, and I'm 100% with it, because at that point, anybody could have taken it.
Yeah, and it really came down to that sort of nade on a Mafioso. Like you had said, you know, the player was tagged up. He tried to get the reset, but ultimately, you know, the intuition, I guess you could call it, from Team Liquid is just way too strong. And even at the end here, this was, you know, a bit of a misplay from Alpha7. Maybe they thought HG couldn't play the ridge with Team Liquid having that hillside advantage. But bringing it to you, Taylor, with this was kind of the key moment. Alpha7 kind of had it, and unfortunately, Team Liquid was able to come out on top of it.
That's right. They come out on top, but more importantly, they come out on top with 13 eliminations. Another big day for them. Every day continues to be big. They refuse to let go of the first place position. And every time it seems like one team is about to catch up, Team Liquid pulls off a game like this. 23 total points. Congratulations to them. But the points are spread out quite well. I mean, Alpha7 with 11, AGG with 11, 9Z with 12. Now, I want to highlight them, 7. 9Z played at least a team fight. It was against Latin Kings X Navy SEALs. The way that they pincered Navy SEALs was absolutely beautiful. The way they pushed using utility was absolutely flawless. They get a player that is down. Eventually, they will get them back up. but the way they collapsed on Navy SEALs in that one fight just a second ago was picture perfect.
That's right. I mean, they kind of just caught each other crashing on the same spot, but 9C was just the aggressor. They were able to push the action. And as soon as, I mean, you saw the difference too, right? As soon as they got the knock, they fully sanded. They positioned themselves in the bridge. Not only were they able to take care of some of the players swimming across from loops, securing extra eliminations, which is just what you want to see. By the way, for Twisted Minds, even though they end up getting 0 placement points, at least this is something to see out of this team. A team that has been quite quiet today, being able to secure those 7 eliminations.
Well, quiet indeed, and let's talk a little bit more about that. Enigma, a big roster change takes place. Obviously, we look at the first page, no changes, which we expected. I will take note, though, that Team Liquid does take an even greater lead than they started off the day with over Influence Rage. But Enigma, talk to me about this roster change, right? And how it's changed things up, because Federal's out. He's had an abysmal day, but so has the rest of the roster. Why do we think Federal is out and now Higor is in?
Maybe it's just a mindset, kind of a little bit of a mess up when it comes to maybe comms or just players are feeling. And maybe Federal made the call himself. We're not too sure if it's the coach's decision or the IGL's. If you're not feeling it, why not have someone else come in, put the team above yourself, above your own ego? But one thing that I'd really like to make clear, of course, is like how Seven said it. 7 eliminations is still pretty good in terms of a bad 0 placement game. For the likes of these other teams, though, like Furia, they've got the same wins as Team Liquid, but they're all the way down. We're talking almost over 100-point difference. Having the same amount of wins, it shows that those games where you're not getting those wins, those top 3 finishes, the eliminations and the placement themselves, they start to add up.
Something to keep in mind too. Sorry, Reflection. Something to keep in mind there too for Twisted Minds is that if they do end up sitting out Federal is currently on a loan from Influence Rage, so it could be maybe a little bit of an adjustment period. It worked out for them week 1. Who knows? I don't want to make a big deal about it just yet. I kind of want to see a little bit more if they maybe do it in different matches today too. Maybe he's feeling under the weather. We really don't know, because this team, I mean, you really want to make some big changes where you're currently top 4. I know today's not going your way, but slow down.
Well, you know what? They're trying, at least. You got to respect that. They're seeing what works and what doesn't work, but the roster change didn't make a difference because, well, they finished up towards the bottom. Curious what the next game will look like, though, for Twisted Minds, and if the roster change does pay off in the end, or will Federal join the roster once again? Hey, that's 3 games down, at least for our regular games. Don't forget, we also had that bonus game at the start of the day. Now, one team that performed incredibly well earlier was Team VIP. Now, luckily, Sarpatch was on site with VIP before their incredible Game 2 domination on Miramar to hear what they had to say.
All right, guys, here we are with Cunha, an old friend from North America, now in Latin America, VIP. Congratulations on the victory. Tell me about this win.
We talk a lot about this match because our Miramar match, you know, like we are not going so well in all Miramars that we played, but now we come here with a decision. We beginning to make points in every match, or we will like be in the end of the table. So we came here to play like how can I say that, to play more confidence and more aggressive. So that's it.
Yeah, you're more aggressive now. You got 13 eliminations now, and I mean it's the best way to start the week. Last week wasn't that good. This week it's starting well, so let's hope it continues that way, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Mr. Cunha, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's go.
It's time for your sacrifice.
And welcome back, everyone, to the 2024 PMSL Americas Fall Season Day 6. We've got 3 maps down, about to hop into our 4th, and that's going to be on Sanhok. The only time that we'll see it tonight, but an impactful one for a number of different reasons. Let's keep in mind, Twisted Minds, they make a big roster change, but at least 2 of their winner chicken dinners was on Sanhok with a total of 26 eliminations, 13 and 13 eliminations respectively. Can they replicate that or even do better with their new roster change? I'm your host, Taylor Reflections Noble, of course, joined by the wonderful Seven and Enigma. We've had a great day with a lot of surprise teams rising up to the occasion, rising up. NRG making changes, right? We're looking at a total of Twisted Minds making changes. This is day 6. There's 20 days total. 7. It's encouraging to see these changes, even if they don't work out. I love the fact that certain teams aren't happy with where they're currently at, and they want to try and make some adjustments.
Yeah, especially Twisted Minds. Federal currently not playing. I think shout out to Clint too. He was letting us know that Federal is not going to be playing for this Sanhok either, at least from what we saw in the pregame lobby. We'll have to wait and see, because this team, I mean, top 4, not a bad situation. But as you mentioned, maybe they're not happy with it. Maybe they want to be able to make certain switches, or maybe they want to just give him a break. He is a player that's currently on a loan from another team. They haven't been able to play for that long, so we'll have to wait and see what's going to happen with this team, especially Sanhok. Yeah. So much madness can happen here. It's one of my favorite maps coming up.
Oh, it's an incredible map, isn't it? I mean, especially if it's anything close to the first Erangel we had, right? That bonus map, which is just blistering fast. Teams flying at each other nonstop. Sanhok can be that very way. X Factor, Inco, you know, I want to see them go at Ruins. We've been talking about that nonstop. Now, one thing, though, is NRG. Now, NRG's had a very decent day, and Sarpatch had a chance to talk to NRG's fate after their massive Game 1 performance.
Well, guys, I think the candles and the shirts are working. A good match for North America again. NRG now. You got like 5 kills yourself.
6 kills.
6 kills. How many the team got? How many the team got?
Maybe like 5, 6. I'm not sure.
No, the whole team. I think it was more. Yeah.
Maybe 10. I'm not.
Yeah, something like that.
I'm not really sure.
It was a lot. It was a good match. How are you feeling about it?
I feel pretty good. I feel more confident now that I'm not really like the main IGL.
Okay.
So it feels nice. You know, we talked about things during the last week, and you know, we want to be more aggressive, and I kind of told them I think it's better if I just support the IGL and I just co-IGL. That way I can do what I want to do, and you know, kind of the same thing as last split on the last week, but this time a little bit more earlier, and just see how things go.
Who's IGLing then?
Whose idea was that? That was mine.
Who IGLing? Who's IGLing?
Spec's IGLing, and I'm helping him like most of the time. But he can definitely like he can take care of like 24 and Casper, and I don't have to do that as much anymore. He's kind of got it.
All right.
Yeah, I trust him.
All right, bro. Well, it's working out. Yeah. It's working out. Let's go for more. Let's go, Nate.
Well, there it is, right? The candles and the shirt is working. NRG's looking a lot better, 7.
I'll take it. Especially, hey, Fate, keep doing what you're doing. Considering that he was talking that now he's not the IGL, he's going to be the co-IGL, and Spec, a player that's been able to clutch up to a player that has been the one that's been surviving the latest for his team, is going to be the main IGL. Something that I'm a little bit I'm not too sure about their Enigma. From what Fate said is that at least I can start doing my own thing.
Yeah.
Not sure what he refers to that. You being a player, can you kind of like maybe clarify for me what he means by that?
Well, I think he just likes the idea of not having the responsibility on his shoulders. Okay. He lets someone else make those decisions. But if Spec was doing it, especially in that bonus game, game 1, Spec was still pulling out a 1v3, being that IGL role. So maybe someone like Spec is able to take on that extra burden and really kind of start popping off for the squad while making those decisions. But the real question, of course, is going to be, can Fate continue to have his eliminations on the board when the squad's needing it? Or is it going to be a repeat of last split where the IGL change doesn't really do much?
Well, it pays off. Fate ends up with 6 eliminations during that game. So you unshackle him. Right now he has less to worry about and really just has to focus on shooting straight, which we know Fate can do very well. And because he starts doing that well, he starts slaying out. And maybe that is the adjustment needed. Now, you know, after that, NRG, you know, they do kind of fall off a little bit. 9th place with this 2 eliminations. They go on to the very next game. NRG then finishes off with 7th place, 3 eliminations. And, well, we don't know how this Sanhok is going to work out. But, again, adjustments are encouraging. They're not staying stagnant. That's something we talk about consistently, 7 on the desk, is teams being in a poor position, not being where they want to be on the leaderboard, but continuing to just do the same thing over and over and over again. The literal definition of insanity. At least NRG is saying, okay, we recognize something isn't working. Let's try and fix it.
And I'm hoping it does end up working. I'm hoping it continues to work there because, as you guys were mentioning, it's Fate being able to get that amount of eliminations. Maybe it was a burden off his shoulders, and now he can actually just help and not be the main focus for his team in regards to telling them exactly what to do or having to worry what one of the other players is doing, telling them to back off and go a different way. That stuff that can definitely, just so much pressure. Now he just can focus on fragging, and that's something that I was talking about. Fate, I know he can frag out. We saw it in the past too. We saw him being able to put up some great elimination numbers and end up helping his team. We'll have to wait and see, though. I kind of want them to finish off today.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, give them a couple days. Luckily for them, I don't think they have their bonus day anytime soon. It gives them more time to figure out how these roles are going to be going for them.
All right, we'll find out for sure. One team, though, again, that excites me is 9Z Enigma. It's a team that has been flirting with breaking into the top pages recently. Obviously, we haven't had any movers from the second page to the first. In fact, no teams have moved on the first page whatsoever. But that fight was just clinical against Navy SEALs. The way that they attacked that gave me courage that this 9Z roster, they're playing very well. They've clearly got great communication. You don't pull off a push like that without great communication.
Yeah, I mean, we can always harp on Latin Kings, but I don't even think Latin Kings played that fight too poorly. They got the retrade on Erangel when they pushed up, but it's like Seven said, 9Z had the full 4-man on the aggression. It wasn't just 2 or 3 players. They're looking for that kill. They're looking for those elimination points later on, and with them taking that fight, we saw them be able to get the prime position around that bridge later into those zones, ultimately getting themselves a few extra eliminations on the likes of Loops, obviously X Factor, maybe even, I think, even 1 or 2 players from the NRG duo. So this squad, obviously we like to really think of teams really being able to turn on the burners and be able to start picking it up in these matches. Hopefully 9Z is really able to keep doing that. And in my mind, they'll be able to break top 8.
I'm actually happy you mentioned Loops because Loops has had a star-studded day, 20-plus eliminations throughout the 3 or 4 games now that we've watched them play. I'm actually super impressed with Loops' performance, 7, and for me, one of the biggest improvements of the day, maybe even of, this entire week, could in fact be Loops. With the way they're performing, brother, I think they might be making a real charge up to the front page.
Currently in 9th place, they already got in, 34 points for the day? I mean, I'm excited, all right? Don't get me excited. I'm a big Brazil fan. I'm a big Americas fan. And when teams start performing well, I just want everybody. I want the unthinkable. I want everybody to just continue doing good. It doesn't happen, though. But maybe keep it up. We have 3 more matches.
We have 3 more matches. So, 27 total eliminations for the day. That's huge, right? When you think of where Loops was at, could very well be one of the most improved teams this week, which is an exciting prospect. So now 9Z, Loops started to do well. NRG Galaxy have showed their face. We've seen X Factor a couple of times. The Vicious, they started off the day quite well, but they've definitely slowed down. Still time, though, to pick it back up. After all, we've got 3 more games, right? And one of them is right before you, and that is going to be on Sanhok. You only see it once a day, but it's just as impactful as every other map. Ruins, it's going to be a lot of fun. X Factor, Inco, who wins it this time? Do they even fight? Well, let's find out. 7 Enigma, take it away.
I'm hoping they don't fight. Stop doing the hot drop, please. You guys are teams that definitely need the points. Inco, X Factor, please. Don't do it. Is it gonna happen though, Enigma?
Probably. I'm guessing it. Yeah. It's not the double points. It's the regular day. Yeah, they're saying screw it. We're gonna go for it right now. So we'll probably see him on the drop and stuff like that. But with it being Sanhok, it's always like you take that initial fight and then you're camped out around the POI, and then that team gets camped out, and it's kind of this reiteration, this domino effect of every team on Sanhok. As soon as they take one fight, they're taking 3 or 4 after.
And I think you might be right. I think they don't really care. I think there's just Sanhok, and they're gonna try to go for it. As X Factor actually gets there first. And wait, am I seeing this right? No Inco? Nowhere nearby. Okay, they're close by, but they're not in the exact same building as them. Maybe they'll decide to back off. We'll have to wait and see. X Factor has already made 1 team back off from from a hot drop, which was Alpha7. Could they possibly do it here against Inco? We'll have to wait and stay tuned. Something that this teams need to worry about, though, is AGG. That's what I was going to say. AGG is so close by that they might end up actually third party in this fight. And there comes the shots, and then Nebete ends up getting knocked by FS.
Yeah, Inco Gaming, I'm taking your card out of the hat. I'm not giving you any sort of 4v4 wins against the squad after that. You didn't even land in ruins. You went outside to try to camp them there on the pyramids, but Nenabete not even able to get a shot down. Then Inactive's getting caught out from AGG, and now even Nenabete. It's just really just like, what are we doing here, guys? This is after the first week of this drop not going well for you guys, and now we're repeating it in week 2-7. It's just, it's embarrassing, to say the least.
I want to be dirty. I don't know if this is possible, but production, if you're listening, if we for some reason still have that inactive interview where he says, we'll keep hot dropping and I'm there, can we replay that section, that specific section where inactive says that? Because boy, it's time to switch it up, boys. It's time to switch it up, considering that inactive was one of the 2 players that ended up getting eliminated.
Yeah, it's just, it wasn't even on, you know, X Factor's on AGG. Like, you're not even doing your homework on the squad dropping around you. We had seen it each game. AGG sets themselves up around ruins for these 2 squads to fight. So just losing, and it's just, we're really just throwing curveballs out there from this team of just like, what the heck can we even talk about for them? And now, you know, if you're Inco, you have Juancho, you have Vitali, maybe you can camp out X Factor a little bit, but it's like, is that really even worth it at this point? We're just throwing games away. And now I'm even seeing it. It's like NRG. They usually opt to come in and then rotate back around. They're looking for the third party. So all this commotion after all these days of Play 7, it's just drawing more and more teams here. So it's a question of, for Inco Gaming, when are we just going to give it up?
I mean, these teams are doing their homework. That was going to be always the biggest factor. AGG, you mentioned it too, and we've been mentioning it throughout the days that they're just so close by. They're going to be looking for the opportunity to third party some of these fights. They're going to be looking to just set themselves up and see if it's maybe given to them some free eliminations. They were able to get those eliminations. I mean, at least 2 to their name. That's not something to shy about. Extra 2 points. I know sometimes a lot of these teams tend to not really take Sanhok that serious, but I feel like sometimes Sanhok can be a make it or break it match. As now we're going to switch the focus here. We'll go back to that 9C, a team that has been aggressive. They're going to be very close to VIP. They're going to get some knocks there. Erangel, we've seen this before in the past. 9C gets 1 knock and they become extra aggressive, and they're going to continue to do that as now they have 2 players actually that were able to finish off that player there from VIP. Are they going to want to back off and think about this fight? B will be smart because Pedrino currently doesn't have that much health.
I mean, you can always just reset and then look for it after. It is Sanhok, so you know the members of that squad are going to be close by. Texa, though, you know, he's maybe making the call. Let's just relax a little bit. We're near that center spot in zone. But 9Z, I mean, man, them against VIP, these are 2 teams that really were able to turn it up today. Unfortunately for VIP, just having M2 just caught out a little bit too far in front, giving the opening knock. But with these squads, it's like we were talking about earlier, Team Liquid, other squads just so close by. There's always that chance of a third party, and I think that's why VIP started to back up.
Smart decision. Especially if they saw what happened earlier with another team. But you know what? I think I'm starting to hear that maybe we do have an active saying we'll just keep dropping there. If you can, I mean, drop it for me because I'm a toxic type of person, especially in Sanhok. You're bringing the toxicity.
It doesn't matter if it's double or not. We're just gonna keep dropping.
They're not going to change the drop spot.
They already know.
Don't do them like that,
they're changing, but
don't do them like that, but I'm going to do them like that because it's just not going their way. And guess what? X Factor's still going to be finding you guys, and they're still going to be eliminating you. And that's right. What does that say? Number 16, 0 eliminations. Go back to the drawing board and get better because right now you're not doing enough to even get into the top 5. And this strat, whether you want to be cute or not, is just not working out.
Yeah, the stubbornness. That's why they're in 14th out of 16 teams. It's not like we're swapping 4 squads in like we used to do in PMPL, NA, and stuff like that. You got to go against this team over and over and over again. At this point, it's just Inco beating their head into a wall against X Factor. X Factor able to pick up those last 2 elims and bringing it back to that PMGC points thing, 7. They're closing that gap with every elimination like this on Sanhok. And we're talking 20 games at the end of the tournament. Sanhok, are you really going to sacrifice 15, 16 of those just to be stubborn against X Factor? And then does NA even want your team to be the representative team if you're looking to do stuff like this, even at the Americas level? Because we know, Seven, we've watched, we've played it. We know that in that international stage, that PMGC, that stuff's not going to fly.
The thing is that you mentioned that, and that's the big part too.
Yeah.
At PMGC, at any type of international event, why are you even trying to ego it? Why are you even trying to do any of that stuff? You got to focus. I mean, the thing is, it might sound a little bit brutal, right, with what I just said, but these players are here for a reason. You guys were picked up to represent Inco in North America and all of that stuff too. And that strat, that ego, just we'll keep dropping there no matter who drops there, is just not working out. Go back to the drawing board. Maybe switch it up. You need to start clutching up those points because of what you just mentioned. The PMGC points, something that just was looking so good for you guys. Guess what? The gap is starting to close, and it's starting to close by a lot every single week.
Yeah, it's always just that doomsday clock. And unfortunately for them, you know, if they were able to just play a little consistent, not really worry about it, in my eyes, they had that trip for free for PMGC, that roughly 200-point gap. Now they're just completely just throwing everything to the wind, letting the leaves kind of just blow away. And for the most part, it's just like, man, Sanhok, yeah, I get it. It's one game a day, but you play it 20 times because we have 20 days. And then on top of that, your mental, this is the point where if you're Inco Gaming, you haven't had that good of a performance today. Sanhok is that map that we like to refer to as that mental shifter. And they're just completely throwing it away, keeping that negative mentality, I think it is. Maybe it's their performance or their individual plays, but just letting it just stumble through their fingers.
Yeah, with how easy it is to third party in this map, you can see Team Liquid there taking on a fight with VIP. But I was going to say, with how easy it is to third party this fight, I've always taken this map like that, right? Like a quick little mental break, a quick little reset if your day's not going the way. That's why I always love it when Sanhok is halfway through the day, because if things aren't going your way, maybe you can use some of the madness to change your day. Maybe you can use some of the madness to even hype yourself up in a way that you can get those eliminations. And when talking about their party, guess what? This is a perfect example of this here. 9C, a team that can definitely be aggressive, taking on the fight to Team Liquid. This is stuff that you can do if you don't hot drop. This is stuff that you can do if you just focus on your game and not focus on any ego stuff. You know what? We've been going on too long for this. We'll have to wait and see if maybe tomorrow does happen again, as I'll be back here tomorrow. And if it does happen, I'll let you know, Enigma. I'll send you a big picture of me smiling with maybe I'll print out a picture of inactive. I'll try to do anything I can to hopefully inactive. I don't want you to hate me, but if it does mean that you'll change that strat for your team, I'll be so happy.
Yeah. The saving grace of NA7. I'll call you that on the next cast when we're together. The saving grace if that change is able to happen. But seems like off that knock, 9Z chose not to really push up. It actually seems like Team Liquid's got a solo back on that ridgeline. So if 9Z was too aggressive, possibility of them getting knocked out. But we're talking about it right now. We're only in stage 2 so far. We've had so much early fighting. A lot of it has really just resulted outside of Inco getting wiped, just teams losing only one player. Because it's Sanhok, they're so worried about the third party. But, I mean, with this zone, especially to that north side of Quarry, we can even see it right here with Mythic, that swamp area. We saw it on Monday, even Sunday. When it pulls to this side of the map, there's so little room for you to actually play. These fights on the edge, even if you get just one elimination, you want to look for the fights. And it actually seems like Team Liquid's doing just that.
We'll have to wait and see. Team Liquid being able to recover there from the player that ended up getting knocked there from 9C, and they're wanting to push into the action here to VIP. They know that this is going to be a very great spot, especially if the circle just keeps on centering down. All of the teams have made their changes. I'm looking at the circle here as this fight. We're just waiting for this fight to start happening. NRG having a lot of control there towards the south. They might end up fighting X Factor to Team Liquid. Not going to lie, though, I want to see 9C be a little bit more aggressive in this situation, especially when they got the knock. Maybe not a full send because it is Team Liquid. Maybe they're not feeling that kind of confidence yet, right? But start positioning yourselves towards the east of that team, towards the mountain range, because if one knock happens here, it'll be so much easier for you to third party this if you're a lot closer than where they currently are at.
Yeah, I think the big thing is going to be on Padrino. He's in a vehicle right now on that hillside, just using that extra TPP angle. They should be able to hear these nades and stuff like that go off in the compound. It's just a matter of when they really choose to pull the trigger, because you don't know Team Liquid has made that cross just yet. They might be waiting for the elimination to start to rack up, but if you wait too long, if VIP was just to go done and dusted in 2 knocks, be a little bit too late. And this is what we see now. Team Liquid all pushing across. The smokes are down. Strap's going to be the focus, and he gets immediately isolated. Cunha just has to watch his teammate get thirsted. And now 1v4 spot 7. We have yet to see this in the tournament. And against Team Liquid, I'm not liking the odds.
I'm not liking the odds either, but I'm with you. I would like to see it because they're going to be starting coming in here one by one. It might just be the setup. They do currently have one play. Oh, no, he overextended. He should have maybe waited for them to start pushing. I think he just wanted to see if he could maybe secure that elimination. But 9C, I was talking about it. I mean, if that would have been in a situation where you third party, that would have been the perfect time to third party, but they were just too far. They weren't. I don't think they're feeling that confident quite yet to even try to make that push.
Yeah, it's always just seeing the feed come off eventually. But now look at this. Holy crap. I don't know what's going on, but they drop off the cliff. Latin Kings picking up 2 on Intense Game. No players being knocked for the Latin Kings. I like the idea from Intense Game, but they're just a second too late, 7. They're just always behind these other teams when it comes to any part of these maps.
Latin Kings is out there like, you know what, boys, we're dead last right now. Can we please switch you in with that play right there? They actually do end up switching. Latin Kings ends up being in 15 plays and IG goes back to 16 plays. But I mean, aggressiveness, whether it's crazy plays like that, whatever the case might be, whatever gives you a bit of a confidence boost throughout the day, just go for it, especially if you're one of those teams towards the bottom like Latin Kings is currently. Loops Esports, we heard about Reflections, we heard about the data they're currently having. I mean, I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying the eliminations. I'm enjoying the way this team's currently playing. I want to see some chicken dinners because you don't ever want to have just a great day and not being able to close it out with the win. If they can get a win here, oh man, we have 2 more matches left. Anything can happen for Loops.
Yeah, and I mean, we were talking about Hypers play some points. Obviously, they got that win, but that only gives you 10. It's all about that consistency and Loops. They have that with the elims, but a win would really propel themselves up tremendously in the placements because that squad has had a lot of moments of brilliance, especially today, starting off week 2. And obviously, you know, we're playing basically, you know, these 6 games with that bonus at the start. The squad, this is your chance to move up. I understand you're 9th place, but you're only 11 points back from the Vicious, and X Factor is just above them. So if you can continue having your performances, at least getting a win today, they could definitely be setting themselves up for success later on in the week.
That's what you want to do. Right now, it's not bonus points, but when that does come around, that's when you want to set yourself up for success right there. Twisted Minds having to play that little rat strat. 9C, they decided to be patient. They didn't want to try to challenge Team Liquid whenever they were into that fight earlier with VIP. And time will tell if that was the right play, as they might end up being sandwiched here. As I don't even know if they're aware that Twisted Minds is going to be behind them. I mean, with this switch right now of the circle, they will end up finding out. Twisted Minds is going to have to figure out how they're going to want to get inside this circle. And if I'm Loops Esports, I'm looking great right now because you have so much space to work with.
Yeah, it's just a matter if they choose to take the fight with Furia or just take that free compound next to them. But if you're 9Z, I'm not sure if you even can recognize that Twisted Minds is going to be right on your hillside. Because in my mind, Twisted Mind 100% is going to take this fight. They just got to find the positioning in the fight to do it. But look at this, 9Z, they're playing the rat game. They only see the buggy outside, but are you going to guess that a team's there or not? And with the zone coming in 12, 10, 11, 10 seconds, you're really going to have to start making the move. And I'm seeing no vehicles on Twisted Minds. They're going to just have to full send this and hope they can clear these angles out.
They might be able to surprise him. Oh, this is the right play. Rata boy, you know what? Rata boy, keep on doing rat things. All right?
Yeah.
Keep on doing these rat things. As now we're going to be switching over to Loops Esports versus Furia. Furia, I'm not sure how I'm feeling about them today. They're just a bit of a lackluster, not what I wanted to see. I'm telling you, man, I feel like I got spoiled, Enigma. I shouldn't have been here Sunday. I saw this team perform so well that I was like, okay, all right. They have the backing with the org. They're a partner team too, if I'm not mistaken. They got what it takes, but right now I'm just not happy with what I'm seeing in regards to consistency. And this fight is currently happening too, and we have another fight happening in the elimination feed. I think I saw 9Z being able to eliminate the 9Z versus Twisted Minds having to get into a fight here. And on top of that, you have the Vicious too, Gizao being able to secure some eliminations there as he's so low in health.
Yeah, it looks like Twisted Minds tried to push up on the compound, but right as the Vicious pulled up in their vehicle, so Gazal trying to make that 1v4 happen. But look at this. He's got to just start storming down the hill. The rock's going to be a bit of a saving grace, but you're seeing it. All these teams starting to take pod shots at you. He might be able to find the vicious solo, not connecting fully. Forced to just take the 1v1. He understands he's dead to rights, but Team Queso with the third party, that's going to be Twisted Minds out. A good idea, but unfortunately just another squad coming up on the rear. Now we're going to AGG though, 7 against Influence Rage of all squads.
Hey, GG. Hey, we saw what they did earlier. All right. We saw what they were able to do against Twisted Minds. I'm all for it. And this boy just found the right spot. He pops up at the right time. And 7 sends Influence Rage Dev back to the lobby as his team is surprised. His team is like, what just happened? Where did that guy even come from? It's AGG. They're just chilling. They were waiting for the right moment. Now, can AGG pick up that player, Adrian, that's currently knocked and continue on with this fight? Or is Influence Rage going to be able to react just in time?
Yeah, it looks like they have 30 seconds on the clock till the zone starts shifting. So the reset's going to come down, but it actually looks like Law got knocked from far. I think it was Furia taking pod shots of them. So Influence Rage trying to re-aggress under the rocks, just getting caught out in the signs now. AGG, a bit of a saving grace for this team on the reset now. Potentially having this 3v2 fight on the hillside, but we can see it right there from Influence Rage. X Factor's looking this direction. They've got 4 up. Which side are you looking to take? It looks like Influence Rage is going to focus on X Factor, but the shots in the back 7, they just can't stand anywhere.
Oh, not the spot where you want to be in here, man. So many angles to cover. The reason why I absolutely love this map is because of the fights that we get here until the end. I know some of the players don't like it, but man, the action that we get, you can't beat it anywhere else. Baton with the grenade. Oh my goodness, sending Influence Rage back to the lobby, and they end up with the big old donut. They didn't even get any eliminations. If I'm AGG, I'm going to be looking to relocate myself, and that's exactly what they're doing, seeing if they could possibly stop X Factor from getting any more eliminations and possibly getting any placement points.
Yeah, X Factor had 2 players knocked from Influence Rage, and then with AGG coming up, it's just free pickings for the most part if they have the utility to use. We can see right there, Havlik not even able to get a heal off just yet. Caprice and FSS on the down low. So Baton, he's got to go big for this squad. He's got to find the knock, and he's the player that has done it in the pack. But Havlik getting caught out down to just a solo. AGG putting the pressure on this hillside, and they're not even going to be the squad to take him out, 7. It's going to be Latin Kings now coming in for the third party.
I'm sorry, Enigma. Can you say that again? Who was it?
Latin Kings somehow.
All right, Sanhok, I see you. I like you for a reason. And Team Queso right now is saying, Sanhok, I see you. I like you too, because we're dead center of the circle, meaning that everybody else is going to have to fight it out. I'm not exactly sure what the location here that Team Queso is going to be holding, but if I know anything is that Team Queso, earlier we saw what they were able to do when they didn't really have to move much, and one team at a time decided to push them. They ended up with a win. That's right. Yeah. Team Queso can definitely clutch up these wins, but I know they're going to be looking to clutch up some eliminations. As you can see it right there, Poppy Potter taking some shots, but Team Queso needs to be careful because Loops is also taking shots. And you know what? Being in the circle, being in the center, it might be backfiring for them because they're just getting shot from absolutely everywhere.
Yeah, but it looks like Furia is taking that positioning to there, and they're not looking for those edge engagements. They're going to leave it up to Loops to hold that northern side. And, you know, they did lose 1 player, maybe actually almost making it 2, but if they're able to kind of just reset in the building, this could be free placement for them. But AGG, they turned back around 7. They're fighting Latin Kings now. They have 1 down. Bit of a trade going on to Adrian now. Malcolm, you got to go big for your team against Rivas. He's trying to shoot him, and he actually finds it. Big win for Latin Kings. They have 6 elims so far in the game, and you got to keep going. You got to storm up at this point. Go for the pre-fire shot. 7 honestly going big, and he finds it. AGG coming out on top from the hillside.
Oh, man, I know it didn't go your way there, Latin Kings, but bravo. You can't hear me clapping right now, but bravo. I like the aggressiveness there. I like that they decided to push for it. I wish he would have continued on with the aggressiveness. You were telling him, just keep pushing, man. Just keep going for it. He was thinking about it. That's what happens. You can't take those extra seconds to think about it and worry about it. You just got to set a plan, execute it, and hope for the best. Now, AGG truly sitting with 11. Actually, hold on. Yeah, 11 eliminations. That's right. They're feeling themselves. They're feeling good right now, even though it's just 2 players. I don't care if they don't end up winning. I don't care if they don't end up with a top 5. This is a great game for a team that was in 14th place with 171 points.
Yeah, and it's mostly on the backs of 7-6 elims as a player for AGG. So that squad right now, the zone's looking a little rough for them now with all the sights turned towards them, but you got to give their flowers to AGG, finding themselves into this top 6 of all placements. And yeah, there we go. The Team Queso solo actually figuring them out. But man, I mean, that team, just that Western Ridgeline, they worked all the way through that hillside, just really picking up the elims and out loops. With their positioning 7, they flush out the Team Queso solo. Now they got to worry about Team Liquid.
Oh my. Reflections light up that candle even more, because a team that you wanted to continue to see perform, a team that I wanted to continue to see perform, Loops, taking on the fight there to Team Liquid. And Team Liquid, I have seen you do magical things, but are you going to be able to clutch this one up, as he's going to be finding NRG out in the open? They're going to be getting taken care of. And now Loops, it is all up to you. The grenades are going to be coming in. The aggression is all over the place. And it's just one player left alive here from Team Liquid. One player in a dream has to take out the shotgun. Gonna be able to knock one. Gonna be able. Oh no! Is he gonna be able to knock the other one? No, he's not gonna be able to knock the other one. Great hype here from Loops as they come out on top. We were hyping you guys up. I'm pretty sure Reflections already turned on the candle even more. He may be winning, got a second one. Loops comes out on top, Enigma.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just the eliminations. They had it throughout the day. It just wasn't getting the pieces just for that last step to win. But coming into this Sanhok, this is the game where they're like, hey, we're going to be able to take all those engagements. And Taylor, you know, you talked about the point total they had on the day. It definitely just shot up after that one.
Is that candle
right? No, that candle's struggling, all right, but it's keeping the dream alive. That candle.
Oh,
3 wicks are still going, all right? 3 wicks are still going.
You know, it's barely on. We might want to turn it off.
Given some credit, man. That thing has been going for about 3 hours now. Okay, it smells good in here though, without a doubt. For Loops, it's been helping out. Okay, they're at unofficially 37 eliminations for the day. One of their biggest days yet. And surely have to make the top page at this point, not only because of their performance, but also because of this winner chicken dinner. Incredible job from Loops. They are not slowing down, and that's what we need from a roster such as them. Now for AGG, hey, all of a sudden they show up out of nowhere. Now granted, Erangel Enigma, they ended up picking up 3rd place with 6 eliminations, but that was the only time they really felt alive. This time they come in, not a placing, could have been a bit higher. 5th place, they'll still get some placement points, but 11 elims. Talk to me about their performance.
I mean, they had to come in, they had to storm up the hill against Influence Rage 7, able to find, I believe it was 2 knocks, getting the reset on one of his down teammates, and then they were able to push through onto that X Factor fight, onto that sort of team on the hillside. Unfortunately for them, Team Queso, all the squads looking at them, but you have someone like 7 pulling up and dropping 6 on Sanhok, putting your team in the double digits. That feels pretty damn good for AGG.
Without a doubt, man. And one thing that does feel bad, however, is Alpha7, right? VIP, Inco, down there at the bottom, not getting anything for their good effort, 7.
Yeah, I'm gonna stop with Inco for a bit. That's fine. I felt like I've given them enough of what I think about them and what they need to change up, especially for Sanhok. It's a team that just has so much potential, but just the execution's not quite there. But for AGG, honestly, even with the placement that they ended up getting, I'm really happy to see that aggression out of this team. I feel like for some of these teams that have been struggling, they need to just find that confidence and be aggressive, be willing to take those fights, be willing to know, hey, we need to make some changes. And I mean, we've seen it over and over again. We saw it in this match too with Latin Kings. I mean, at one point, Enigma, I had to make you say it twice because I wasn't even sure if it was Latin Kings.
Yeah, and I mean, there's a reason why they're up there on the leaderboard a little bit. They did get 6 eliminations to their name that game, so that third party really came in clutch. But ultimately, I mean, 7 was just on fire. That's why they lost against AGG pushing up the hill. But in terms of this match rankings, I really like seeing Team Liquid, of course, up there, but All Glory Gaming, man, just 14 total on the board.
Yeah, that's a big game from them, man. One of their biggest games of the day. Congratulations to them. Obviously, Loops continue to excel. Team Liquid, highly consistent, without a doubt. You know, nearing 400 points, I do believe it is. They're trying to get there today. We'll see if they can achieve that. Another 14? They're going to have to go big for the next 2 games. But hey, knowing Team Liquid, it's an absolute possibility. Now, this is where things start to get a bit dicey. 5 zeros, excuse me, on that second page. Influence Rage is a massive 1-7.
Yeah, that's a massive one. Alpha7's a massive one. Inco, it's a massive one for me too, because that's a team that definitely needs the points. Alpha7 at least has some cushion to work with, right? Influence Rage, they have cushion to work with. They're already on the T5. Inco, they definitely need those points, and right now it's just not looking good. Intense games, they're not looking good as well. But you know what? Let's go into the overall Team Liquid. I mean, 379 points. I kind of want to see reflections. I want to see them cross that 400 mark.
I'm feeling it, bro. If I had a 4th wick to light up on that candle, I totally would, okay? Maybe I get a 2nd candle. I think Team Liquid can hit 400, especially with their consistency. Let's not forget, you know, here they get 2nd place with 8 eliminations. On Erangel, just a map previously, they get 1st place with 13 eliminations. It's absolutely within their wheelhouse to do so over the next 2. Influence Rage still holding on tight to their 2nd place, but Alpha7 continues to creep up. Wouldn't surprise me if they can also get 2nd place by the end of the day, dethroning that of Influence Rage, at least only for 1 day. Let's not forget, they are Group A, so they'll be having their bonus points tomorrow. But with that being said, we do have a new opponent joining on the top page, Enigma, and that's Loops.
Yeah, and I mean, just their performance today really proved that they deserve to be up here, I think, coming after week 1. They were able to learn from their mistakes and really put things together. But I want to put everything into perspective real quick before we swap this. Team Liquid's at 201 total eliminations. The closest team after that is Team Queso in 5th. So we're talking already that elimination spread starting to form, which we usually only see with the placements. But after week 1, coming into week 2, they're starting to make the name for himself again.
It's that confidence and positioning. Everybody kind of funnels into them, especially in those end zones, because they set up so early. Teams have no choice but to fight them in those later zones. AGG will move up to 12th place after their wonderful game where they ended up picking up at least 11 eliminations. And then, of course, you also see Navy moving up, which big move for them, right? They're now in 15th place. Intense game will once again drop down, but they're still tied no matter what. But maybe Navy are starting to show some new life. I did like the fact that they got the double shout out by U7 as well as you Enigma. They did get that flank and that elimination, which is quite special. Good on them. So a lot of moving pieces already. It's nice to see Loops finally making that top page, and things are on the up and up. Now for Twisted Minds, well, we talked about it. They made this big roster change, and well, I'm curious what ended up taking place with that decision. We did have Sarpatch. He managed to grab someone from Twisted Minds to give us insight as to why they subbed out Federal and why that was the choice they made.
All right, guys, here we are with Nix from Twisted Mind. Nix, tell us the reason behind Federal coming out and Igor going back in.
So, Igor Zada, he was making a specific study from this past few days, actually, and we are also trying to mix up a little bit the pieces and try to understand how can we move the roster so we can get better results. It's just about this, you know. And also we have to consider that this roster is together for more than 1 year, you know. So they have a level of synergy that is, we have to consider it, you know. So we tried for today, especially because of the last day we played on Monday. Because of those results, we are just trying to move the pieces and see how it goes.
Dadinho, is he coming back? Like while we are in PMSL?
Not for this one, but he's with us remotely, but he's with us. So basically, it's kind of like the same thing. He's not just in person here, you know, but he's with us all the time.
Right. That's it, guys. You wanted to know the information. Igor is in, Federal is out. Let's go back.
And welcome back, everyone, to the 2024 PMSL America's Fall Season, day number 6. We've had 4 incredible games, 2 more to go. We're hopping back into Miramar coming up next from map number 5. An opportunity for a lot of things to happen, right? First and foremost, Loops to secure and solidify their spot on the top page, which they just achieved. But I know they don't want to drop back down to the second page. And, well, obviously, Team Liquid, they are shooting for gold. Can they hit 400 total points today? They managed to hit 200 eliminations total, so goals all around for that TL roster. I'm your host, Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by the wonderful talents of Seven and Enigma. Great day so far, and something we've got to talk about. Seven, we go on break, Twisted Minds, right? We get a little insight as to why they made the roster changes that they did. What did we learn from the interview?
Sounds like it was the IGL's decision there just to make that roster change, because it was my main concern, and it was Federal being on loan to this team, and then maybe they just wanting to work out, go back to what they're used to on their chemistry. But still, if my numbers are right, for him to be able to put up 31 eliminations before we even played any of these matches, that's still good numbers. Federal was above Korea in regards to eliminations. He was above a lot of players. He was 21st, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct? Reflections?
Yeah, 21st going into today. That's correct.
Okay. Yeah, so I mean, those are great numbers. So I'm intrigued to see what they're going on. And on top of that, he said that they based it on how they played on Monday. I mean, if we go back how they played on Monday, they ended up with, what was it? 5th place finish, 4 eliminations, 7 eliminations, 3, 3, 3, and then 5 or 6. Those are still good numbers. So I'm trying to figure out, I'm really trying to figure out what exactly is it that this team wants, because the placement points were there, the eliminations are there. So I hope it's not just a thing of them, the IGL, wanting to just feel comfortable and wanting the chemistry to be there, because I've seen that happen in the past, and instead of helping them, it's going to hurt them.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, for the most part, I got to chime in terms of that sense, is maybe it's just Federal is throwing in that notch of, maybe I think we should do this in a late game spot, and everyone questions the IGL's call. And for the most part, yeah, even if he's putting the numbers up and stuff like that, I think if you're making the team question, not really have that full mindset of what's going on, that might be it. But it also might just be that they're not feeling it. They're not vibing when it comes to the late game. Maybe they're getting irritated if someone's getting eliminated early on in the match, which we know is a big mental game for some squads when they go from 4 to 3 players, and even from 3 to 2. So it's kind of up in the air of what they truly want to reveal on what those decisions were. But in terms of doing it so early in the tournament, I respect the idea of going back and trying the original roster and then seeing how things are.
Yeah, it's weird when it comes to esports. It's like you can look at a team on paper and look at their stats and their performance and say, okay, they look good. Why are they making a change? But then, like you said, right, as a previous competitor, Enigma, you understand. Yeah, it really is. It comes down to the vibes. A lot of these players are younger, so I had to learn that over the years. It's like, okay, the vibes really do make a difference, right? And if the vibes aren't correct, the roster isn't correct, regardless of the stats, regardless of the potential of the roster. And if Federal is on loan, and that the previous roster played for a year together, they already had that synergy, and you break that up, they've gave it a good effort. They have performed decently well. I mean, after all, Seven, like you think about it, they were in 3rd place at the start of the day. So why are they making a change? Well, I'm not against it. They're not going to drop down too far. They still got their double points that obviously they're going to be the last group to go, so they'll have their double points on Sunday. Use today, which no other rosters are on bonus points. Everybody's on even ground. So today is the less severe day to switch things up and see if it works. If it doesn't, okay, now you come back in when everybody else is on their bonus points. You clean up your act, you go back to the original roster, and you continue to perform the way you performed. They are focused, I think, more, Seven, on PMGC than they really are anything else. They're confident they can make top 5. Again, now it's just about cleaning it up and locking it up on what the best roster truly is.
Yeah, I'll have to wait and see. I just need more data, right? It's only been 2 matches since they made this switch. They ended up with, what was it? I think 1 match with just 1 elimination and 0 placement points, and then another match with 7 elimination points and 0 placement points. So we'll have to wait and see what's going to happen with this team. But I do appreciate that you did mention this would be the day to make any changes and see how it works out, because we're not having to deal with double points. They are going to be the last team to have to deal with double points on Sunday. By then, hopefully they have it all figured out. Maybe they decide to add Federal in certain situations for a certain map, which I have seen in the past, and it has worked out for some teams. It's very rare, but it has happened in the past where they add a player, where they switch players depending on the map.
You know, their placement points have struggled today for sure for Twisted Minds, but their eliminations has been at least middle of the road. I think better than even some other rosters, Enigma. I mean, they've got 18 eliminations total, so it's not like they're dropping the ball.
Yeah. And I mean, for the most part, elimination is always a good sign of when a team is maybe really kind of feeling themselves. Obviously, we can look at NRG where some of their games, they win 1 or 2 fights and then just get third partied immediately. That's always something that's going to happen, especially in the game of PUBG Mobile. And for these teams, they're able to really recognize that. And that's where that mental factor kind of comes in. I really like the idea that Seven pointed out where if your squad's playing better with a certain format on certain maps, why not just start pulling players in and out? Play the best squad you can for these games. But unfortunately, some of these squads maybe aren't too confident in that level of play yet. We are early on, only being in week 2 now. But if you're wanting to get everything done now, you got to get it done this week. If not, you're going to go into that later parts, even the bonus points, and saying, we're really just kind of throwing everything in the air. We tried to make something new work, and it ultimately just threw everyone off their game.
Well, we head into Miramar next, coming up. 7, I'm excited for this one, and the reason why is because we've been harping on Loops all day. Their tremendous run, 30-plus eliminations. They returned to Miramar, where they didn't get the win, but I do believe they finished off in 4th place, 5th place, 11 eliminations. The teams that they went through, Twisted Minds, right? They third-partied Furia. I believe they took down maybe some of Team Liquid, if I'm not... No, I think Alpha7. They went through some heavy-hitting rosters, Team Queso, and they made it look good. Their placings, again, like we've been harping on that, but they just got a winner chicken dinner. So now they're returning to a map where they performed exceedingly well on when it came to eliminations. They've got to win beforehand. They've got the momentum. They're already on the front page. I'm feeling another spot. I'm feeling maybe they jump up to 8.
Oh, okay. All right. Up to 8. You know what? Hold on.
Pull up overall standings. 7, you discuss. Pull up overall standings.
Overall.
I think it's possible. I think they go 8.
Wait, it might be 8 already.
Nah, they're 8. They're 8. They're gonna go 7. 7. They're going 7.
That's why I was like, I think we saw them in the first match, and they could end up climbing up this leaderboard. I mean, now they're currently 5 points away from 7th. Hopefully they can close the gap between themselves and Furia, because that's the main concern, right? Certain gaps that we're starting to see between these teams. And something that I kind of wanted to mention earlier too is that for some of the other teams, even though we have so much of the tournament still left, with the way Team Liquid is performing, you can kind of just say it's going to be 4 spots to worry about, because Team Liquid's more than likely going to end up in the top 5, and on top of that, they have their PMGC points as well. So for this team, it just try to secure as many points as you can. And right now, for Loops, whatever's currently going their way, it's working out. And if I'm Loops, I'm going to remember what happened here today on a Wednesday, because I think, if I'm correct, their bonus point day is going to be, since they're Group C, it's going to be on Saturday. Try to mimic this on Saturday, because if you do, those 33 bonus points, oh boy, it ain't going to be 33. It's going to be hopefully 3 digits.
Bro, based off eliminations alone, they'd be at 70 bonus points or something?
Yeah.
Right? So like that, or even higher, obviously, not counting placement points. So like that'd be nutty, because that'd be the top bonus points day, even over that of Team Liquid, who currently leads the charge when it comes to bonus points. So that would be just phenomenal. And 70 points, right, puts them up now, at least in top 5, if bonus points were today and their performance was accurate according to what they've done today. So possibility to break into top 5 is absolutely there. 7, you brought up PMGC points. That's a conversation for later. I know, Enigma, you kind of broke that down a little bit earlier today during the pre-show. There might be one spot that opens up outside of the top 5, because one of the teams in top 5 already might qualify, right? But again, a conversation for later, unless Enigma, maybe you can wrap that up really quickly.
Yeah, and I mean, for the most part, it'll always be just, how it ends each region. Latam, Brazil, NA, we each get our 1 from PMGC points alone. So that means technically, if all 3 of those number 1s for Brazil, Latam, and NA, if they were to be in that top 5, we go down the list. We take the next batch of people. And I really felt sad when you were talking about Loops earlier on, Taylor and 7. You were hyping them up, and I'm like, no, because that's going to be them passing X Factor, and I want them to stay in the running with all the top 8 teams, but they've really only had that bonus point game today where they showed up.
See, but this is the thing, man. NA is one thing, but I want the best team to win, you
Yeah.
know, and I already know some of the best, but Loops, so 7, I know you're an Alpha7, you know, fanboy, like you loved them, right? That's your team, and winning Esports World Cup was special. I've been a Loops fanboy since I started PUBG Mobile. Now, granted, that was the old Team Liquid roster that I was a true fan of, so that's why I like Team Liquid as much as I do. But as Loops, as an organization, as a namesake, I love that roster. I love the name. I love the org. So for me, brother, like the fact that they're performing this well, 7, I'm on top of the moon.
Let me take you on a history ride.
Oh, here we go.
Before there was an Alpha 7, I was originally a Loops fan.
No
whenever
kidding,
Furia
okay.
was in that roster. And then some stuff happened that I'm pretty sure viewers know what I'm referring to. And then that roster ended up splitting out. We didn't see Loops for the longest time. So I had to rally behind a team. And which team happened to appear out of nowhere? It was Alpha 7, and that's when I became an Alpha 7 fan. But yeah, it'll be awesome to see Loops actually make it back into a PMGC and maybe put up good performances too. They have a very young roster, and if anything, I'm all for it. I'm with you there, Reflections.
Well, it seems like all roads lead to Loops, or at least started at Loops, okay? Hey, that's great. I didn't know that. That's super cool. Well, Team Liquid's my roster that I love and just hold near and dear to my heart, but Loops will always be a very, very close second, without a doubt. Here it is, map number 5, Miramar. Can't wait to see how this unfolds. Last time we were here as VIP, getting a winner chicken dinner and 13 eliminations. Can they do the same? Well, let's find out. 7 Enigma, take it away.
Here we go.
We can definitely take it away here as Enigma. How could you? How could you, man? And I had to reference there all Loops. They were just such a good team, man. They were in the promised land. But you know what? Alpha 7 is the talk right now. Loops is the talker now. All these Brazilian teams is the talk right now. And if I'm looking at the top 5 right now, it's Brazil, Latam, Brazil, NA. That's top 7, by the way. That's not top 5. Okay, I had to stretch it out a little bit longer just to at least get an NA team in there. I'm with you. I don't want X Factor to get knocked off, but I'm also with what Reflections was talking about in regards to I do want the best teams to go there. And right now, I'm honestly excited to see what X Factor is going to be able to do tomorrow on their bonus points day. Because if they don't happen to have that magical day again, if they don't happen to have that 51 point day, oh man, I think it's gonna finally show their true colors in regards to where they need to be standing on the overall.
Yeah, it's always about that consistency in the second week. If you see a team that's in that middle of pack kind of fumble it coming into here, and obviously X Factor is the big name. I don't think Loops is gonna have too poor of a performance this week with how they've been playing day 1 here, of course, for week 2. But for the most part, these teams here right now, I mean, X Factor, this is your real tried and true test of can you stay up in this top 8? Because with NA teams, the placement is our biggest issue right now. And I know you can agree with me on that. It's just a matter of can you keep yourself in the consistency? Because, winning the fight on Sanhok is great and all, but that's really only like 3 points, 4 points. We saw Inco Gaming ran away. AGG stole one of the knocks, so you're not even getting all 4 points from the eliminations on Sanhok. So these teams are really needing to make sure, especially and RNG, when it comes to just these late game spots, X Factor, intense game even, we got to make sure we're getting those eliminations consistently on top of finding placements, or else this inconsistent factor, it's just going to leave us down in the bottom 8 again.
Yeah, and I feel like with X Factor, I do have to give them a little bit of credit today because of the placement points that they were able to finally clutch up right within the chicken dinner. And then on top of that, even though it hasn't been the prettiest, they've been able to clutch up some placement points. Now it's finding the happy marriage between the both. Not only do you just don't want to focus on one thing, because then you're just going to end up being left behind. You want to be able to try to find a good marriage between those both. This team, I said it, I'll say it again, they can definitely frag out. I mean, they're currently at 136 eliminations. Obviously, nowhere near what Team Liquid is currently doing with 201, but it's still good. They're over the 100 mark. They're over the 130 mark, to be specific. So if they can just narrow it down, clutching out more placement points and not just relying on that chicken dinner and just doing it over and over again, coming tomorrow, oh man, that 51 bonus point day that they put up could be even more. And that's ultimately what's going to get them within the top 5, taking advantage of those bonus points.
And I think a big thing is, in our older formats, a lot of the NA teams kind of got used to this. You just needed to have 1 or 2 pop-off days to make it into that top placement for LAN events and stuff like that. That has completely changed with this event for Americas. And bringing in the bonus points, it even shows even more that the consistency has to be on point. Whether it's the eliminations, whether it's the placements. And last, but we saw, obviously we won a few matches for the region of NA, but we weren't consistent anywhere else on the other days or the other matches. We were either going win to 0 points. Who the heck's really wanting those sort of numbers if you're not going to be able to finish in that top 8? And that's where we come around, to the end of the year. We really don't want to see a repeat of last split, because then after this, like you had said, we're going into PMGC. And we're wanting a team that's able to be consistent, not just in that first lobby, but if you were to make it to that grand final stage, could you go against the best? And unfortunately, right now, I haven't been liking what I'm seeing.
Man, I love that we're starting to push the PMGC narrative a little bit more. I know my boy Hot Jukes is always pushing it.
Yeah.
And he's been there with me on the international events of us just getting looked at and be like, NA who? NA where? And we kind of want to stop that narrative. We kind of want to send some good teams out there. But if it ain't going to be NA this year, hopefully they'll take some stuff. But you know what? We got a lot of tournament left.
Yeah.
We got a lot of games left. And on top of that, a lot of bonus points. So anything can happen. We just want to see teams being able to progress throughout those days and starting to focus a little bit more into the game as we're looking at AGG. I have enjoyed the aggression that AGG was able to showcase in the last 2 matches. And I'm hoping that they continue it here in this Miramar. I know it's going to be a lot harder to third party. It's a lot harder to make those pushes. But hey, if you can do it in Sanhok and somehow you can happen to carry that momentum to Miramar, oh boy, AGG, you're going to be one of those teams that I'm not going to be looking down upon you. I'm going to start looking up because you might make it into the first page. Long shot, but it's possible.
Yeah, and I mean, currently we see it on the right. They're sitting at 12th place with 185. That quick math I'm doing is roughly going to be 45 points or so, 35, excuse me. So this team right now, when it comes to AGG, I think they need to really start playing around 7. He's the one that's really shown up, especially in that last Sanhok, dropping, I believe it was 6 eliminations alone, putting his team into that double-digit range for eliminations. This squad, you really got to start finding your stride. And I think last week even was the same reiteration of that day 1, even a little bit of day 2 for AGG, having solid performances, but not able to finish the week strong. So I'm hoping that for week 2, even with this, pretty good start into day 1, that they're able to continue that. And hopefully on their bonus points days, at least either replicate that Sanhok win or that Sanhok like top 5 performance, or they do something even above and beyond and start getting wins.
That's what we want to see. We want to see those wins. I mean, this team is currently one of the teams that has multiple wins. They're currently sitting at 2. I think we have maybe 2 teams overall out of all the 16 that just don't have any wins. Actually, 3 teams that don't have any wins. One of them, oh man, I'm gonna hate myself for saying this stat out loud, but you're gonna find a pattern. You know what? Let's hold off on it. Inco, yes, Inco. This is what we want. Oh, shit, the boxes. Okay, buddy. All right, calm down, Juancho. You've been getting absolutely destroyed the whole day.
Yeah.
Take a chill pill, bud.
If it was X Factor, I'd maybe respect it a bit more. But that's on VIP. Like they didn't do nothing.
For real. They're nice.
They didn't say nothing. Like maybe they were standing up on stage and talking trash. But I don't think that really was the case. I think it's just Inco's just a little bit too mad about their performance on the day. Which I mean, I don't want to say we're really bashing them, but we're just kind of calling them out.
We're saying the truth.
Yeah.
That's what it comes down to. Us just saying the absolute truth. And you know what? We have AGG, we have VIP. They already lost 1 player. I'm pretty sure the guy that did end up dying, Myth, is just looking at himself like, oh man, they really shot my boxes, huh? Okay, I'll remember this. I'll add it to the notes. I'll keep in mind. But what I was gonna tell you earlier is we do have 3 teams that don't have any wins so far.
Yeah.
After 6 days and however many matches we have played so far, which is 35. And the teams are, and let me know if you find the pattern here that I'm about to give you, okay? The teams are NRG Galaxy.
Okay.
Intense Game.
Okay, yeah.
And Inco Gaming.
Oh, man. You really want me to say it? Like, do I have to? I can't
I
pass
don't want
it
to say Enigma. I mean, I already said the teams. You're gonna have to say the rest.
I mean, I would have passed it to Taylor if he's here, but nah, I guess I'll say it. Nah, it's only an NA that doesn't have a win. And last split, I mean, I had said it. I'm pretty sure we had the lowest amount of wins. I don't even know if we broke double-digit wins out of 90 games last split. And this time we're talking 120. So hopefully someone other than X Factor can get on the board. Obviously, this is week 2, but I feel like we haven't really even been seeing any close games for NRG or, intense game coming out on top, other than obviously the one at the start of the day for bonus games. But the rest of the teams, or at least the rest of the games, man, it's just brutal to watch.
It is. It really is. And you know what? Talking about Inco, now Inco on the elimination feed is getting eliminated. They're going to be jumping into a fight here. They're going to be down 1 man going up against Twisted Minds. This is a fight they really want to be able to win, but it doesn't happen their way. But guess what? They're still alive. Nenebete is going to be going around. If there's anybody that I will put my trust in, it's going to be Nenebete as he switches to the DBS. He's going to be able to clutch one up. There's 2 more players here from Twisted Minds going to be pushing up. He doesn't have that much health left, and somehow he's still managing to survive. He knocks 1 more. There's 1 left. Can he clutch it up? He's going to slow it down a little bit. He's going to see if he can maybe heal up. He's going to make the push now. And can Nenebete clutch up with the DBS? Go for it. Go for it. Don't think about it, Nenebete. No.
He had it, and then he goes for the frag. I don't know if it was a bait play, but I mean, Inco Gaming, it's crazy, Seven, because if they had just anyone else on the pull-up other than just Juancho and Nenebete, they win that fight. But they lost 2 players just driving up the road. They didn't even make it to the compound for half the team, and then he gets the player 1 HP, ultimately losing it. It's just that team cannot find any sort of movement their way.
Yeah, the only thing that they were able to find there was the hopes and dreams. I was starting to daydream. All right, Nenebete is actually a great player, man. He's been in the scene for quite a long time, and he's been known to clutch up. And I'm surprised it lasted that long. He was able to at least secure 3 eliminations there for his team. You know what? I'll move on from Inco for now. VIP currently only having 1 player running around. We see X Factor and Alpha7 Rebel getting knocked there by X Factor, and that's actually a fight that I've been seeing over and over again. They're actually making this push. They're trying to get away by putting the player into the car, even though he's not. Is he gonna get away with this? And they're gonna continue on the chase. This could not be good for Alpha7, and they also didn't have a good performance in the last Sanhok. That's 2 massive players there for Alpha7. McGrellin and Rebel eliminated by X Factor.
Yeah, I mean, FSS just getting, what was that, probably 150 damage spread between both of those players in the vehicle, and then it allows Capri's to stop next to him. They both get 1 out of the vehicle, so it's just 2v4 spot. And look at this, since X Factor understood where the other 2 members of Alpha7 were, they're not stopping. This is only stage 2. They could start eating the blue zone if they wanted, but it seems like Alpha7 was just able to get away. Probably they're going to try to eat blue zone a little bit more. But the other issue too is we can see it on the south side of zone here, Seven, is that NRG might be the team they run into. They have to work this blue zone. Unfortunately, 2 teams on your side. It's not looking good.
Carrillo and Mafioso still alive. Go find a church so you can sit there and wait for the teams to pass by and hopefully clutch up some points and find the right opportunity to maybe clutch up some eliminations as well, because with 2 players, man, it's going to be hard, especially with now the massive south rotation that they're going to have to do. That is insane. I did enjoy the aggression that we saw there out of X Factor. I'll continue to say it, man. When teams are being aggressive in this lobby, they're definitely, most of the time, they're definitely being rewarded for it, and I feel like we need to continue to see more out of that, especially for the NA teams. X Factor didn't end up losing any players, and on top of that, they get to add 2 eliminations to their tally.
Yeah, I think a big thing as well is you talked about FFS being at the bottom of that stat sheet, right, for X Factor. And if he's getting damage in like that, he starts feeling himself a bit more. That squad could definitely be a force to be reckoned with, because we see Baton getting hype. We're seeing Capri's and Havlik start putting up numbers themselves. That team is just really 1, maybe 2 steps away from being able to go against a lot of these teams in the lobby. And that wasn't against the likes of Intense Game or Latin Kings. That was against Alpha7. A team that probably has the best team fighting, especially on the edge, in the whole entire lobby, just making quick work of them on the edge.
Yeah, now we have the Vicious. We saw Vicious being able to third-party fights earlier on the day. We really haven't seen that much out of them. And then we have Furia, a team that tends to be aggressive. They don't want to push out of this because they are currently in a good location. They just need to make sure that they don't get spotted by any of those grenades. that the Vicious is currently sending their way, and they're trying to set themselves up here. If they could get a knock, I could only see the Vicious being aggressive, Mafioso being able to get a knock there on NRG, as we saw in the elimination feed. Furia needs to be careful, because I think the Vicious are trying to set themselves up here. If they do get a knock, they're going to fully send it. You know what? They're going to fully send it before they even get a knock.
Yeah, Kowalski, he's got the nade prime, though. So I was talking about earlier in game 1. If the nade bounces right, good damage. Actually finds one. His teammate gets it done. And look at this. They're softened up. The Vicious pull up, no knocks. And this is what happens. You start falling like flies on the outside of the building. And now the Vicious, they only sent 2 players. The other 2 players, they just got to run. They got to hit the Alpha7 cosplay and start working themselves out into the zone, because Furia just completely demolished them on the crash.
Great play there for Furia. Great hold. Hey, not only can they be the aggressor team, they can actually hold that as well. Alpha7 losing more players. Now it's only going to be Mafioso, a switch from what we saw earlier. And I don't believe Alpha7 was not able to confirm the knock that they had here earlier on NRG into an actual elimination. Good to see NRG getting some eliminations there for themselves. We know what they were able to do. We want to see one of these teams also get a chicken dinner for North America. 24K, a player that has been actually quite a standout for me for quite a long time for NA overall. By the way, 24K, this is free. I'm so glad you haven't left NA. Keep it up, brother. Stay in NA, all right? Yeah. Stay faithful to NA. Don't get the bag anywhere else. He's been performing so well, man, that I just want to continue to see something that Hot Jukes and yourself too, that you guys been mentioning, is I want to continue to see NA teams staying a little bit longer and working together and seeing what can happen if you give a team maybe a year. Actually set up a project for that team. Give them some time to work with. Hopefully they can put their egos to the side, because that's usually what ends up hindering North America, and just try to become the best North American team out there, because it's been a while since we actually seen one of those.
Yeah, I think a big thing is the likes of Fate. I believe he had actually played with 24K back before the PMSLs had started, so a little bit, a little under a year ago. But that player, them two just having that chemistry, I think that kind of sigh of relief of, this is someone that I know of their capabilities and their level of play. And, obviously we had that question mark of how it would be on that LAN stage, but it seems like both those players, Casper and 24K, the lights and the cameras aren't doing too much in terms of their senses. We've seen a lot of great plays out of that team, and this is a zone where, they weren't gifted that hard shift, but they made enough pressure clearing out Alpha7 where they could start working in. And for these teams, I really liked what you said, is just putting that project together that year long. And some teams, they only like doing that idea of just this, okay, well, I'm going to focus on only this tournament, when there's the whole year. Your points carry over. Why not just stick with it? And hopefully with NRG, we're able to see that shift, especially of them keeping the squad together.
That's right. And talking about squads being together, talking about changes and stuff like that, Twisted Minds, I said I wanted to see more data. I still want to honestly continue to see more data. But so far, I mean, the switch, I'm not sure exactly what they're looking for. It's not looking good in regards on what we're seeing so far after 3 matches. I want to see more, though. I'll give them maybe 2 more days if they continue on this downtrend, if they even get out of top 5, which will be insane to see after this week, considering what we have seen so far out of that team. They might want to think about adding Federal back into that rotation. The Vicious here getting knocked from Influence Rage, and it's just going to come down to one player, Rundozen, from the Vicious, trying to stay alive, trying to secure 80 points possible, but it's going to be hard, because not only do you have a team hunting you down, it's none other than Loops, and Loops has been on an absolute tear.
Yeah, look at this spread they have. They're just completely just on top of the church. They're on the roadside, and we're talking stage 4, but
he hit the nade.
You hate to see it. You hate to see it, Seven.
Oh my gosh. Yo, who's that boy, Tom Brady? Damn, what a throw.
Oh, man.
I know Tom Brady's retired, but all right, just let me be. Let me enjoy myself. Cowboys don't have a good quarterback, but we ain't going to talk about that.
Okay. You don't even want to ask about my team.
All right, cool.
You don't even want to ask about Going back to it.
We'll stick with who can throw the best nade.
It sucks, though, because even though it was stage 4, 7, we're talking, that was 14th place. We weren't even close to top 8. And the Vicious, they tried to make that push on Furia, and then ultimately they chickened out on sending all 4 players, and now it's just, you just get picked apart. Something that a lot of these teams, I think, kind of just fall prey to, is they lose one player, and then they just start playing a little bit too passive. Not like this, 7, please.
Yo, Enigma, tell me, please,
No.
tell me what Team Liquid and Team Queso, especially Team Queso, what Team Queso is doing today when it comes down to Miramar. That is now the second Miramar when we get to stage 5, and this team is sitting in a compound, chilling, just waiting for everybody. They're dead center.
Hey, I mean, that's why they're second in elims in the lobby.
Yep.
I don't know what else to say. The first 2 days of last week, they were popping off. Today, they've already had their pop-off performance, and hopefully it doesn't stop with that because you centered up. Obviously, you're next to Team Liquid, so you might have to play a little bit more turtled up, knowing that it's a powerhouse squad next to you. But, man, I mean, there's a reason why those teams are near the top and other teams are at the bottom. Whether it's the zone reads or what, they're just letting them get away with robbery in some of these games. And now we're going to switch it over to another Team 7. Influence Rage seems to have been beaming everyone. And look at this. I mean, Latin Kings, they're pulling up. They're not even getting a chance to shoot their gun. Look at this little boy. I mean, he's just ego running out at him. Peek him, not even going to get the chance. Shooting the toes. Latin Kings just not winning any gunfights today.
The Latin Kings thought that this was going to be a replay of what we saw in Sanhok, and Influencer said, no. Slow down, boys. The crazy part, too, is that Latin Kings was just making that full rotation, and they were making it absolutely blind. They weren't only getting shot by loops, and then they ended up meeting Influence Rage. So just poor timing there from Latin Kings, and poor rotation, too, by not being able to scout anything that was happening between those teams. 9C, I mean, we saw what 9C was able to do earlier in Erangel. We were highlighting it. I want to continue to see a little bit more. I feel like we only talk about this team when they have pop-up performances. I kind of want to start seeing more consistency out of this team. We saw what they did in bonus day. They did a massive, absolutely massive jump up by being able to secure 47 bonus points. Give me some more consistency, considering like the team that they have, man. Erangel, Cinetexa, an ex-player for Alpha7, an ex-player for a lot of very experienced teams.
Yeah,
I feel like they definitely have what it takes to even make that push into the first page and maintain themselves within the first page of the overall.
Well, relieving sign is they have 4 eliminations this match, all 4 players still up, and their spot in zone is one that's pretty good, but I'm looking at the map feed myself, 7. I'm looking down at the south. NRG was one of those teams next to X Factor. It seems like they lost 2 players coming into zone, and we see the zone shift. It's still closing, and X Factor is the only team on this western side kind of up on this POI, still being able to hold the compounds and those ridge lines. And man, I mean, 9Z, I get it that they have those knocks, but look at this energy. I mean, you're giving your knocks to zone here. We're not even in top 8 going for this play, 7.
If you're 24K here, right? I don't know if he knows that that's gonna be NRG, but NRG technically a team. I mean, X Factor technically a team that you're looking to hunt down. Do you just do that? Do you just die to the zone?
Yeah, I mean, I don't even
deny them the points.
I don't even think it's because it's X Factor. It's just any team at that point. They just got steamrolled. They had 4 players up still from the Alpha7 backstab. It wasn't like it was a fair fight. It's just their game plan. We didn't get to catch it, but just was not the right play in any way. X Factor seeming really to just do a lot of things right. I want to give them their credit where credit's due, but also NRG just really giving it to some teams and unfortunately just not up near the leaderboard like we thought.
I wonder if this team could readjust a little bit too and not just focus so much on edge play, right? Because right now, like, they're able to do certain great things, but we saw what they were able to do whenever they did end up getting blessed by the Circle as Influence. Rage is just getting absolutely destroyed here by Team Liquid. But we saw what that team was able to do earlier in regards to Erangel when they had the good performance. They were able to hold people off. They didn't really have to worry about rotating in because they had already pretty much been given the circle. If that team could somehow just switch up their playing style a little bit, a tiny bit, obviously don't go too crazy, but focus a little bit more, not so much on the outer play and focus more on like the likes of what Team Queso is currently doing, though Team Queso is currently being blessed by the circle. That could be a completely different story. So we have X Factor now pushing up against AGG, and AGG trying to be able to hold off X Factor's Havlik. We saw what he was able to do earlier. He's going to end up getting knocked here, but Tone now trying to find some angles.
Yeah, he was trying a bit of an Overwatch angle, but not getting any sort of damage. And I really felt bad for X Factor because that compound, just like you saw, there's blown up vehicles, there's that wall in play, and you can't just slam the wall. You've got 9Z, Alpha7 on the likes of you. We're going to have to switch it up, though, because Team Liquid, they actually took the aggression to intense game, finding a free beat, insta knock and thirst. Obviously, Mythic is down, but intense game. You got to start finding your stride at some point. You got to get the knocks because we're seeing a lot of too many donuts going in play. And if you're against the likes of Team Liquid, I don't want to discredit you, but I think you're maybe just going to get completely wiped here. The ridgeline is going to be in play, 7, but man, they're down to 3 players already.
Mafioso eliminated there too, and now we have Team Liquid trying to get into the action here against IG. Oh my goodness, the grenade Cardozian just hit on Remix. Remix is like, okay, I'm gonna start rotating towards where my teammate. Nope, never mind, I'm knocked. Please pick me up. And Team Liquid, this is the thing I love to see. They're gonna recognize that knock right there. They're gonna try to find the angle and hopefully secure that position, fully secure that position from that team. They need to be careful though, because they are having some of the players getting picked off by Team Queso. Ayala, you have a player there still alive towards your left-hand side. There is 2 players still alive there from IG. Molotovs are going to be coming through. They're overpowered by Team Liquid. They're just too much. Even whatever's happening there, even though they do end up getting knocked, Ayala there, and possibly end up getting wiped, they're just so aggressive, and they're willing to just push the action as soon as they see an opening.
Yeah, and I mean, Ayala, obviously he was knocked, but this is Loop's time. They've been on fire today. They're going to be against the likes of Team Liquid. Chief, I think they actually caught him going into the bed of the truck, and oh no, this could be disastrous for Team Liquid. Sada, you got to find it. Actually, Nino saw it himself. He hit it before him, and now 2v4 spot, Team Liquid. They are the players that could potentially do it, but Loops has been on fire. Big nade, half HP, but he's going to get caught out. No teammate with them, 7. Insta trade the thirst as well. Bitten, he comes in hot, and it's going to be Cardoza, but he's going to get baited again. Mythic coming in clutch on the crates, and now we're down to Nino up top. The Groza, though, goes big, gets 1, and now we're in the 1v1 situation. Mythic wins again. Where is the last Loops player? He is too far, and Team Liquid just unstoppable on this ridge line.
What just happened? What looked like to be an easy, and I mean easy, third party there by Team Liquid. Loops into Team Liquid turned out to be not the case, as they ended up losing 2 players. They're gonna, is you gonna be able to get him? I think he might be able to get him. They're gonna be outside the circle too, so that's gonna be a tough push in. But Loops, what looked like to be easy, turned out to be a lot harder, and I think it had to do with some of the other teams being able to help out a little bit too, as they were looking down on Team Liquid and Loops. And I think it was, if I'm not mistaken, I think it might have been AGG trying to run down some shots there towards them. Now AGG currently 2 players alive, 3 eliminations to their name. Team Queso, this whole match, they have just been chilling, but whenever they do see an opening to get possibly an elimination, they're currently sitting with 3. Team Queso, this is looking like they might get another win here.
Yeah, and I mean, it's all a matter of when they choose to leave this compound, right? Because they did get those 3 freebie points from that X Factor slam. No eliminations for our NA boys in that regard, but this is the moment where we're talking stage 7. After this, there's 1 more zone shift, and then we're into nothingness. And a lot of these teams on the edge, obviously we're seeing VIP Esports getting focused on Loops, maybe looking towards the 9Z squad. But the nades, man, I mean, these players are just doing so much damage to it. They don't know, though, that they hit him just yet. Rivas, I think that was an MG to his name. So, yeah, I'm wanting to see the aggression. Go for this clear out. Go for that point, because AGG, you were on fire last game. Try to keep that momentum going. Get yourself into that top 4.
Yeah, I think they would love to be a little bit more aggressive here, but I think it's the numbers that's just currently stopping them. Only having 2 players, one of their players, currently not being fully healed, too. You don't know what's currently on the other side. There you go. Able to spot him. There you go. Easy shots. Just wait for him, and you are right. MG3 is on the horizon. Rivas does have it. And for Team Queso, what do you end up doing here? Because look how much room 9C has to work with at the moment. That split is absolutely insane to look at right now.
Yeah, and I mean, I think if you're Team Queso, you just got to keep playing the compound. AGG's got to come into you. Loops as well might have rotated, but 9Z, they're shifting their focus to the north. They want to keep playing this ridgeline. They'll leave the solo to hold Team Queso, saying, hey, don't overextend our way, but the real fight, it's got to be on Pedrino. And you find the nade knock lands. Oh, I thought that was right on him. Bitten, he was the player where he actually got caught out by Mythic earlier on in that slam. Luckily got that reset that you were wondering about earlier on in Loops. I mean, this is your game as well. It all comes down, 7, to these 1v1s, these 2v2 engagements. And with this being stage 8, there's not a lot of room left to play.
I feel like Loops has definitely answered my question. Could they maybe follow on the momentum? Maybe not go for that back-to-back chicken dinner for the back-to-back win, as we saw them being able to win earlier in Sanhok. But for this team to be able to currently perform like this, top 4 situation, you currently only have 2 players left alive. And on top of that, you have 7 eliminations to your name. That's what this team needs to do. And I know Reflections is happy right now. That man's lighting up another candle, even though it's not going to show up in the back of his room, because he wants them to be able to perform well. Can this nade hit? Oh, a little bit too short. Here comes out the Molotovs. We have seen great usage of Molotovs from a lot of teams recently, but they need to be careful because all of the other players from 9C are currently spread out.
Oh, man. I mean, look at Padrino's spot. I'm not sure. Vitin doesn't have any smokes left himself. It's just, yeah, look at this. It's just a matter of time of when you could find the nade, and he's just completely on top of him almost. Just now, a solo on loops, but he's not even going to get the shots. And wait a second, he got turned on 7, getting the 1, going for the thirst. 9Z not finding him just yet. Oh, man, can they get the reset, though? Senatexa, he's running for it. Oh, please get him.
They need it.
Look at this.
He got it. He got it.
Team Queso,
okay. Ooh.
They haven't moved yet. They're forced to stay in the compound, 7. You hate to see it.
The thing for Team Queso right now is that they're kind of working with a sandwich, right?
Yeah.
They're working with 9C, and on top of that, they have AGG on the other side too. So they need to be careful, because if for some reason AGG decides to strike first and Team Queso ends up getting one of the players knocked, with the aggressiveness that I see on the pass from 9C, I think they're willing to take it.
Yeah.
I think they're willing to just crash onto that, and whatever hopes and dreams that Team Queso had of winning this match, it would just start going down slowly. You know how they usually have like 95% that this team is gonna win? Yeah, that will go straight down to 0.
Yeah, my thing is okay, at least I see Chaco with 1 frag grenade. My question is going to be 9Z. Do you have the utility still after that to really look for these knocks? Because we can see Team Queso, they've got 3 rats hugging the wall. That's 1 prime nade, maybe for each player that you could get going down, because Team Queso, they've got the spot. The zone's going to shift dead center into the middle. All Glory Gaming, though, they've got to work their way in, and this is all going to be a matter of timing. Who's going to be able to get the knock, 7? And it looks like Rivas at Karin looking too hot. The nade's on him, and he just exploded. The solo as well. Poppy Potro trying to get the shots in, but the DBS, oh, man, almost lost that one. But now Team Queso, they're getting pressured. Actually gets 1 from Milos's rap play. Now actually a second. Oh, excuse me. It's a trade knock, 7. 3v3 situation, and oh, my goodness. It's just raining down on the ridge. Who's going to find the knocks?
The car!
Oh! My goodness.
He's running them over with a buggy, but he's not able to find anybody. He needs to be careful, though, because he's about to get blown up. There you go. He's going to end up getting knocked. 1 player left alive from Team Queso, and this is what I was afraid of. 9C just finding the right moment and going for it. A team full of veterans. Honestly, for when this team needs to be aggressive, they definitely turn up the aggression there. And gotta give them some credit, too, for Team Queso. I thought it was going to go a completely different way there. I thought they were going to be getting some players knocked from AGG. They were fully aware that AGG was behind them, and they were able to clear them.
Yeah, I really thought that buggy play was going to come into play. Maybe if you got, that knock, it really would have came down to a 1v1 at the end of it. But man, I mean, Team Queso at least putting up a fight at the end.
At least, right? To making another appearance, and that's the most important thing. Team Queso, we've been talking about them nonstop. We've kind of harped on that, right, about the fact that they have been a little bit, on the struggle bus. But Team Queso finally at least gets 2nd place with 4 eliminations, and that matches the energy of their Miramar a little bit earlier, map number 2, where they got another 2nd place with 6 elims. But the big thing, couple of things that I want to talk about. First off, let's discuss Team Liquid 7. Team Liquid finished off 6th place, but 10 eliminations. They're on the run, on the hunt for 400 points to be the first one to do so. Their eliminations today have been crazy. Their placements have been decent. On Miramar, aggression is the name of the game. Does Team Liquid do what you think they should have done because they were finished off early?
Hear me out. With the way that ended up working out for Team Liquid, I'm actually surprised they even lasted that long. If it would have been any other team, they would have now been able to recover. They would have not been able to get any of those eliminations. But for that team to at least be able to kind of put up those numbers in regards to eliminations too, can you ask anything more out of a team that's currently in 1st place? I don't think we can ask for anything better than that. They're willing to just take the fight to people. They're willing to be aggressive, and that's ultimately what's currently working out for a lot of teams. Just be the aggressor team. I mean, here 9C, even though it's just one player from Mafioso, they see him, take care of him, and now you don't have to worry about it. Now you know, due to your scouting, hopefully, that these teams are doing, that they're not gonna have to worry about any of that.
Little run over there. Unfortunately, the car meta continues to dominate. This was that Team Liquid Bridge fight, right? This is what we were talking about, 7, where Loops, they get into an engagement. Things are looking okay. Loops starts to fall slowly but surely, but then Loops starts to fight back. Team Liquid now, they're down. They're at wit's end, but a beautiful nade comes in. Enigma takes out the remaining TL members. You gotta question, if that God nade doesn't hit from Loops' perspective, does Team Liquid go all the way?
Oh, yeah, of course. You got to give it to him. And by the way, I'm pretty sure Mythic at the end there, 3 1v1s in the smoke, just ice in the veins is all you can say about that. So Team Liquid showing why they're in that #1 spot. But man, I mean, Loops at least able to salvage it with that frag grenade. And even at the end here, AGG, they made a good effort on Poppy Potro, but this 4v4, it could have gone either way. Look at this. I mean, Milos just full sending. He's trying to find Texa. That's how he lost so much of his HP. And by the way, shout out to German, because that overhead shot was just speaking volumes, because I had no idea what was going on in that end game there.
9Z will get the victory in 22 points. I'm very, very happy to see this 7. Again, to highlight that team fight that they had a while ago against Navy SEALs, right? I was looking at them make that push. I said, wow, that was one of the most concise and concerted efforts I have seen from a roster yet. 9Z makes that push. I get excited about their future maps. This was the map that I was wanting to see, right? First place, they do it strategically. They do it aggressively, getting the 12 elims. This is the game that 9Z is consistently capable of if they put their mind to it.
That's right. And on top of that, the spread out that they just had so much room to work with, and they positioned themselves in such a way that they kind of secure the win. Regardless of what was going to happen between Team Queso and AGG, they were just in such a great position that however that fight went, they were going to be able to be there and just pick up the scraps and get that win, which they ended up doing X Factor there, only being able to get 4 eliminations, and G Galaxy only 1 elimination. And Inco, oh man, just NA. I'm gonna stop.
I was waiting for it. I was waiting for you to stop because you did that earlier, man. You've been harping on Inco, but for good reason, right? They're not performing well. Got Loops, they will move up to 7, right? That's what we wanted, and I think that's where they're gonna settle down. Now, will they settle down into 8th place? Well, X Factor, they've got to make a decision. How is this final game going to go? Because let's not forget, they're Group A. They've got their bonus points tomorrow. Now, for Team Liquid Enigma, 9 points away for 400.
Yeah, I mean, the next team is 60 flipping points behind them, and then it kind of goes down a little bit more, and then from 5th to 6th is 30 points essentially, and then after that it's another 30 drop-offs. So this top 8 definitely having those 2-3 game gaps between these squads. And you know, I like the idea of a lot of these teams showing up today, especially early on in this tournament, but still they're allowing Team Liquid to develop this lead, and with them being the previous champs of PMSL Americas, I'm not sure if you're really wanting them to have the same performance.
Ooh, look who's creeping up. 9Z all of a sudden now. 7, 9Z making a run much like Loops was, trying to make the top page.
9C is currently looking at Furia in 6th place. Furia has only gotten, what is it, I think 19 points total today, which is just absolutely awful. And like, you know what? If we can close this gap, then we can worry about the other gap, closing it to the top 5. Anything that, I mean, you just heard Enigma talking about how many gaps there is within that leaderboard. You just got to close them up and hope that on your bonus points, you definitely pop off.
All right, a lot of movement, I should say, on the standings, which is great to see. I wasn't expecting so much movement on the top page. Granted, 1 through 7 has remained mostly the same, but I love that Loops is putting up such a great effort. By the way, to put it into perspective, they sit at 44 eliminations for today alone. They could go for 50. That is nutty to say the least, given how Loops has been playing in the past. But hey, speaking of Loops, Sarpatch had a chance to sit down with Loops Rafina after their Sanhok winner chicken dinner. Let's hear what Loops had to say.
All right, guys, here we are with Rafinha from Loops Esports. They just won the match. Congratulations. How are you guys feeling after this match? And what has been a good day for you after till now? Parabéns pelo jogo. O que você acha depois desse jogo e dia que ha sido bom para vocês até agora?
Sim, bom, nós jogamos por 6 dias, né, basicamente, Então, foi muito material que a gente adquiriu. Nós tivemos que ter uma mudança de jogo, né, um estilo de jogo diferente. Se adaptamos durante esses 6 dias e quando a gente teve o nosso dia de descanso, foi mais para fixar essas informações, né, e hoje poder testar elas e, bom, creio que esse novo estilo de jogo está sendo benéfico para a gente. Exato, e também a gente estava mais preocupado com os spots, né? Então a gente teve essa contestação no começo e depois passou, então deu mais tempo para a gente, né, melhorar esse nosso estilo de jogo e creio que vai dar certo daqui para frente. A gente está bem alinhado e eu estou bem orgulhoso da equipe.
Okay, let's go. He says that they play 6 days now, so they have a lot of materials to go through and see what was going right, what was going wrong. And after that, with that rest day that they had yesterday, they were able to go through all of that and fix the things that they had to fix. And now they're very confident, and he's very proud of the work that they have done. Sir, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's go.
Bye bye, guys.
It's time for your sacrifice.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2024 PMSL Americas Fall Season Day number 6. I'm your host, Taylor Reflections Noble, and game number 7 of today, anyways. Remember, we had that bonus game at the beginning. It would be 6, right? We're going into Erangel, where we started, which is great news for the teams that have been performing highly consistently on Erangel. As we do load into the map, let's bring in our casters, of course, 7 and Enigma. This is a big game. 7, you're counting it out, man. We've had 7 games today. You would think it'd be 6 for Team Liquid. They're happy with it because they're going from 409 points away. 7, do they get it?
Yeah,
absolutely, right?
Away, baby. If they don't get it, I'm gonna be so disappointed with the way they've been able to play too. I mean, this team. Hear me out. You said it during the highlights too, during the replay of that last match. If that nade wouldn't have hit,
right?
I'm with what Enigma was saying. I'm with what you're saying. That team would have won and won because they were on absolute fire.
They were on fire. That nade just did them in. Now, granted, it's Loops, so it's a bit bittersweet, right? I love Team Liquid. I love Loops, and it's like they both had to fight it out. Now,
which one you love more?
At this moment, honestly, I'm liking Loops, man. I'm really liking Loops because Enigma, they're at 44. They're going for 50. Can they hit it?
I mean, it's all a matter if they can continue that stretch, but I mean, we're talking, what, second place and then a win for Team Liquid. It's hard to kind of match some of these energies, but both those squads are the ones to really be doing it today.
All right, well, let's find out if they can do it. Loops, Team Liquid, maybe somebody else. Chat, let us know. Get loud. This is the final map of the night. We're heading back into where we started. Of course, that's Erangel. 7 Enigma. Let's close out the night.
I gotta channel my inner Jukes. Let's go, baby! The final match after 6 matches. I can't believe we've actually cast with this one. It's gonna be 7 matches. I know my name is 7 Enigma. I know we're trying to keep it within brand, but yeah, you know what? I like to go back to 6. I think 6 is just such a great number for matches casted. Erangel, we were talking about it earlier. Can Team Liquid get to 400 points? Can Loops get to 50 eliminations in one day? Honestly, I think both of those things are doable with the way these teams are playing.
Yeah, and I mean, Team Liquid, obviously, it would be really tragic to say, you know, that they wouldn't make that 400 mark today. But at the end of it, it's not like this is the last day of the tournament. They're going to be able to continue playing and probably pick it up instantly tomorrow if they don't reach 400. But, you know, Loops, they've been performing exceptionally well today, at least with getting those elimination points. And obviously, we see that sort of just placement come into play after it all ends for the day. And you know, I kind of want to bring back the name situation, 7 Worlds, because we've got on AGG 7, we've got Alpha 7, we've got 7 games today. You know, we're going to come around to day 7 tomorrow. Like, there's a lot of things going on with you right now.
Hear me out. I would like to make this statement right now. I'm a big fan of Alpha 7, and it's not because Alpha 7 has a 7 on their name. All right, a lot of people ask me that. It's not because of that.
I respect.
They just have one of my favorite players of all time, Carrillo.
I respect. I don't think anyone was really questioning it too much. Ooh.
Oh, hold on.
I was kind of looking nasty for shots. I mean, we're talking
that would be nice. Honestly, I'm like, this team's want to go home too. They're like 7 matches. This is wild. Let's just all send it.
Well, one thing I want to...
Nah. There's points. There's points at play. Yeah. Don't be doing that. Yeah. Play smart, please.
Come on, just get that 400 mark so we can go to the 500 maybe at the end of the week. You know, keep that iteration going. But one thing I want to note, 7, we saw the zone just now, basically a repeat of that bonus match early on where it went up to that northwest side, or excuse me, game 1 actually of day 6. So up on that northwest side, so a repeat for a lot of these teams. But we saw with day 1, a lot of repeat zones in this tournament. Teams were very active in changing it up. So I'm wondering if these teams are going to opt to maybe take specific spots again like they did at the start of the day, or if they're maybe going to switch it up and try to get elims.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, elims, not placement. You got to get the elimination points set.
Don't tell that to X Factor. X Factor, focus on placement.
Yeah. Everyone but X Factor.
Everyone but X Factor, all right? This message is for you. I mean, that'd be really good to see. With the circle that I'm currently looking at, though, I think Alpha 7 might be able to set themselves up pretty good. They have had 2 awful matches already, and I feel like that's a team that definitely needs to with the way that Influence Rage has been performing too. We were even talking about it earlier. Yeah. I felt like Alpha 7 was going to end up in 2nd place after today, but right now, with the way that the last 2 matches have gone, it's not going to happen. And something to take note too, during that break, I decided to go back and see how Team Liquid performed week 1 of spring PMSL Americas. Yeah. That team ended up getting 344 points. Week 1 of PMSL America's fall split, they ended up with 319. So, I mean, Team Liquid, even though you're doing great things, you're currently not seeing the mark. And please don't show me Guapo currently drowning because he's disconnected.
Well, the thing is with Alpha 7, right? They're in 3rd place currently, 313. We're talking just under 80 points from first. And if you're, you know, the Brazil fans and stuff like that, it was a toss-up in those PMGC points. I believe it was even single digits between Team Liquid and Alpha 7, really being able to see who would be in that 1st place spot. Now, obviously, we probably have the expectations of either one of these teams, no matter who finishes first in those PMGC points, the other team will probably finish in top 5. But for the most part, if you're an Alpha 7 fan or player, Team Liquid coach player, you're wanting to finish first. You're wanting to have that bragging rights of being, we were the best throughout the year. you were second. And obviously there was that reiteration up to obviously EWC of Alpha7 being second, never finding that first place spot.
Yep.
And obviously they got it, but now afterwards, obviously it's only after the first week coming into week 2 of play, but the gap between Team Liquid and Alpha7, it's not something to joke around about.
Yeah, it's really not. And the thing too that kind of shocked me a little bit, at least Sunday when we were here, is that interview from Alpha7 saying how they really didn't get a chance to focus and to practice as much as they would like here for PMSL's America's fall split. And it was just because of how much traveling they do, and that comes what happens when you win international tournaments, when you're able to put up great performances. They ended up getting invited to PEL in China. They were a special guest, being able to meet the grants that they have in China as well. I mean, that's kind of stuff that you're going to have to adjust to. This is stuff that the team really didn't have to worry about before because of what you mentioned. They would always just get that second place. They would always be really consistent, but they would never end up being the champions. This time being the champions out of PMWC, you get extra perks and you got to learn how to manage your time. And I'm kind of glad that happened going into PMSL Americas and not going into PMGC League stage, because they're going to be able to learn from that, and they're going to be like, okay, you know what? Next time we get into this situation, now that we have experience for it, at least for Alpha7, we'll be like, okay, we'll be able to actually find time and find our way to fully prepare for this tournament. And it's crazy that I'm saying that, considering that this team, it's currently sitting, even with not the great preparation that they say they had, currently sitting in 3rd place with 313 points. That's wild.
Yeah. I mean, it just shows they're not wasting time, at least for what they got. These other squads, obviously Influence, Rage, they had a lot of time to kind of discuss and really break down what they want to focus on. Now, obviously, Team Liquid did the same. They were 1st place. There's a reason why they're up there. But Alpha7, I know for a fact, is still wanting to be up there. They want to go back-to-back in the wins on their tournaments. They want to go into that PMGC idea of, okay, you know, we are the team for Brazil and stuff like that. We are not going to be 2nd place. We didn't come through qualifications of just top 5 placement. We were the best team throughout. And for Alpha7, like you said, you know, that preparation and stuff like that, the nice thing is we're seeing that team be able to prepare themselves still throughout the tournament. It's not just, you know, you show up and you can't improve throughout PMSL Americas. You're able to kind of show up and maybe start performing a little bit better each day, which is why we hold Brazil in such a high regard, because they've proven to do that. But Alpha7, of course, they're not wanting to be second again, 7. They don't want to go right back to the drawing board of how do we get first. They're wanting to chase Team Liquid.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, Team Liquid, I'm pretty sure they're tired of hearing that rivalry, right? As much as these players are friends in real life, and as much as they're nice to each other and all that stuff, Team Liquid, you can win PMSL Americas as much as you would want, but when you get to international events, if Alpha7 is still going to be able to outplace you, you know Alpha7 is going to have that over their shoulder. They're going to be like, yeah, that's right. What happened in PNWC? We won. That's right. PMSL America Spring? What? Shut your ass up.
Yeah, and I mean, that kind of plays in the idea of, you know, I think a lot of players would be saying, yeah, you know, you're able to farm the weaker regions, let's say, and I don't want to be the one to be the downer of news, but
it happens to the best of us, bro. We've seen it so many times already. And no, Cunha. Oh, yeah. Just keep reversing. Just zigzag. Nope. Okay, never mind.
Oh, man. But this is what I mean, 7, is this idea of, you know, I don't want it to be in this lull of you're able to farm maybe the weaker regions, obviously intense game. For the most part, I think if you're Team Liquid or Alpha7, you're looking at an intense game saying, yeah, it's a free fight. We should probably win 9 out of 10 times, even now in this portion of the tournament. But for the most part, Alpha7 is a team where they are not afraid to take the fight. And I don't think Team Liquid is either, but they play a much more passive play style. We can even see it here. Look at the spread. Alpha7 on this west side completely holding George Pool. Team Liquid full 4-man, just trying to play center. The play style is different. I think that's what's the beauty of PUBG Mobile is we have both the best of both worlds, 7. Alpha7 on the edge, Team Liquid in the middle, and we get to see both teams to show why those plays are exceptional.
Yeah, and I mean, for them to be able to showcase that both of those playing styles work, I feel like that's the most impressive part, right? Because people think, okay, no, you have to focus more into the center. No, you have to focus more into the other play. Well, guess what? These two teams are being able to do their own playing style completely different in regards to how they approach the circles earlier on, and they're still being able to excel. And the thing with Alpha7 too is that we have seen in the past, if Alpha7 does end up finding a middle, ends up getting blessed by the circle, oh boy, that's an even more of a warning sign, because not only are they gonna have so much free time to think about who's gonna be rotating where, they're going to be able to just pick who they want to fight with,
Yeah.
who they're going to be third partying with, especially if the circle and their positioning allows it.
One team that's loving this sort of fight going on right here now, though, is going to be 9Z. They're on the other side of Watertown, seeing Latin Kings get slammed on by Intense Game, and they're actually going to condense down a bit. They're not going to take the fights. Latin Kings understanding, yeah, that last Erangel, we held that exact spot. We got dumpstered. So we're going to go across the road. 9Z, though, a team that has really performed pretty well in these Erangels so far, 7. Still having 4 players up, and I think a big thing is going to be on the likes of Santa Texa for that squad. I know you remember that name from the heydays back in the day. You were talking about it on that Miramar. And that team alone, you know, I think it's just they're kind of like Furia, where they're having a lot of great moments, but they haven't been able to really chain together that consistency that we're looking for compared to the likes of Team Liquid and Alpha7. But it seems like they're so close to it.
You want to talk about Eagles? Oh my God. Santa Texa is probably looking at Alpha7 squad right now. And if I was him, honestly, as a competitive player, I would be salty because remember, leading up to this year, he was part of that squad. He got switched out with McGrellin. And then all of a sudden, now that they have McGrellin, yeah, they don't win PMSL Americas, but they go and win PMWC. And you're like, okay, maybe was I the issue? What was going on here? So I'm pretty sure for him and for his sake and for his mental state, he's looking to put up a good performance here in PMSL Americas too. We'll have to wait and see though. This team has been performing a lot better than how they started in week 1. So this is what I want to see out of 9Z, especially moving forward, especially with the caliber of players that they do currently have under their belt.
Yeah, it's always that resume where you kind of hold it up to the light and see, you know, if it's really going to hold true to it. Not going to be too crazy. And Inco Gaming, we're talking Nenabete, he's one of those players that you look at for Inco Gaming, where he's played a long time. He's duoed up with his Vitali teammate, while, you know, Honcho and Active are more of those newer players, and they haven't really been able to string it together, kind of guide those, you know, newer, younger players into the scene. But with the zone shift,
are we gonna?
I know that's what you're looking at.
Are we gonna get the same circle here?
Hey, all I'm saying is Team Liquid is not in Influence's rage spot, so there's still a lot of change for these teams, 7.
And RG about to go into, you saw it there on the last second. Yeah. Somehow Alpha7 found a way to kind of rotate a little bit southeast too. Team Queso not having to be in the center of the circle. They're having to fight for it. One of the players right now, Colgoat, a clutch factor for that team, is currently going to be knocked by Loops Esports. And Loops, hey, Reflection wants to see it. Relax a little bit. We want to see those 50 eliminations, but let's be smart about it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it looks like Team Queso, they're going to get the reset off on Colgo. That's a player that you definitely want to have. Him, Milos. Actually, in fact, for Team Queso, all 4 players have really been able to pop off for that squad. There hasn't been one weak unit, I guess you could say, for Team Queso. And with this positioning in zone, it's really going to come down to how you're able to move through this Watertown here that's dead center, because we saw it last time. It shifted north. This time it might pull south. They could even go towards Ruins. So these teams might be all for naught on the edge of zone, depending on how this shifts. And Team Queso, they haven't gotten any eliminations yet, 7. But with their position, I'm expecting at least a few on the board from them.
Yeah, and I'm also looking at Nenabete there on the elimination fee. He's just looking at everything. It didn't matter if it was Team Liquid that was very close by them, as they were on the hill of Roshawk. But on top of that, they were looking at VIP. Anything that was going their way, and he's going to go for it. He's going to want to try to actually make this push, and that might be a little bit too much, as he's going to have to back off and run away with this tail between his legs, because he almost ended up getting knocked. And I think that's a little bit more of the aggressiveness that Nenabete might want to see from his team, but his team was just so far away, and he's currently still getting shot at. Team Liquid, he pushed down, and he actually, Team Liquid did the smart thing and actually pushed up to the hill, and now they have full advantage of this. Wow, what a play there by Team Liquid.
Yeah, I have no idea why Inco Gaming gave up this hillside, but Nenabete just kind of getting hung out for dry still. When are we going to have a second player pull up the car? I mean, look at that. It's 1 HP, actually. Smoking on fire. Oh, my goodness. 1 bullet's needed to blow this thing up. Nenabete, I mean, he went for that aggressive play, like he said, 7 on him. Myth, and then doesn't get it, almost gets blown up, and now he's kind of just ran into the open. Inco Gaming just conceding every single play on this map, it feels like.
That's awful. Not only do you end up losing a vehicle too, you end up being forced out of the spot that you wanted to be. And I'm actually surprised that they didn't switch any of the players, considering that Nenabete was knew that Team Liquid was there, you would think, usually you tend to see that, you tend to see a switch between the players, right? You know what, you're gonna go push it, maybe we'll have somebody take over your spot, but they decided to just fully concede that, and now they're having to run around without any heads, because boy, they have X Factor, they had Team Liquid shooting at them, and Inco Gaming, oh, they're about to run into a lot of trouble.
Yeah, I mean, just look at X Factor, just instant aggression. Every time we see it with this squad, they're doing it right, especially on Erangel. And now, obviously, you know, they're next to Team Liquid. Maybe they'll be able to piece that together in a little bit. But, I mean, Inco Gaming, man, you concede it. You get chased out by another NA team. Everyone just kind of staring you down in these plays. But we're seeing now X Factor, they're not going to waste any time. They're going to rotate up towards the top of Razhak Hill, it seems, finding a building, and they actually slam the 2 stacks. They're not going all the way up where I believe that's Latin Kings resides. So X Factor, they make an instant rotation 7. They find themselves a pretty nice spot in zone.
I'm not against it. This is actually a very nice move there from X Factor, and to do it quickly too, to not even think about it. By the way, Inco Gaming, just to kind of give you an update on them, they ended up going past Watertown just a tiny bit, and now they're hiding within the bridge. So I'm surprised they even got that much of a free swing, as now we're going to be switching over to the Loops Esports and All Glory Gaming. All Glory Gaming were really impressive earlier in the day, but Loops might just be a little bit too aggressive here, as they have been able to knock one player. AGG needs to be careful. I think they were getting shot from somewhere else, but Loops just too much, man. Loops is absolutely too much, forcing AGG to run away and still getting the eliminations. You wanted 50, you might just get those 50 eliminations for the day. Reflections from Loops.
Yeah, I mean, just 4 elims to their name, Loops. Obviously, with the help of Team Queso, it was given those third-party shots onto AGG. Now, both those squads going to have to make the drive into this play. And these teams, man, I mean, everywhere on the outside, we're now looking even at NRG having to make the rotation. And this is going to be on the west side of zone. And luckily for them, it's not going to be anyone directly in front of them. But with Twisted Minds driving in, they've also got Alpha7 to their south. We've seen this time and time again with the Squad 7. They've been misplaying a lot of these positions here.
They really have, but look at this. Look at the way that Team Liquid just moves up, man, to close that gap, and now they're right next to each other. Team Liquid taking on the fight to X Factor. They need to be careful, though, because you can see on the horizon there, Loops Esports. I mean, you're currently not inside the circle. They're going to be looking to hopefully third-party any of this, if not just move around. But anything can happen right now with Loops. With how aggressive they are, I would be so scared at the moment. And they are moving up. They're moving a lot closer. Loops Esports wants to get into the action. Team Liquid closing the gap earlier to X Factor. Might not looking good with what Loops Esports is currently doing.
Yeah, and I mean, Ayala, he's going to be the focus on the Team Liquid players. He's the one just playing a smoke. No vehicle next to him. So if they can spray him out, they could find the knock initially. Looking for the push. And look at this. Team Liquid's actually already down to a trio from earlier on in those fights. So this team definitely not wanting to give the first knock. But Inco, man, I mean, they were down to Vitali. Actually, he gets eliminated. So we're down to just a solo. Juancho being knocked. Nedabete, man. I mean, he's the player that seems to be the last one up in all these situations today, 7. But still just not able to find his mark when it matters.
Yeah, you hate to see it from Inco, honestly. Like, with what we've been wanting to see out of this team, and on top of that, you end up running into Team Queso. And what's crazy, I'll have to go back and look at it, because Inco was here for a long time. They were under this bridge. They didn't really have to worry about much. I think it was Team Queso Team Queso ended up crashing onto them, and somehow they ended up overempowering them. And the crazy part too is that it kind of worked out on Team Queso's favor, because they have 2 very passive teams, at least that we have seen in the past, in regards to IG, and on top of that, Latin Kings. And they were just gonna pretty much give them a free pass, as Inco did at the start. And there you go, that's Inco.
Yeah, and I mean, Inco Gaming, one thing I'd like to make quick note of as well, 7, is that Team Liquid was not given a free pass. X Factor got an opening nade knock and were able to completely wipe out at the compound. And look at this, actually the Vicious, who were holding all the way up top, taking the fight now with X Factor, going to be down to just a solo FSS. You were in this position earlier on the Erangels. Can you clutch up for the squad? Big shotgun shot, misses it on the pre-fire. Having to get on the aggression. Can you find the shots? And I mean, oh man. The Vicious playing this perfectly, getting the reset already, 1v3 spot, and David, he's got to pump himself with the shotgun shots. You got to connect them. Vaults in, not going to find anything. X Factor, unfortunately, going out in 12th place. Only 5 eliminations to their name.
X Factor with the 5 elements, but 0 placement points. They had such high hopes with how they started off the day, but man, they get eliminated very early on, not being able to secure any more of those placement points. I was talking about earlier, team being a little bit too passive here. Guess what? They try to turn up the aggression and it's currently backfiring as IG wanted a piece of Team Queso. They're going to be able to revive at least Papi Sour. And it would be a 2v2 here. They need to be careful though, because Landing King's still on the other side. Oh, not able to find the edge there as Loops Esports continuing the aggression, dude. Loops is absolutely insane. I'm just looking at the elimination feed. I saw them being able to get one knock. There you go, Team Queso. It stops intense game, and that's what happens when you're just not known to be an aggressive team. When you try to be an aggressive team, it backfires. That's something that IG definitely needs to work on.
Yeah, there was one of the solos from 9Z, actually. The rest of them in the water. Yeah, Choco not able to rat out a Team Queso player. The rest of his team now kind of swimming with the fish as the Loops. I'm not sure if either team really even wants to kind of come out of the water here, 7. But Loops, for the most part, I mean, man, they sent it through. Oh, actually, nice little hip fire. Finds them through the smoke. So, Erangel getting a little bit of a freebie. Hopefully, you can confirm it. Not actually going to be it. The Vicious David coming out, stealing that point away. We're talking top 10 here, and I'm seeing a lot of water snakes going on right now, 7. This is getting interesting.
I think it's the play. I honestly think it's the play. These teams are kind of getting a redo of what happened earlier in the day when we had a similar circle to this. And this is what they're going to be going for. By the way, just to update you in regards to if Loops was going to be able to get that eliminations, those 50 eliminations or not, I think they're currently sitting at 4. Let me double check. 5 actually now, and they started off with 47. So yeah, they blew past it. They're definitely blew past that 50 mark.
Yeah, one team though that's been struggling today for eliminations has been Twisted Minds. Obviously, they've got 3 here. I think earlier on they had a 7 elimination game, but the placements have been just non-existent. Influence Rage, they're the team that's been kind of on top of it more so compared to these top 8 squads that are battling it out today. Really being able to actually keep 4 players up, and yeah, I mean, it's only a matter of time. The drive-bys, they're coming in, and he actually jumps over the vehicle, I think, but not going to find the knock. Influence Rage, freebies, and with the zone shift, they're setting themselves up pretty for this zone.
Look at Alpha7. They have, I was going to say they have all players alive. Nope, it's just Alpha7. It's the story of today. They have either 3 players alive, but this time it's not Mafioso. It's actually even a bigger factor for them. Grelin being able to find those shots there on sending a text, that's going to be feeling good. I was just talking about how he ended up replacing him, and he ends up eliminating him. It's poetic how this game can actually work out. 9C trying to stay alive here, and it's gonna be a tough one. Honestly, for a lot of these teams, it's just such a tough circle to work with that I'm even surprised that some of them are currently being able to survive. There you go, Lightning Kings using that height advantage. They're gonna probably be able to pick up that last player, and it's still just 1 player left. Cold Goat. Anything can happen here with Cold Goat. I have seen him clutch up stuff like this before.
Ooh. Yeah, I mean, he's got the prime spot. Smoke, he's the one closest zone. If he can just find the nade. Actually, Mida looks like a good read. The nade, though, bounced off the rock, but he chases one down. He gets the thirst immediately. Oh, my goodness, Steve Queso, please. You've got 9 elims already, but Cold Goat, he could potentially pick up 1 more. Got to make it to the water, though, and, you know, I want to give it to him 7, but I think that's too much of a tall order to ask for.
I believe. I believe. I want to believe because there you go. There goes 1. Come on, line them up, Cold Goat. You know where they're currently at. You're gonna have to worry about the circle here in a bit, but you know what? Just do your thing. He's able to somehow spot. Okay, there you go. He was able to somehow spot him, and he's gonna get spotted here. Oh, it's not looking good. If he can secure an extra elimination for his team, honestly, Team Queso with 10 eliminations at top 7 right now, I'm not even mad. I'm going to be happy about this as now Cold Goat's not able to get into the water in time, but still great performance there by Team Queso.
Yeah, the knock through the water was something, you know, it's really hard to do, especially with that reduced damage, but he made it look easy. And unfortunately, I think he could have probably made it into the water, but no first aids left after all of that shots he had taken from Influence Rage and Alpha7, and now the water's kind of thinned out a lot here, 7. These teams are starting to really have to come out. Yeah, 9Z, they're one of those teams that's sent in the water. They're completely eliminated, and somehow the Vicious, they're one of the teams where they've had a bit of a spottier tournament run, of course, coming out of week 1. They're able to find themselves in this top 5, thankfully, for the water play.
Yeah, not only them, I'm actually surprised to see Influence Rage being alive and having all their 4 players alive too. They have a lot of room to work with. Influence Rage has been so quiet today that I've been wondering what has happened today for them. They started off there 97 and wow, what a shot right there. Lightning Kings, it was bound to happen. Now Furia is going to turn up the action. Furia currently has 4 players alive. A7 has 3 and Influence Rage there with the 4. Honestly, Influence Rage better win this.
Yeah. I mean, I'm looking at it.
If they don't, I think it's gonna be a mirror of what happened just throughout the whole day. They just weren't able to perform well.
Yeah. And I mean, for the most part, it's just they gotta end the day on a good note, especially with their groupings and stuff like that. But one thing I was gonna make note of it is that if Alpha7 doesn't get the shift, I don't think they have any vehicles to really make their rotation into a circle, but they do get a little bit of edge. They might be able to ride it out just a little bit longer, but Influence Rage still, they're going to have their pickings at the top of the hillside here. Can they fan out? They probably will have to use these vehicles 7 for that sort of car, that hard cover that you like to see, but I mean,
where can they even rotate here? Because everything is currently outside of the circle, right? Oh, they might be able to use this.
Here we go.
They might be able to power cup right here, though.
Yeah,
I think that's where they're going to be able to set themselves up. They need to be careful, though, because I think they might be close enough to those grenades from Furia, but Furia is going to want not to overextend because Alpha7 is there. Oh, my goodness.
4 pulled. I mean, Furia, they were ready. All 4 players had a nade pulled, but I think they realized, yeah, they're going to be a little bit farther back. But R2's a little bit of damage. But I think if you're R2s and you kind of realize that if Influence Rage continues to wrap down a little bit more, one of the players could have full sight lines of this bunker. So really worrisome depending on how the zone shift goes. Obviously, Alpha7 is still trying to play for that 2nd place position, I think, on the outer edge there on the west. And they're starting to get spotted. Influence Rage. This is going to be the tall order from them. They have the most elims out of all teams in the lobby. They have 4 players up with Alpha7 having 3 and Furia obviously with 4. So it's all a matter of can you execute correctly. And with this being stage 7, we're going to wait, I think, for this stage 8 shift. And then after that is when the magic will really start to happen here.
That's when the madness, the absolute madness will ensue. Oh, man. If Mafioso can somehow hit one of these shots, I think Furia will be happy. Something to keep an eye on. Look where McGrellin's currently at. McGrellin just trying to get some kind of off angle. And I don't know if Furia or any of the other players know he's there. He's obviously not going to be able to shoot, but if he can somehow clutch up and just swim up to that shore, get a different angle for his team. If for some reason Influence Rage does end up surviving this, Alpha7 could clutch this up. And Influence Rage right now trying to figure out which way they're going to be going. As you mentioned, though, the next circle will start closing in, and then it's going to be just in favor of Furia as they're currently just chilling in the middle. Everybody with pretty much everybody, the same picture of earlier with grenades out. They're saying, bring it, baby.
I think the scary thing for Furia is McGrellin would not have been able to reach the spot without the crate dropping in the water. So he has a little bit of this like makeshift hard cover, and we see that rock there. I think that's in reach 7 of him possibly being under the water and coming out. He just wants to wait for that circle shift. And if you're Alpha7, you might honestly be able to get 3 players onto this crate. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to have all 3 kind of fit behind this, but I think that's kind of your best bet. And if you allow yourself to kind of be that sort of water snake this late in the game, you really start to put Fury on the back end, because all it takes is someone like McGrellin, Carrillo, or even Mafioso, where if they get up on the ridge, if they can get at least just one smoke down, Alpha7 is able to work themselves up this ridge line, and thankfully for them, not be able to be on that back foot.
And hopefully McGrellin or nobody from Alpha7 kind of exposes themselves here, because now Fury is going to have to lay down, which means their vision, even though we have TPP available, it is going to become a little bit harder to see where these teams are going to be going. Carrillo throwing smokes there. That's going to create some attention. Influence Rage now getting a lot closer. All the grenades are going to be coming down. Somehow, everybody from Influence Rage does not get knocked. And more grenades are going to be coming down. There you go. That's what we were a little bit afraid of. Furia is going to start knocking some of the players there from Influence Rage. Molotovs. Everything's going to be happening. On top of that, you're going to have Alpha7 making the push for it too. Absolute madness we were expecting here. What people thought was going to be an OP spot there for Furia. Can they defend it, Enigma?
Yeah, I mean, the nades, they're coming down. Alpha7 actually throwing their own now. So Furia just right in the brunt of it all. Silence being knocked. Kyoski down to 1 HP. It's going to be on Augusta. Can he get the knock on a Diego up and close and personal? And look at this. I mean, they got to turn their sights. Fury's got to turn around and look at Alpha7. They're running in the open through smoke grenades, but Everyone's going to be tested here. Augusta, M4 doesn't find the knock on Diego. Teammates getting peppered down, but he goes for the S12, gets one, almost two, falls down with the ghillie. Everyone is taking casualties here in the bunkers, and oh my goodness, I mean, La gotta go crazy. He's got the Bison Knife. Was that a stun grenade I just saw? Just free fires all around 7. What the hell is even going on right now?
I think Alpha7 might be able to clutch this up as now they're making the push. This is what they need to do. This is the aggression we've always been talking about. Alpha7 is going to be able to clear out Furia. Now they're going to be able to fully focus here on Influence Rage. Oh my goodness. The turn of events here. Two teams that were on the outside somehow are able to kind of team up in a way and push the action as Alpha7, with the patience, with the mature this team has, is able to close out an insane day, 7 matches long, and get that win for the victory. Oh my goodness, what just happened here, Enigma?
Yeah, I mean, just 3-man on the ridge. One of them makes the full Navy SEAL play, going for the placement, and then they make the whole smoke chain. Influence Rage goes right at the perfect time for them to come in. Taylor, I mean, I really was discounting Alpha7, and they always proved me wrong in the end.
Dude, I don't know what it is about Alpha7, and forgive me, I didn't have time to go back and truly check, but I swear to you, they have such a history of winning the last map of the day. It's just something they do. They're subpar at times, right? Especially this season. Like last season, that was not a conversation, but this season, they tend to be a little bit subpar at times. But the last map of the day, they're like, all right, let's finish off strong so we have a fresh start going into tomorrow. And then they go into the next day and they typically start off okay, right? And then they have that lull. But what a game that was. Alpha7 will finish off with 8 total eliminations. Influence Rage, though, I mean, come on. Second place, they get 11 eliminations. That's a massive game coming out from them. In fact, I looked through my notes and they haven't finished top 3 at all today. Yeah, they haven't finished top 3 at all today outside of this last game. So to hold on to second place, 7, that's big news for them.
It is going to be massive news. I mean, that, and just to kind of clear up what you were saying in regards to Alpha7 winning those last matches, they've actually done it 3 times so far. They did it in day 2. They did it Sunday for what was supposed to be the last day. And then on top of that, here on the last day, they were like, yeah, you know what sounds really good right about now? A win. And they win and they just that. But yeah, for Influence Rage, honestly, I thought maybe it was going to end up, the circle was going to end up going their way with the high ground. That's what I was saying. If they don't end up winning this, it's going to be crazy. The circle does not end up going their way. It makes it a little bit harder. But overall, the patience of these two teams, and somehow both of the teams decided to fight Furia at the exact same time. Grenades came in and both of them just started fighting. Furia had to focus on Influence Rage. He gave out enough time to Alpha7 to push up, and Alpha7 being the smart players that they are, they end up clutching that win.
Well, it's the way it goes sometimes, man. Especially in BRs. You just never know who's ready to third party you. You know, all of a sudden, randomly, 2 teams are going to be challenging you. It's frustrating as a competitor, Enigma, but that's just the way it goes sometimes.
Yeah, and I mean, you definitely know that Furia is going to be irritated because they had that opening knock on the Influence Rage player on the pull-up, and then one of them gets shot in the back, and then another one gets naded out. And unfortunately for them, they had the prime center spot, but they actually went out in third that game. And I mean, I'll reiterate it again. I did not think that Alpha7 had any right to come out of that shoreline, and just storm the bunkers that Furia had. And I mean, the points speak for themselves. 18 to finish off the night.
How could you?
They're just a special roster, 7. Like Alpha7, like granted, look, I talk about their struggles and I talk about, are they the same team as the spring, season and stuff? But it's like there's still a roster that can be put into weird situations, impossible situations, and somehow come out ahead.
And to answer that question, like it's not the same team. It might be the same players, but it's not the same team. This team is now a championship team. They are the winners of PMWC. That they are going to have that difference confidence. Yeah, they at the end of the day, I mean, this team just wants to make it to PMGC. From conversations that I have had with them over and over again, that's all they care about. And right now, for them to be performing this way, where we are kind of judging how they're performing, I'm kind of questioning at times too, okay, that didn't seem like an Alpha7 that I'm used to seeing. And maintaining a top 3, man, I'm not going to be mad at that.
No, you can't be. Now, I am mad, though. Team Liquid did not hit 400. I thought they were going to. I thought it was a lock-up, but they get finished off way too early. Obviously, X Factor. I mean, how can you be mad at that? It's X Factor. It's NA. They take them out. But regardless, they're going to have to wait till tomorrow in order to hit 400, which they will inevitably do. Now, the big milestone they hit, now Enigma pointed this out earlier, and good on him, is they did break 200 eliminations today. So they're the first team to do that. They're making milestones, and typically the first team to, well, have first. Now, as far as Team Queso goes, they will move up and Loops, right? Enigma, big day for them. Loops Esports, they jump up from the second page now to the first. They're in 7th place. They've made great ground, and they didn't hit 50 elims, but they managed to hit 49. Still a monstrous day.
Yeah, and I mean, the monstrous day really just speaks for itself, but like we said, it can't be just one day. We see that point drop off between them and 6th place of Furia. That's roughly 40 points, and we also got a call out too. I'm surprised you didn't see. It was just Twisted Minds today, just really falling down the leaderboard a lot here. Obviously, their previous week performance is kind of their saving grace, but we got to go back to that IGL, that sort of swap with Federal. Was that really worth it? And hopefully, we'll be able to get an interview from Sarpatch tomorrow for that sort of stuff. But for Twisted Minds, I mean, it really was just a tragic day for them.
It definitely was a tragic game. When we look at the second page, obviously 9Z, another big talking point. 7. They made great ground. They're in 9th place. They're poised to make it to the top page tomorrow. You know, they were a team, in all honesty, I think I saw more from 9Z today than I've seen in the previous days. The way they took team fights, the way they controlled certain situations was just beautiful.
Yeah, kind of like of the likes of what we saw Sunday, right? When it was their bonus day, they were willing to take more fights. They were willing to be a little bit more aggressive too, positioning themselves in a certain way where they could actually take those fights. And for tomorrow, I mean, I'm going to be looking at Influence Rage, X Factor, VIP Esports, and The Vicious, because tomorrow is going to be their bonus day.
That's right. It's going to be their bonus day, and it's going to be a big day. Not a lot of changing up on the standings, right? But tomorrow there will definitely be. Group A is a deadly group. The Vicious have had plenty of wonderful games today. After all, they got 2 wins right on Monday during the remake day. So I think they're incredible. They're looking great. I'm really excited for Influence Rage, especially after that last game. 2nd place, 11 eliminations. X Factor, how could you not be excited for them? And then VIP also showing themselves at multiple points. That's going to be Group A going at it for their bonus points tomorrow. A great day. Wonderful game. 7, you guys went through the gauntlet, so I'll give you guys the floor. Enigma, always great to work with you, brother. What are your final words before you get out of here?
Hey, I mean, all these teams, get ready for double points again. Tomorrow it starts right back again. And, you know, obviously we're looking at X Factor. Can they have those same results as last week? That's going to be my main team I'm going to be on. But the rest of these squads, they didn't like week 1's bonus points. They're going to try and finish strong for their week 2.
That's right. Well, 7, again, you went through the gauntlet today, brother. It was a good day for so many different reasons. What are your final words before we get out of here?
It was a great day, honestly. A great way to finish it off, too, with that fight, too. And what was it? They did. Loops did end up crossing that threshold of 52 eliminations for them. Honestly, impressive. Can they continue it up tomorrow? It's not going to be their bonus day. All right, we already said who's going to be their bonus day, but please follow it up, not just today.
Hey, if they can keep that energy up, I will be ecstatic, and I know you will be too, right? We started with Loops as our favorite team, and, well, it's always great to see them perform as well as they did today. Well, that's it for day number 6, but, hey, don't you worry. The PUBG Mobile action continues each and every day. We'll be back tomorrow at 5 Eastern Standard Time, and, well, of course, we would love to have you. Make sure you hit that subscribe button if you haven't already, and follow us on the socials, and make sure to use that hashtag, PMSL Americas, to keep the conversation going on social media. Well, for myself, Taylor Reflections, Noble 7, Enigma, our production crew, and you in chat, thank you so much for being here. Be back tomorrow for day number 7 at 5 Eastern Time.
X Factor, they've set up their web around it. The building's going to have to come through. Unfortunately, though, the Vicious getting eliminated, but not without getting at least one, actually getting it first as well. So Team Liquid down to a solo, and oh man, look at the utility from X Factor, just going for everyone. It's a 1v4 situation here.
Let's
7
go.
and X Factor with the winner chicken.
He fully commit to it. He's gonna be able to spot the last player there from Team Queso. Gonna have to push out and try to get a different angle. He's gonna run down a little bit more. Just absolute madness going on here. If I was a betting man, I would say my money's on Carrillo, but you never know because Milos currently has the high ground as well. Carrillo trying to find the angle, but too much. Team Queso is just too much there with Milos being able to clutch up that fight. VIP looking to get another win under their belt as Big Milos trying to clutch up for Team Queso. He's going to clutch up at least one elimination point there for him. at VIP. Wow, what the action. I'm enjoying the aggressiveness here, but they need to make sure they work together here. They don't want to be sending one by one player. We have seen that happen before, and it has come really bad, but VIP looking at the sky, looking at the win, being able to clutch up that win, a team that we're wondering where they have been.
This is still anyone's game, 7.
I'm with you. I'm with you on this because Alpha7 right now being the aggressors, I've been talking about it, and this is what I want to see. Unluckily for Alpha7 though, Mafioso is currently not full healed. He needs to be careful. That player that he knocked earlier, I think he was a little bit too focused on that. And Mafioso with the grenade from Ayala, it's going to end up getting knocked. And it comes down now to just Rebel. We have seen Rebel clutch it before, but boy, is this going to be a tough ask as Rebel's going to have Mythic close by, and Mythic's able to spot him and sends him back to the lobby. I've seen you do magical things, but are you going to be able to clutch this one up as he's going to be finding NRG out in the open? They're going to be getting taken care of. And now, Loops, it is all up to you. The grenades are going to be coming in. The aggression is all over the place. And it's just one player left alive here from Team Liquid. One player in a dream has to take out the shotgun. Gonna be able to knock one. Gonna be able. Oh no! Is he gonna be able to knock the other one? No, he's not gonna be able to knock the other one. Great.
Oh my goodness! It's just raining down on the ridge. Who's gonna find the knocks?
The car. He's running them over with a buggy, but he's not able to find anybody. He needs to be careful though because he's about to get blown up. There you go. He's gonna end up getting knocked. One player left alive from Team Queso, and this is what I was afraid of. 9C just finding the right moment and going for it. A team full of veterans. I think Alpha7 might be able to clutch this up as now they're making the push. This is what they need to do. This is the aggression we've always been talking about. Alpha7 is gonna be able to clear out Furia. Now they're gonna be able to fully focus here on Influence Rage. Oh my goodness, the turn of events here. Two teams that were on the outside somehow are able to kind of team up in a way and push the action as Alpha7 with the patience, with the mature this team has, is able to close out an insane day, 7 matches long, and get that win for the week. Oh my